upon me. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on many men. Wish death upon me.
Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shit. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Chill, watch what you say. I'll shut mouth, cause 50 shots still. You turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Chill, watch what you say. I'll shut mouth, cause 50 shots still. You turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Chill, watch what you say. I'll shut mouth, cause 50 shots still. You turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
White History Month is?
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
I thought love.
Yo.
Perfect.
DJ Henderson Pee Wee in the building.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
Yo, what's popping?
What's good? I like your hat. I like the colorfulness of your hat.
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, hurry up. What's good?
Shit like that.
Yeah, good. How you doing?
You doing the right thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see who in the chat real quick. Love Dubia was popping. Lionel in the building. Mr. JTK in the building. Chocolate Bunny was good. Jerice was popping. Mel, you already know. Rock solid, I see you. CC was good. He said, don't let no Gen X's up here. Jay was goody. Top Cat, we see you. Who else in the building? HQ in the building was popping. Missy in the building. I like it. Love C was goody. Aaron. The likes up. Let's get it, man. The likes is so tough. Dang.
I wonder why. You know why?
I don't know. Mike TV2 salute. He said, tough question. Definitely the whole door. Q Dub was good. Lady D, she said, what do you mean? Do you know what's wrong with their brain science and stand on business and find a cure? People like the separation. I can dig it, Lady D, man. I understand that you don't want us to come closer together. I can dig it, man. Great T was popping. E-Dub, I see you. Who else in the building, man? It's gonna be a good one. Black America was popping. I just saw Joe. Okay, Joe. Lawrence was good. GA, we see you. Keith was popping.
Keith, what up, Keith?
Matt, I thought you was late, my nigga. Minaj was good. Darius was popping.
What's up?
You gonna keep your headphones on regardless. Flashing Spoon was good. Kim was good. Yeah, maybe so.
Maybe.
You got a lump in your head?
Ooh, it looks, yeah, something ain't right.
Yeah, you're editing. Will was good.
Will in a minute. Have you?
Huh?
I haven't seen Will in a minute. Have you?
Yeah, I talked to Will on the weekend, matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
Zero Tolerance in the building, Mr. B. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Afro Nerd. I don't know what he's talking about. I think he's talking about Jerice.
I'm trying to read it. Okay.
I think he's talking about Jerice. Trying to get the 900 likes. That's a fact, though. Apollonia was popping. All right, man. Let's get it, man. What's wrong with the black man's mind? When you hear that statement, what's your thought?
The initial thought is, I guess there's a resounding conclusion that there is something wrong. Because if you're saying what's wrong with it, you're trying to figure out what it is. And so we're automatically starting off from the point that there is something wrong with his mind, right? That's the first thing. And I have more questions than answers. So the next question that this provokes is, what is the standard in which we are?
Your microphone in?
It is. It might not sound good. Make sure I'm on.
Make sure.
Yeah.
It's selected in StreamYard.
Check. Let me look.
Damn.
Yeah. Test. It's green. It's moving.
All right.
It's still not good.
It's straight. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll start all over. So
This is Black Americans, most likely. However, if we were to dive into it in that, well, because see the capital B, that's how you know you're talking about blacks in the U.S. If you're talking about black people, I guess we could assess that, but right now we'll stay in the U.S. for now. Or let's say we'll stay in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good baseline. So what I was saying was we're automatically starting from the point or the starting point of that there is something wrong with the black man's mind. Just the simple nature of this question. And then my next question was from what standard is it deviated from, right? So I'm using mathematics right now. So what's the standard in which the black man's mind is deviating from that's either above or below? That's causing it to be wrong. Those are questions that
your mic is selected. Go to settings and go to audio.
So it's green. Like when I'm talking.
When it says mic, make sure that you have the Yeti selected.
Hold on. Yes.
So what you said when you look at mic, what's on there? Say audio and then mic. What you got selected?
Yeah, I'm on. So audio says mic. It says the default, and then my iPhone microphone, and then the MacBook Air microphone. They're both built in. The default, they're the same. So it's two defaults basically.
Yeah. So drop down. Is your Yeti actually plugged in?
Yeah, it's not even showing up. Hold on.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
It's not even showing up. I have it plugged
what
in.
Joel is talking about. Where did you get that from, Joe?
Hold on, see what Joe. I don't see that one too. I missed it. So it's not even an option. The Yeti's not an option.
Yeah, isn't that what that microphone's called?
Yeah, it is. What I'm saying to you, in the audio drop down, it's not even an option.
Did you unplug it and plug it back in and make sure it's on?
Several times. So I should have done this before. Hold on, give me a second.
So let me play this clip real quick.
Test. Let me put the microphone volume higher. Is that better? Test.
Well, just check your audio. Is that the Yeti?
It's not an option.
Something ain't right then. I mean, it sounds okay.
It's definitely not an option right now. Still, I've tried several times. It's not an option.
It doesn't sound great.
Yeah. I'm
okay.
Not sure. Apologize, folks.
Yeah. Maybe close out and because your browser may not be seeing it.
Let me turn my Bluetooth off on my phone. Maybe my phone's going to do with it.
Mm-mm.
Test.
No, we can hear you. It just doesn't sound great.
Sound crisp.
Yeah.
Again, I apologize, folks, for that. I'll move it closer. Is that better?
No, your mic's not. You're not using the mic at all. You can throw that mic across the room. You're talking through your laptop.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. You want me to get out and come back in?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's not fine to me, but Vince said it sounds fine. So.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, so the last thing I said was it makes me ask the question of what standard are we looking at to say that the black man's mind, there's something wrong with it? Like, where are we coming from? That's all. Like, what are we saying what's wrong with him? That's all I had to say.
Okay. What about the premise you painted with your initial question? What do you think about that?
Yeah. Is there something wrong with the black man's mind? That there is something wrong with the black man's mind. It depends on what we are, our baseline is, right? So are we looking at it from the perspective of what? That's what I'm asking. I have more questions than answers, so I know how we're framing this conversation. Are we looking at it from what? An educational perspective, a philosophical perspective, a spiritual perspective?
So let me play this.
Shit. Hey man, I'ma say it, they can't hide the film now, you know what I'm saying, that 3 times.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all not throwing ass, none throwing ass Atlanta hero quarterback.
Just
cannot beat me.
Can't be for.
This all stemmed from talking trash from kids 7-on-7.
Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, let's talk about it from there. That got a hand, and I will. So to answer your question, I think that possibly the Black man's mind starts from looking at this. It starts from physicality, so resolving conflicts with physicality.
So what are you saying?
Looking at taking this video into perspective of this question, framing around this question, what's wrong with the Black man's mind is that this erupted in violence from a sporting event, and it didn't have to erupt in violence because of jaw-jacking and people talking trash, as people do at sports events. And competition, right? Competition should remain competition, and where it erupted into violence was very unnecessary. So to answer the question, what's wrong with the Black man's mind, it could be that it has an anger. I don't mean to say this word, but I'm going to say this word, like an inflated anger gene, right? Move this conversation along, or synapse. We'll say maybe an enlarged anger synapse. I don't know.
There's an anger gene.
No, again, I'm saying, let me just say this. I don't want to use this word. I didn't want to use that word. But to kind of move this conversation along, there is maybe a synapse in the brain, because we're talking about the mind. Maybe there's a larger synapse, because we can see that the Black man seemingly resorts to violence quicker than other groups.
What has proven that?
Mm-hmm. Besides this video, other videos, right? So we've seen at different sports competitions in which people talk a little bit too much trash to one another, and then hands are thrown.
Like what? Like soccer? I mean, like hockey?
We don't have a lot of Black men in hockey.
I know, but they fight every day in hockey.
Right, but when we're playing pickup football, I was talking about that. We're talking about Black men, but I wasn't talking about in of itself.
But we're asking the question, right? So we're asking the question. We're saying we get the violence quicker, but now I'm challenging the thought in terms of, well, what about hockey?
Yeah, we don't have.
They allow them to fight. We don't put an emphasis on it. But if you're allowed to fight at a football game, we would be scrutinizing it the same way.
No, because we're not allowed to fight at football. Fighting isn't encouraged at football games between the opposing teams. On the field, the refs actually run out, so there isn't fighting. They don't. I'm saying they don't encourage it in hockey. They do hockey, but it's not permitted.
But they're fighting, right? They're playing hockey. They get upset with each other, and they get in a fist fight, and then they get in the penalty box. So they let it ride, but there's still a penalty for fighting. And if you fight profusely, you get suspended too. So why don't we scrutinize that? right? In terms of how many times they fight in a hockey game.
Right. So it's part of the game, and that is a primarily white sport.
I'm out.
There's also go ahead.
It's not a part of the game. That's why I articulated the fact that they get suspended and they get put in a penalty box, right? So because they allow, so it's like this: the ref will stand there and wait. Should the ref be baking it up, consider you get suspended or you get put in a penalty box, because technically it's not part of the game.
But it's different than football, because if you're fighting in football, you get fines, right? They don't necessarily get fines from the first fight. In hockey, you get put in a penalty box. They have a penalty box on purpose because they know fights are going to happen. What I'm saying is you're picking out hockey when there's other more white-dominated sports like lacrosse. They ain't really fighting in lacrosse like that.
But they don't really fight in football.
They fight more in football than they do in lacrosse.
How would you know?
And in basketball, they fight a little bit more. How do I know? Because I'm watching.
So they don't fight, right? They actually fight more in hockey. They get in push and shoving match in soccer.
Right.
Football. If you notice, you know what happens in football? Think about this. They throw a flag, right? They throw a flag unless you what? Go ahead.
I said I'm just trying to follow what you're saying.
Follow me.
I am following you. Sometimes
I try to let y'all open it up, but now I got to open it up. So think about this: as long as you don't throw a punch in football, you can wrestle, push, shove, grab, sling each other around, etc. They give you a penalty flag, and guess what you do? You keep playing, right? In hockey, they sit you down after they let you throw punches, right? But then you can keep playing, right? So what's more barbaric in a sense? Like they actually have it, like you get in the penalty box, they let you fight, and then you can come back.
I never used the word barbaric.
No, I asked a question.
Oh, what's more barbaric? As far as the hockey thing, again, it's a part of the game, and I wasn't really trying to use barbarism, but
it's not part of the game though. Why you keep saying that?
Because it is like it's a known part of the game.
But it's not a part of the game. Those are two different things, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the expected.
Well, because here's what I'm doing. I'm breaking it down, right? Because we want to analyze black men and violence. But it's funny how in hockey, they let them fight, so we deem it acceptable. But there's a penalty, you get fined, and you can get suspended. But because it's a bunch of white boys out there fighting each other, and they say we let them fight, so it's okay. But the truth is, it's the same thing. But then we sit here and fight more in football. That don't even make sense, because everybody knows when you ball your fist, you get kicked out of the game. That's why they don't punch each other.
I was talking about that pickup game right there. I was talking about that league or whatever I was talking about. But I mean, that's definitely not welcome. Like that's actually the opposite of what they want to happen in like league games. They don't even allow you to fight. Like they've really discouraged that. There's been way too many instances where league games, deletion has happened in games. And that's definitely why it's discouraged.
You saying people are getting shot and killed at pickup games?
It's happened a lot more often in pickup games than it has in field hockey games. Deletions have occurred in pickup games far more than they have in. I won't say they don't do pickup hockey games. So it's more field hockey, grass or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. I'm getting something from field hockey. That happens more so.
You saying that when black people are playing pickup games, people are getting killed more often than when?
So
let's break it down, because we're talking about violence, right? We're talking about black men being violent. Right now is what we're talking about.
Right. And so what I'm saying is there's more occurrences of deletions and violence that have occurred in pickup football games, inter basketball games. I'm just saying football because this came in football or basketball games, in the pickup games, than it has been in field hockey or pick up volleyball games.
Would you agree? Would you agree that you can't prove that, considering you just said that they don't have pickup hockey games?
What's I'm saying? They don't have but they have field hockey. So I'm saying so they don't have ice rinks just laying around.
Women play field hockey.
So how do you do pickup hockey games? Because you're equating it to hockey. So
what I'm asking is if you because you said they have more violence, but I'm literally saying that they fight each other in hockey. And then if we use pickup game from about black men, but then you don't even have a comparison because you said they can't even do a pickup game with hockey. Maybe soccer. Maybe the Latinos, do they get in scuffles in the soccer game?
So I see more parents fighting at those like soccer games and whatnot in the school games, right? I see the parents.
It's always the parents. It's still people. It's always the parents.
Right,
white, black, Latino.
Right. But
do you know that they have gangs, right, in Europe that support the soccer teams? You ever seen that? Where they literally have gangs that go back and forth and fight each other over their soccer teams.
Over in Europe, they have gangs over.
It's called there was a movie that came out with the little ugly nigga that was in that Harry Potter shit, I think.
A gang about gangs?
It's like they have like their little like the team will have like a little like group, like a gang. I don't know. There's a word for it, but I can't remember.
What's the name of the movie? I might know. I don't know if I know the movie. I probably don't.
Hooligans. Thanks, Mike.
That's the name of the movie?
No, they just have like hooligan gangs where they follow the team, and they literally get in fisticuffs, et cetera, all the time. Because we talking about black men and how violent we are allegedly.
So you're talking about over in Europe, or are you talking because you're talking about over here?
I'm talking about white people,
right? But the original conversation was here in the United States.
Black Americans, but we just I'm comparing them to white. So you're saying that the only fair comparison is white Americans?
If we're going to do apples to apples, I think we should stay in the Americans, right? I think we should stay Americans to Americans, and if we're gonna do apples to apples, I think that's best to do that.
All right, go ahead.
So with that being said, I don't know that these hooligans gangs that you're talking about actually occur here in the United States. I never even heard of it, but I don't believe I've heard about hooligans in the United States with the hockey teams or the soccer teams over here.
Yeah.
So we're going to compare the two. I just want to make sure we're just, doing it together. That's all. I don't know of that. I know from what I said, from pickup games, deletions definitely. I'm trying to be careful with using that word as much too. Deletions and violence and fights have a higher propensity to have to occur than in like baseball games. Baseball games or whatnot.
You're not serious, right? In baseball, they literally clear the dugout. They clear the dugout and let them white boys fight.
I don't know.
No. But here's the thing, because you're using the sports. So when they clear the dugout and they go in there and fight, they let it rock for like that's a thing in baseball.
It is, and you know what happens? They get fined left and right.
They get fined. I understand, but have you seen it more? Have you seen that happen more than people clear sidelines in a football game?
More?
Come on now. You said you watch, so
yeah. Let me think this through, please.
I just want you to be honest. That's all.
I'm trying to be. Let me think it through. You trying to rush me through an answer? So I don't believe it happens more. It may be at the same level. I don't believe it happens more. I wouldn't say more.
You saying that a dugout being cleared happens less than when the football players clear the sideline?
I didn't say less. I said not more. What are you talking? I didn't say less. I said not more.
100%. The dugout gets cleared 1,000 times more than a football sideline bench.
I can't say. I can't say that.
For a fact.
Okay, you're saying that for a fact. Okay.
For a fact.
Okay, you're saying that for a fact. Okay.
I mean, because we saying we so violent, et cetera, and then how many football games?
No. Wait, no. That's not what I said. I said we possibly have a greater or a stronger synapse of anger, and we're more opposed to resolving with our hands conflict. Now, whether we do it or not is a different conversation. Whether we actually act upon it,
no, it's not.
Is it? No, it's not. What?
Because you're saying that we have a propensity to, but whether we do it or not proves the point. How do you know somebody has a propensity to put their hands on people unless they do it? You can say whatever you want all day.
Right, but I think that, but I believe that. Remember, maybe a month or two ago. Was it Drogbino? I think it was Drogbino came on, right? And he was 30 years old, and he said he's never been to a fight before in his life. In his 30 years of life, he's never been in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
He got clowned. Like whole entire panel of black people, because man, you ain't been in a fight in 30 years, and he was clowned, and it was looked poorly upon that he's never been into a physical altercation, into a fight. Yeah. And so we can deduce that it's favorably looked upon if he had been.
Well, let's ask you.
Okay.
If you had two men with the same attributes and you had a chance to choose, knowing one of them has never had to defend himself or other people and doesn't know if he can, which man are you going to choose?
Oh, I said it. That when you put that clip up, I said it. Yeah. That does not mean that is not discount what I said, because it's in the
question, right? So if you would choose the man that defended himself, right? Answer clearly first.
I did. I literally did.
You would choose the man that would defend himself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't mention color at all. So are you assuming that are you assuming that a panel full of white men, blue collar, regular, average, everyday white men, wouldn't have had a similar response? When all men know they need to be able to protect themselves and each other.
I'm saying on this panel, we're talking about black men and how the black men responded to that black man saying he never got into a fight before. That is what I'm talking about. And he was ridiculed and mocked because he had not been into a physical fight in all his 30 years of living.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you assuming that a panel full of white average men wouldn't have had the same response?
I'm not going to assume anything. What I'm saying is that
you deduced just now, so I'm asking you to speculate on a panel full of white men.
I'm talking about the data.
I'm asking you a question. Are you assuming that a panel full of average, everyday white men wouldn't have had a similar response?
I don't believe that white men would have mocked him if he said he'd never been to a physical altercation before in his life. I don't believe that. A random panel of white men from that didn't know each other in different backgrounds, perspectives, or perspectives in life and perceptions in life. I don't believe that white man that said he never fight for in 30 years would have gotten the same response as Drogbino did. I don't believe that.
Okay.
And again, I don't have the.
No, it's okay. Why though?
I just have the data, but I saw with my own two eyes.
Why though? Why?
Why what?
Most of the mixed martial arts fighters are white. The hockey players are white. The baseball players that cleared. Hold on, because y'all just saying stuff. But let's continue to use the same stuff.
I'm not just saying anything.
Well, I'm talking now. I was talking first.
Right, you were. And
white hockey players fight every day, but because we think it's a part of the sport, you don't analyze it. They clear the dugout all the time. The majority of mixed martial arts fighters are white. So now we sit up here and say what? That we don't think that they would have the same response? White men train guns, they train tactical, right? The majority of military is white. Now, obviously, the majority of the country is white, but you saying that they wouldn't have the same response? What about history?
We're talking about sports right now, right?
And no, we're talking about Drogbino.
We're talking about sports, right? No.
Examples.
Sports, hockey,
examples.
You're talking about mixed martial arts. That's a sport. That is a sport. I'm saying that's a sport we were talking about. That has nothing to do with going out and utilizing that in everyday life. We're talking about mixed martial arts is an art. So if that's different than going out and saying, if you haven't been into a fight before, these are skilled, trained artists. That's why it's called art. Who do that. That's something totally different than sitting there mocking someone saying they've never been into a fight before. Because you don't go into the martial arts to utilize outside. It is a art. And it's also, my understanding, it is used for, he's really being very zen and calm and practicing zen and tai chi, and like it's all of that in with
so
it.
in terms of mixed martial arts, it's just a blend. So you can be a boxer and be a part of mixed martial arts, right? It's just it's a title at this point. So you're saying those people don't count because they understand how to control themselves, so they wouldn't even look at fighting as like a rite of passage.
Right. They're looking at it as an art form.
Okay, that makes sense. I see average every day. Like when Savage saw it, he had the same response because he didn't quite understand it. Or angry snowman. They didn't understand like how you grown up and you haven't been in a fight.
Oh, okay. Well, also, but they may have different experience. I know Savage, his. I mean, I ain't trying to put him out there like that, but he had different experience. Like,
but we just said average everyday men that go through things.
But didn't he grow up? I would consider from a perspective. From a white perspective, I thought he was considered to be raised or grown up below average, right? He grew up in wasn't he like a trailer park or something? Like, wasn't he, I'm not trying to be funny, but wasn't he like raised around?
Majority, no, white trailer parks are white people.
Right, PWT.
Huh?
PWT. I thought that I thought he's a self-proclaimed PWT. He's a self-proclaimed Pookie. So those are all negative derivatives and variations of PWT.
Pookie doesn't represent Pookie. Well, let me just correct you.
I'm not trying to be funny.
No, I know. I'm not laughing. Pookie has nothing to do with black men. It has to do with conduct, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just clarifying, right? Every negative term isn't just us. So he called himself a Pookie based on the qualifications. He didn't say that doesn't make him have a black experience.
I never said. I said below. I said from the white perspective. I said a below average experience is what I said. I never entered black into that conversation, not once. I said according to white people standards, it was below average because he grew up PWT. He's a self-proclaimed Pookie based upon how he acted in his behavior. That I never said anything about black. Nothing.
Do you think? Do you think that the majority of white people got money or something? Like, I don't understand.
No, I didn't say that. But
so he just grew up like a regular poor white person. There's a billion.
PWT is different. PWT. First one,
I don't know what PWT
is. Poor white trash. That's what PWT is.
And you know how much poor white trash is in the country? He's not an outlier. Is my point. That's all I'm saying. He can't be cast aside because he's not an outlier.
I don't want to keep this on Savage. I really don't, or white people. It's about us today. I really don't want to go off on that. But what I'm saying is, because they may have had, or I think you said they did say the same thing. They grew up according to certain standards, lesser than. Has nothing to do with black. Lesser than. Preferred conditions.
Okay.
So they probably have to fight because they grew up in.
So
that's what he was.
Okay, so you're saying white trash grows up fighting, and etc.
Yeah, because they are.
What's the common denominator? So, no, I'm glad you said that.
It's the common denominator.
So you're saying their conduct is more similar to the black men you're comparing them to because they're poor?
Poverty. And I didn't compare them to black people once. Not once.
Yes, we did.
I did not.
But here's the thing. I asked the question. I said a panel full of white men, you assume that they wouldn't have the same response to drug, right? And then I just mentioned two white men that had the same response that the black men had. And then we went down this path, right? Because that was my initial question.
Mm-hmm. And so with that, if they were on that panel of 10, those 2 out of 10, so what? They may have a different opinion, difference of opinion, but I think the overwhelming majority of that white panel would not have acted in the same way that we did on ours.
Like,
so yeah, you may have some people that say something different, and those are the 2 that you mentioned. But out of the other 8, I don't believe they'd have the same response.
Okay, so like you like the joking and stuff like that, they wouldn't have done that.
Joke? What do you mean joke? What do you
And that's all it was jokes, talking to Dragbino.
Right, but the sentiment was, what?
It's weird.
What? That you did it? Like really was like, I can't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we also said, like, how did that even happen? Like, and he went on to explain how I'm very diplomatic and I rather use my words X, Y, and Z. And then, it went down that path. So my answer hasn't changed. And then I never said anything about.
It don't matter what you said, is what I said, and it's what you was answering.
I know, but I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, but I don't know if it is clear though. You know what I'm saying? Because the common denominator I think that you added in to justify white people acting like how black people do is when they're poor. So do you think that is a common denominator there? So if you come from poverty or struggle, do you think that your conduct is different, or do you think that black men have some sort of gene that just makes them more violent?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I still say the gene thing. Well, maybe synapse, right? Because synapses can change over time, genes don't. So I'll say synapses. Now I did say synapse actually.
I don't know what that is.
For example, in the brain, in the mind. So that's where the synapses are. And so I wouldn't say that because Will Smith, very well to do. Economically, he's been in Hollywood for a few decades. And a year or two ago, he went up and slapped somebody. And he didn't even have to, right? Like there was no threat. There was no immediate threat physically to anyone, to himself or anyone else around him. And he chose to walk up to that man and slap him because of words that were used, jokes, right? And so it didn't have to happen. So it's not just a bunch of poor people out there doing that.
Are you saying, what are you saying about Will Smith?
I don't. What question are you asking?
You use Will Smith so you saying he's rich and he still went up there and slapped him, so that proves black men have that in them naturally?
No, that's not. No. You asked me if it's only poverty is the main denominator, and I was like, well, not necessarily for black men, because again, Will Smith has been in Hollywood for a few decades. And he still chose to react in a violent manner.
What I'm saying is, I think you got to listen to what you're saying. You said when I mentioned white people, you tried to dismiss the example because he was poor and he was poor white trash. So you're saying those people, that demographic, are probably going to be more violent anyway. That's the key there, right? That's why you're bringing up Will Smith, because you're saying he got money and he's black. Stop for a second. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand what it is that you're saying, because you dismissed it because it was poor white trash, right? So now you're bringing up a rich black man. So you're saying it is innate in black men to act like this, because regardless of money, we would act like this. Is that what you're saying?
The only reason I brought up Will Smith is because you were saying, so you're asking me a question, is it the poverty of the black man that causes them to act that way? And I was like, no, not necessarily. No.
Of the black man, right?
I'm talking about black men. The whole entire topic is about black men.
Yeah, and so that's what I just said. You don't need to articulate it back to me.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to expound upon it, but you're cutting me off. So I'm trying to
I'm so sick of people saying that shit. We having a conversation. So here's what I'm saying.
You tell me don't interrupt you when you're talking.
I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna say it one more time. You dismiss the poor, okay? Boom, done. Now he got money. So you're saying innately black men act like this regardless of poverty or not? That's the question I asked.
The original question I was responding to, that I answered and brought up Will Smith, was I said synapses over time have the ability to change. And I'm saying too, Will Smith is not necessarily, you said something about poverty and black men. I said, well, it's not just the black men that are poor and poverty. And then I brought up Will Smith. He's not impoverished. He still chose violence when there was no need to exhibit violence. There was no direct or impending danger. Is what I was referencing. in bringing him up, because it's not just impoverished Black people or Black men. I'm talking about Black men. I'm saying Black men. We'll keep on that.
I know.
That's all I was referencing.
I know.
I did not discount, but you're saying but you're also saying you're not following what I'm saying. So I'm trying to figure out like what part do I need to expound upon that?
You just said the same thing back to me.
What do I need to expound upon then? Tell me that.
I need you to answer a question. So
I did.
Are you saying, because you're saying he had money and still acted that way, right?
Yes.
So is that innately Black men? Is that what you're saying? Like regardless of money, Black men still have the same conduct?
I said that, yes. That was part of my original hypothesis.
Okay, so it's not just the money, or the money doesn't matter to Black men. We still act how we act, and you think Will Smith is a resounding example of that?
He's one example. Yeah, he's an example of that.
Okay, so you think that example proves that it doesn't matter how we're raised, how much money we grow up in, we still have the same conduct?
I'm saying that we have a higher propensity to behave in that way.
Well, then what do you say about Chris Rock, who didn't respond?
Yeah, poor him. He was shocked.
Is it poor him or smart him?
He chose, and I also said too, like we can choose not to, even though we have a higher propensity to behave in that way. We still also have the choice to behave in that way or not, and he chose not to.
Yeah. So would you say poor him or smart him?
Say it one more time.
Would you say poor him or smart him?
Definitely smart him. I say poor him because he got slapped in front of people. Like it's not poor him that way. I'm saying poor him like, dang, you got slapped in front of everybody. But I think it was very smart of him not to respond, because it could have got ugly. It could have got really ugly, and I'm glad it didn't.
So question: if he responded like he did, right, and Will responded like he did, then it's a push.
What do you mean a push?
You ever play cards? Like if you go hit 21, it's a push. Everybody keeps their money.
Oh.
Like it's a tie. It's a tie.
Okay.
Right. So if Chris did that and what's name did that, then that's not a good example, because you have two examples of Black men, one responding violently and one taking the violent response and being the bigger person.
Correct. And what I said earlier, we can choose not to.
No, you didn't say that. So can we throw that example out?
I did say that.
So can we throw the example out is the point. So what I'm saying is you would throw the example out altogether, because you have two people doing different things and they're both Black.
Right, but I also said earlier when we first started this conversation, I said, what is that?
It's an Apple thing.
Oh. But I did say earlier when we first started, I said, but we can also choose not to behave in that way. Drogbino is a good example of that. We don't all have to. All Black men don't have to respond in that way. They can choose not to. But Drogbino, if you were to ask me the majority minority, I would say Drogbino and Chris Rock could be considered outliers.
So you're saying Black men just have that propensity for violence?
For making a stand, yeah.
Okay. So you think that's mental, or you think, well, it would have to be mental, right? It can't be upbringing based on your last.
Yeah. It that's the argument: nature versus nurture. And that's on your philosophy of that. But I believe always, that is a good argument. Nature is one thing, nurture is the other. Nurture can take over.
But it can't, right? Because you're saying it don't matter about our nurture.
Say it one more time.
Well, it can't, right? Because it doesn't matter about our nurture if it's innately in us.
Cannot? I want to make sure I'm hearing the right word. Cannot or can?
Yeah, you're saying that the nurture really doesn't matter, because you got a rich man.
It can. Yeah.
You use him as an example. You're saying that we innately have more fights at regular pickup games. You're saying we are naturally just more violent.
Right. But I believe nurture can supersede nature. I believe it can. I do believe that. Now, he may have, like, in his mind, his first reaction would have been to hit back, but he didn't. Right, so that the nurture kicked in. Like, listen, I'm in front of millions of people right now. I don't get like So nurture can kick in. I do believe that because my nurture kicks in certain times as well. I want to react negatively at times. My nurture kicks in and be like, that's not the best decision to make to do that. I do. That's real life.
It's like you're saying both. But you're saying more likely is that their nature is going to supersede the nurture.
That's why I said Chris Rock is an outlier, because his nurture kicked in over his nature.
So you're saying that the nature is going to supersede the nurture more often than not?
More, if I have to pick majority versus minority.
Yes.
Yes. I would say nature.
The nature of the black man is to be more violent than any other man and against each other.
The physicality. I think we will enact physicality. And again, I'm using the word violence. Yeah. In real life, I wouldn't say violence. I would say physicality. But yes, for this conversation, I'll say violence. But in real life,
it's not. No, you're not. It is violence. It's
I would say physicality, right? Because even physicality piece of it, you will react to someone and you'll make body gestures to let you know I'm about to swing on you. You might want to stop talking or stop whatever you're doing, right? That's even reacting to physicality without you touching him. So that's what I'm saying. So I would consider that physicality as well.
That's like intimidation.
With your physicality.
It's not physical. You saying like size or something?
When you were talking, you better shut the F up before something. You were in person with these men, right? And they either said something or did something. And your response was, you turn around and got close to them and said, you better shut the F up before I smack you or something like that, right? That's a response of physicality, not necessarily violence. Because you did not touch them, but you had an impending, looming threat of violence, but you didn't have to enact it, right? So I'm saying that's the physicality, because your body language and your stance was physical. It wasn't like you were saying in a backwards, hands down, like, you need to stop talking to me that way. You seeing the difference? You're talking with your words.
No.
And saying, don't talk to me that way.
No.
Unnecessary, blah, blah, blah. Instead.
No, I'm saying no.
No,
I'm saying no. I'm saying it's intimidation. It's a threat of violence. That's exactly what it is. I'm threatening to get physical. Physical is when you put your hands and feet on people. But what you're saying is like if you can impose. So like think about this. If what you're saying makes, let's say we ran with that, which I'm not. Who can be more physicality, whatever you said, me or Brock Lesnar?
I don't know who that is.
Damn. Me or Hulk Hogan?
Okay, Hulk Hogan. I know Hulk Hogan is. Who can be more physical?
The thing that you made up. Who can do that better?
Well, Hulk is like 70 years old, so you would do it better than him because he's
come on. You know the Hulk Hogan I'm talking. I tried to give you Brock Lesnar is a big, strong 40-year-old man.
He is. Okay.
I know. So I tried to give you somebody. So when Hulk was in his prime,
definitely Hulk Hogan. Definitely Hulk Hogan in his prime. Yes.
So then it's not black men. It's size, prowess. How would you say aura? Things of that nature.
Wait a minute. So you're trying to no. If Hulk Hogan,
but why is it Hulk Hogan?
If it was Hulk Hogan and you wouldn't be intimidated by him, right? You would not be. I know you wouldn't be.
Yeah, but that's
so.
Not,
that's what I'm saying.
Who can use this non-touch physicality, right? Hulk Hogan or me? You initially said Hulk Hogan. Why? Because he's bigger.
Oh, I thought you meant I misunderstood your question. Mm-hmm. Okay, not bad. I misunderstood it.
Mm-hmm.
So between the two of y'all together, right? I want to make sure I'm saying your question. Between the two of y'all together, who would be more intimidated by the physicality of the other? That was your question.
Intimidating other people. Who could use this physicality that you don't have to touch anybody?
Okay. Y'all both can.
You know how big
you do it all the time. I don't say it like that.
You know how big Hulk Hogan is, though, right? Your initial answer makes more sense.
But
right?
y'all
He can, right?
Yes.
Why though? Why is the question?
Because he's big. He's He's 6'5", I guess. So he's tall. He's very
Big ass
tall.
man, right? So that's the point. It don't got nothing to do with black. It got to do with big and strong. That's the point.
Right. But you aren't big and I'm not trying. Oh my God. Yeah, but you
Okay.
are not 6'5".
So why can I do it then?
But you still do respond without putting your hands on people and use your physicality and the impending violence. Like, don't mess with me. You have the ability to do that instead. So your nurture kicks in and say, I'm not gonna put my hands on you, but don't push me. My nature will step in.
But you notice how you can Hulk Hogan do the same thing, right? Now watch this.
I don't know if he would actually go ahead.
Watch this. How about what's the dude that played 40-Year-Old Virgin? Steve Carell.
Steve Carell.
Can he impose this non-touch physicality?
No, because he's the diplomatic in his words. So no, he wouldn't. I don't think he would. He could try. I don't think it'll work.
How about Urkel?
No.
How about Kevin Hart?
Kevin Hart be trying, I think, but
how about Kevin Hart?
Seriously, because he got muscles.
How about Danny DeVito?
He's short and little. I mean, he might try.
But you see the correlation? It's the size. It's the stature of the man to an extent that you can impose it. So it wouldn't be color.
Right, but what I was saying was the greater chance of the physicality turning into actual violence is different. Is what
it's not what you're saying.
I did that. I was saying that earlier, but you kept asking me questions. So I said with Hulk Hogan. I'm trying to let you know. I was in the middle of saying that. I said I don't believe Hulk Hogan would resort to the violence. You're not listening. You got your head down. I get it. I'll stop talking. Like, what are we doing?
It sucks. So that's why I was saying the intimidation and things of that nature. You have to have certain attributes to intimidate people. Physicality is physical. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you're wrong, right? You have to concede the point because it has nothing to do with color. It's the stature of the man that makes it that way.
The physicality. I made the distinction between physicality and actually perpetuate or implementing violence. I made the clear distinction between the two. I did.
You were saying this physicality doesn't have to be violent.
Correct. And so you and Kevin Hart and who's the other black dude? I don't think maybe just those two. Steve Urkel, but that's a fictional character. So anyway, I'll just say you and Kevin Hart. I believe y'all would turn from physicality, the impending threat, to really throwing hands versus Danny DeVito. And I don't even want to use Hulk Hogan, but I'll use Hulk Hogan.
Okay, just to be very clear, you were saying physicality had nothing to do with putting your hands on anybody.
We'll use that first.
And so what it was you used the wrong word. What you were talking about was intimidation.
That's fine.
Because physicality is physical.
Okay, that's fine. I'll use intimidation.
And I'm saying that men who can intimidate. Men who can't intimidate. That's it. It don't have nothing to do with color. That's why bouncers be black, white, but they have similar stature, right? Yeah. Because you can intimidate people based on your stature.
They can still give you that too.
Regardless of color.
Fine. Okay, fine.
So I can't take that on the chin. Pause for black men. You thought I was gonna tiptoe today. Love Dubia with the $10 says support. I only smile.
This ain't
Aaron with the $2 says get the likes up. Let's go. Andre, salute, been a member for 2 months.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
God self others is the order. Woo one has no love for self. It's easier to see someone else the same way. Unstable equals no foundation, no solid beliefs. Andre, there with this is only 99 over 200 in her. Only 99 likes over 200 in here. Yeah, salute. That was at 1249. Now we at 300. Lauren Mack with the $2 says hello, my love, and hello, Lauren. Worcestershire. How you say it? Oculus was popping with the fight out. Says black men have a propensity for violence, yet white men's first response to an imposing force is to destroy it. Well, how would you surmise that? Interesting. Yeah, I'm just trying to see what's wrong with our minds because it sounds like men do this. And I know you don't want to go back through history because it wouldn't even be close. So you saying just today's age? Or is it propagated that we are so violent?
It may be I think it may have evolved over time, maybe because we've been, I don't want to use this word either, but whatever. We've been trained or encouraged to be more violent. We've had to be. I'll say that. So if we go back through time, I don't think that we were most violent.
So it's not nature then?
So it became nature through evolution, through evolving, through training, through programming. Yeah, it can be part of our nature.
So you're saying that?
Did you say go back 1,000 years ago? What do you say? Okay, okay. When you saying go back through time, what are you talking about then? What era are you talking about then?
Well, no, you can go as far back as you want, but you're saying because initially you said it was nature, not nurture, and then you said we are nurtured into the form of being violent.
Yeah, we are programmed into it. In the United States, black people, yeah, yes, absolutely. Because that's what we're talking about. This whole conversation is surrounding Black American.
So you're saying that we were nurtured into being violent inherently.
Yeah, so now it's a part of the fabric of our culture now. Yeah.
You're saying, I just want to be clear.
I said it already. Yeah. It's become now a fabric of our culture now. Over here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So okay.
We weren't going 1,000 years ago, sitting there going around destroying people like that.
Okay. Huh?
We were conquerors. That's different than wiping people doing genocide. Oh, can I say that word? I'm sorry. Can I say that on YouTube? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So we were nurtured into being violent. Now it's our nature.
Over here.
So what do you say about the huge number of black men who aren't violent?
Huge number?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by huge number.
Well, just if you look at no, Trigger Mike, you just got here. What I'm getting clarification on is Love was saying in our nature to be violent, but then we were nurtured so much into violence it became our nature. So that's the thing that I need to understand more.
Because a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago now at this point, we had a stats on POV, right? We had this little stats thing we did. Mm-hmm. And if I recall, I think I actually had the FBI about crime for black men. And we were at 57%. I don't have it in front of me. I forgot. I wrote it down, like 57%, right? Of the deletions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it was. Yeah. It was because they separate out aggravated assault versus deletion. They separate that out. Okay, so we were 57%. We were over half. Put it that way, right? We were over half of that number.
52% of the violent crime.
52%. Okay, I thought it was more than that, but nevertheless, it was over 50% of deletions. We're talking about.
What are you proving?
And we are, huh?
What does that mean though?
So I'm about to get to it. So if we're like 15% of the population, I think it is. I wish I had the stats in front of me. But the point is we're not majority of the population in the United States, but we're over 50% of the deletions that are occurring.
Okay.
I'm saying something had to happen for us, or for black men, to have that large that are involved in performing that act.
So let me ask you a question. Are you talking about? But you're saying black men have this propensity, right? So here's a number why the real numbers may have to matter. Is if there were, I think, 20,000 deletions, right?
Okay, we'll do
And
that.
let's say 10,000 were black men, right?
That did it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you have 21 million black men.
Okay.
Well, how do you break those numbers down?
If we're still 50% of the people that did that, that's still a large number.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the premise here is that black men have their nature is to be violent. Black men, right? The nature is to be violent, right?
Correct.
Okay. More so than nurture, right? So if that's true, out of 21 million of us, right, 10,000 were committing these crimes. So when I'm looking at the number, deletion, right? So now when I'm looking at those numbers, and you're saying that we are inherently violent, I'm saying that 10,000, based on the number that you presented, and I understand it might be a little off, doesn't speak for it's a minuscule 10,000 to 20 million. You don't blink. I mean, people wouldn't blink at that. You can rob somebody that has 20 million to blink, they may not notice the 10.
Well, that's what I'm saying too. So we're only talking about just that one stat. We also had a larger number too.
That was violent. That was violent crime, right? We committed 30% of violent crime, 32% of violent
Yes,
crime.
I'm saying so. I literally separate out only the deletions, but we also had a larger number in the aggravated assault, right? And then there were other crimes in there that we also had a larger number in.
What was the number?
I don't have. It was the percentage. I think the aggravated assault was. Oh, I have the number still. They were definitely close to like 45% or something like that. It was close to 45%, I believe. Right.
You keep on going to like one stat, but when you look at the violent crime, it was 32%.
Fine, I'll do the whole entire violent crime then. Fine, I'll do the whole entire violent crime.
Think about this. It was 32% of the violent crime, and then on top of this, guess how many of those are repeat offenders?
Well, first of all, I didn't do that stat about who's
around 50%. It's around 50%, right? So now look how the number shrinks when you have this the raw number, and then there's several repeat offenders, and then you said that it's inherently us being violent, but that wouldn't make sense. There's 21 million of us, and it's 15,000 black men committing the violent crimes.
So I don't have the stats in front of me of the total violent crimes, what number we had. I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did, but I remember the overarching higher number of the deletions and a larger number of the aggravated assaults. I do remember that. The overall percentage that
you're not wrong. You're not. Listen to what I'm saying. Right. Here's what I'm breaking down. I just want to understand. 21 million of us, right? Okay. You said we're inherently violent, right? That means we are born violent. It is innate to us, right? And then we're looking at the raw numbers. Let's say it's 20,000 black men who committed the violent crimes, but there's 21 million actually. That wouldn't speak to us being inherently violent. Is what I'm breaking down based on what actually happening.
And so in our neighborhoods, not all violent crimes get reported either. So when we are in proximity to the actions, we can see we have a greater lens into the activity, right? And so we all know that not everything gets reported. We know that.
You understand that's a reach, right?
No, I don't. I'm just saying. I'm just talking.
Well, what would the number be?
I think it's a lot higher than that. We all know that not all of them get reported. Not all of them get convicted.
Now, you know what's problematic about this talking point that you're about to use is the fact that you brought up numbers, you brought up stats, and then when we broke them down, because you said black men are inherently violent, now you want to go to, well, there's a lot out there that aren't reported. That's not fair.
But there are. But we know there are though.
But what I'm saying is, I know, but what I'm saying is, love, you have to agree that that is not fair for you to do when you brought up the actual numbers to try to use them to prove your point. Now you're saying there's numbers out there that we can't quantify, but you brought up numbers in the first place. That's not cool.
So in our communities,
but you have to understand that, right? But at first, at least acknowledge what I just said. That's not fair for you to do.
it seemingly is problematic.
No. Come on. You got to be fair. That's not fair, right? If I brought up the numbers and you said that would be different, but you brought up the numbers and then you saying that the numbers aren't there for real. That's not cool, right?
So when we had the stats discussion, that same point was brought up. It's hilarious to me that same point was brought up, and then trying to discount our stats that we were saying, and then it flew. So I'm
Nobody discounted your stats.
Huh?
No.
They discounted our stats that entire night.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you why it didn't. When we were talking about violent crime specifically, and Flora came up, I literally clarified the point that she's saying I ain't talking about black men. I'm talking about criminals, and within the criminal population, the majority of them are black. So we understood that, right? But this is a different conversation. You said black men are inherently violent. If we're inherently violent, you have to explain why it's only 20,000 of us committing a crime out of 21 million. That's what I'm saying.
So 20,000 out of 22 million is saying, I'm asking now. So you're saying because
it's nominal. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
What you think?
What I think is what I said already. I think I'm I really believe I'm going to continue to say that you're going to say I'm saying the same thing again. So
considering the numbers, wouldn't you have to change your premise a little bit?
Just using the numbers?
Yeah, well, if you bring up the numbers and you saying that we're inherently violent, to me, if violence was just our nature straight up and down, then it wouldn't be 10,000 of us doing all this stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't change my stance because, for example, that video shows that that's violence, right?
Watch this. Watch the video again. It's 4 men breaking it up, 1 man not punching anybody back, and 3 men throwing punches. Okay. What does the video prove?
So what I'm saying is, I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to say not to that part, what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is that showcase right there is not reflective in the stats, but it's reflective in what we see in our communities. So that wouldn't be necessarily reflected in an assault percentage, but we do see that when we go see pickup games, that a little bit too much talking, too much trash, and in a pickup game or whatever does resort in that. That's why they have police at freaking games at the different schools, because empirical data has shown that a fight could happen.
Who? You know how many pickup games and football games I played in? At those
school games in DC,
parents fight. Do you know?
They're still fighting. Why are you saying that?
Because you're saying. Do you know that in Woodbridge, right? The good part of Woodbridge, which is called what the hell is the nice part called?
What?
Lorton, like that area. Lorton. There's another city right there.
Woodbridge?
It's right there. It's all like right in
that. Oh, okay. They call it Woodbridge because it's so ghetto.
Parents? No. That's what I'm saying. It's called not Lorton. It's another city. I can't remember it off the top of my head. None of the parents can go in the gate. Every single parent has to watch the game from outside.
Why is
parent, and if any parent yells, They don't even let the parents cheer.
And why is that? I'm asking, why is
Because
that?
parents act a goddamn fool.
Right.
And when I went out there to watch my friend's daughter play, if we didn't count, they would have been the only 2 black people out there at that fucking field. But since I came, it was 10 people because I got a lot of people with me.
But why is that? Because the
people act stupid over sports. Because no, your point is that black people act stupid over sports. I'm using this area when I saw it, right? Because you were just saying that we be fighting at pickup games. You don't even play pickup basketball or football. So I'm saying that I know. So when I saw this, I said, well, no. Parents get stupid over their kids. White, black, orange, it don't matter. So again, that's not a good. What I'm saying is that's not a good example. Is my point.
Okay. I mean, that's your opinion.
No, because I'm seeing parents act foolish over their kids. Parents do.
Who's in there fighting?
Yeah, black, white, whatever.
So you saw the white people fighting, or they just in there in each other's faces?
You seen the video? Of course they be fighting.
Oh, I haven't seen those videos.
It's parents and kids. That's what I'm saying. Parents and kids.
Right, of course,
you can throw that shit out the window.
In there fight. Listen, I'm obviously I know little kids aren't sitting there fighting. Let's not even enter that into the conversation. We know that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the games where they're at the school games or where the police are at in DC area. It's because the parents be fighting because they can't take the competition.
Yeah, I agree. I'm saying all parents are fighting. All the parents are stupid when it comes to their children. Saying, black, white, whatever. That's what I'm saying.
They're defensive of their kids, but I'm asking, so the white parents sit there and fight because of their kids at the games, or they're sitting there just talking trash to each other?
Hell, listen, my nephew is 11. He plays football, right? And I know a big white boy, last name, Italian white boy. Okay. And he got banned from the rest of the game because they got it popping. It's just anecdotal, right?
Is his parents?
Yes, because it's about the kids. That's what I'm saying. That's why you got to throw it out with the kid. The parents be crazy over their kids. That's
I agree. I
agree.
Black,
white, or whatever. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. But this wasn't. These were grown people fighting. These weren't kids.
No,
the cam video. I'm talking about the cam video.
I know. I'm saying that he got banned from the game. He's a grown man. His son plays, but he can't go because they got it popping. Because parents be wilding over their kids. That black, white don't matter.
I got you. I'm sorry. I was reading.
Because we breaking down the premise. What's wrong with the black man's mind? We saying that we just inherently like that. I'm like, well, let's prove it. If we use history, that won't be a good example. And you can't use parents at games. I mean, that just it's not strong enough an argument. And then here's let me clarify this. You're right with the crime stats. The fact that we overrepresent needs to be addressed. Point blank, period. That's not what I was arguing. You saying we're inherently violent when it's a minuscule number of us doing the crime is something I need to push back on. Yeah. I think nature. I think nurture, environment, culture, things that you grow up in and see get people to do certain things. But us being inherently violent, hell no. I can't. I don't know if I can accept that. Okay. Let me show you this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me read these super chats real quick. Ripside was popping with the $5. Says, we have been subjugated, quote unquote. That is the word, love. Violence, quote unquote, is the language of the unheard. Love doesn't think that Ukraine, Israel are white men.
Oh, I didn't say that.
John the Baptist with the $5 says, love, have you brought into the narrative that black men are the most violent? August with the $2 says, love sound like she wants black men to be violent.
No.
Ripside with the $5 says, love making it sound like stockbrokers, lawyers, doctors, nurses, policemen, 100K earning men are out here bopping somebody upside the head.
They can and they do.
Marcus Evans with the $2 says, are white men inherently violent? Think yes or no? What you think about white men?
Are they inherently violent?
Well, you said black men are, so are white men?
Okay, I got it. Are they inherently violent? Overwhelmingly? No. think they're scary. I think they're very fearful.
Mish Jean, welcome with the $2 show. Collegiate Championships, PWI. HBCUs don't.
What does that mean?
Yeah. They be
What does that
wilding when they
Oh,
win
wow.
shit,
Okay.
burning cars and ripping down. Daniel Carson, what's up with the $5? Pull up videos of school board meetings. Those are white people fighting. Let's see what Pastor Manning has to say. You know Pastor Manning?
No.
We never get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense.
Oh, my.
You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy, not one. There's not ever built one at Africa that big done. They did it. He doesn't understand the world. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing. Black people had Africa.
What you think about Pastor Manning?
Niggas wild. Niggas wild.
He's wild?
Just listen.
Now hold on now. All right. Now I'm gonna break down the character a little bit. I had to be a little heavy.
Because a white
Hold on. I had to be a little heavy-handed earlier, but now, are you saying hold on, D-Town got a job. Hold on. D-Town got a job.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Conversation. Congratulations.
D-Town. He said, yo, Hemp, I got a job, baby boy. This is for the kids. Just had my first boy. Oh, shit.
Congratulations.
Zakiri Westmoreland. Salute, my brother. I love you. I'm proud of you. Love you, mama love.
Love you back, D-Town. Congratulations.
D-Town, man. You can't give niggas no money. Now,
what's up?
Are you? Hey, now you did okay. You did terrible when I was being heavy-handed. Like you did okay, but you gotta know what the hell you want to say. You gotta know what you want to say. Now, if Pastor Manning is sounding crazy, guess who else sound crazy?
I have never said. Hear me well. Hope my microphone's working well.
You and Pastor Manning in the same boat.
I have never said that we weren't anything until the white man came. Are you nuts? I would never acquiesce to that or say that.
Yo, never. Come on, man.
Ever.
Yo,
he said we need to be colonized to do better. I don't agree with that.
Let me see. Hey, how y'all put a 1 in the chat if you think Love was doing a good job when I was not smiling, being serious. Let me see. All right, let me see.
Black man, he doesn't think never get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man.
All right, now, Love, the same person who said we are inherently violent.
He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense.
Now, you did bring up, wait. You did pull up the example when he said, you brought up Will Smith, baby boy.
I did.
You brought up Will Smith.
I did.
You brought up Will Smith.
Did.
All right now.
Because he chose to enact and behave in that primal nature that he has.
Okay. So
I
you
will
agree with
not
Pastor Manning?
No, I don't agree with him. He's sitting there saying, he said some real wild stuff. The black man didn't have anything till the white man came to colonize. I would never agree with that, ever. We had
what about this first part? This is the first part.
That they don't know anything? I disagree with that. Just because we may have the high propensity to do it doesn't mean that we overwhelming majority behave in that way. I never said that. I just said that there's a propensity to do it. I never said that we always act.
Hey, slow down.
Wait,
I'm saying
Pastor
Pastor Minutes. He said what you said. Hold on.
Say it again. Okay, go ahead. No, he didn't. But...
Hold on.
I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. They can kill me tomorrow. Let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense.
He could be an actor. Yo, come on now.
I'm saying I love black men, right?
No. Let's finish the video. No. Let's finish the video.
Oh, go ahead.
You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing. Black.
I can't. You making my ears hurt with this. I can't listen to him. I really can't listen. We're not saying the same thing. I want my name back. I want my name back. Keep my name. Keep my name back.
Man. Come on.
I'm not saying the same thing. We're not saying the same thing.
Yo, yeah, I mean,
white supremacy. What? Oh no!
Be nice with the $5 and I can hear white supremacy.
Ain't no way in the world. Ain't no way in the world. I want us to address the issue. We have to identify it to address it. That's it.
Miss G with the $2. Mish G, am I saying it right?
He's probably Mish Jean, probably.
Mish G with the $2 says, "Is her dad a black man? His DNA would make her violent."
I agree with you. I said that. I said that earlier. Did I not? I said, yeah, I would want to pop off and do some things, but I choose not to. I literally said that. True. I'm telling you.
Okay. Scam was popping.
What's up, Scam? Oh God, don't do crazy voices, Scam. Just talk.
He been doing good for the past 3 shows.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking.
She been missing, Scam. She ain't see you not trolling and trolling at the same time.
Right at the same time.
Yeah.
All right.
What you got, Scam?
Yeah. What's wrong with the black man's mind?
Yeah.
How can I say it? Behavior is taught. If you want to know what's wrong with how somebody thinks, ask them questions, find out how they were taught, find out what the environment that they're around. Just like a diet for the body. What's wrong with somebody's body? Ask them what food they take and ask them what exercise they're doing. Use 80%, 90% of it got to do with those two things. There's genetics and the other science. You want to find what's wrong with somebody's brain? Ask them what they've been taught, what they've been learning, what they've been observing. And you're probably going to see a lot of dust if you're talking about people, and I'm not going to say everybody, but people who have problems in their mind, which we all got some problems.
What do you mean dust, Scam? Can you explain that real quick? I mean, you'll find dust. What does that mean?
Just
dumb shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's like no substance.
It came from somewhere.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just like when I taught 4th grade. How's 10-year-olds tomorrow? I'll beat the black off of you. Where'd they get that from?
Your parents.
Their grandma.
Why were they saying it when I was in 4th grade?
Because their grandma said it. I'm gonna beat the black off you if you do this again.
And I don't do the race comparison. Dust doesn't have a color, doesn't have a race. It's in other countries everywhere. But behavior is a taught thing. So what's wrong with the mind? What is the diet of the mind of the people that you're referring to? What are they putting in?
So Scam, let's take that walk. Let's take that walk. So we're talking about black men specifically.
Okay.
And obviously we have to speculate, right? So, but what do you think the majority of us are taking in?
Majority? Butter biscuits.
Butter biscuits, yeah.
Yeah, it starts food they're taking in. Does it affect the brain? Yes. Does it affect their confidence? Yes. Does it affect how they talk to each other? From the beginning of time all the way till now, once Satan got to earth, when Jesus handed it over to him, expect demons to act like demons, and it's going to affect the people who are going to be angels. So all the negativity, the lack of confidence, low self-esteem, people talking crazy, scam artists, and all this other, it's just what people do. It's become what people do, and it's what they're going to do.
Scam question real quick. So I'm following you, right? The food thing is important. I told them yesterday, I heard you in my voice, in my head, pause. When you said something about something, you weren't necessarily talking to me, but right before I was about to eat some bullshit, right? And I just made a smoothie instead because it was one thing you said, like, you know what I mean? Because you can't even, you get all lethargic and shit, you know what I mean? I don't spank my kids because, like you said, taught, teach, do. And I'm especially the little girls, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm like,
thank you for your services.
What happened? So do you think like you just made me think? I don't even know if I even was talking. I said that based on what you were saying, but go ahead.
Oh, and thank you for your service, not spanking the kids. Get your hands off. Get your hands off them kids. But that was another one I was going to go to because that is actually teaching and it's putting in the violent behavior and teaching them, throwing them off from. It takes the kids from learning, from critical thinking, all the way into survival mode. So if you hear a lot of people when they talk, there's 1 and 2, then it skips all the way to 9 and 10. The navigating the full process, just like y'all, I don't know why y'all spent 3 hours talking about fighting. I really don't.
Well, yesterday,
fighting
6 hours, Cam, 6 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave it alone. But oh man.
Well, it does. Oh,
go ahead.
Scam question: does love have a point? And is it on your point to where what we tout as manly or a rite of passage, things of that nature? Do you think that white men would have had a different response to Drabino? I think you was here when she was talking about that, right?
To be honest, like I said, all races, all countries, behavior is behavior. It's universal. Women beating the hell out the other women. Let's be real. There's good people and there's bad people. There's angels and there's demons. Expect them to behave like what they're taught to be. That's universal. But the argument, I don't know what y'all's arguing about. Because it seemed like you had something set and you were drilling into. So that's what you said, isn't it? You said the black man is. You said.
Yeah.
And she's just, I don't know what she was saying. I don't know.
You gotta. She was saying something. It's just that the okay. Let me ask you this question. Then I'm gonna get I think Trigger Mike was back. No, Sweeney was back there first. So let me ask you this question. You don't agree that black men, capital B black men, are inherently violent?
Violent people are violent, regardless of race. But some black men are violent.
Scam. I know you said
the
that,
violent
but
ones are violent.
Specifically, Scam. Specifically, follow me for a second. Specifically, are capital B black American men inherently violent?
I mean, all or as a whole?
Majority.
No, most of them are not violent.
Yeah, because she's saying it was naturally in us to be as such.
No.
Okay. Love, what you think about that?
Yeah, we don't act on it. I mean, we don't. It's in us, but we don't necessarily always act on it. That's what I was saying. So yeah, okay, that's fine.
Your speed. Okay, I see you with the dress code. Okay.
You say what?
No, I see Jay Speed. He's on dress code.
Oh yeah, I told you, OG been acting nasty, man. That he been dancing, fucking yo. He need to be stopped, man. Seriously, he need to be stopped. I don't know if it's love. That's a little bit answer than what you said previously, but all right.
I said it earlier. No, I said it earlier. You go back and see it. You go back and watch it earlier.
It's just like a maybe answer to me. Sweeney was popping. Oh,
what's going on, bro?
It's goody. You stressed out?
No, I'm good. So I found it interesting because I got your train of thought when you were asking her the Will Smith question, right? You were trying to draw a line where, you know what I mean, where she was trying to explain away white male behavior by saying, oh, that's it was only because he was poor. And so you tried to explain it to her like, well, are you saying that the only reason why black men tend to behave this way is because they're poor, and then she walked that back and was like, no, I'm gonna, and she came out and said it's because they're inherently black, because she used the Will Smith example. But I like that she used the Will Smith example, because outside of him slapping Chris Rock, Will Smith is 55 years old.
Mm-hmm.
What other incident do we know of him being violent?
There was one reporter. Do you remember when the one reporter like touched his face like this, and he like, yo, don't do that. But that made sense to me. I wish he would have slapped the spit out of his mouth. Like, who rubs another grown man's face?
Right. So
but
even
just to answer your question, that I guess that would qualify.
But like even then, are you saying that if a man only had 2 fights in his life, but for the most part he's been majority peaceful,
he ain't violent,
is that a violent man?
No. I would say no.
So when we look at black men, majority of us aren't fighting every day. Majority of us don't resort to violence in every single instance that we encounter. But the way the way it's positioned that black men have a propensity to violence, or we're inherently more violent than any other group, it almost sounds as if you're saying that anytime we're facing any type of adversity, anytime we go up against one another, anytime we face any type of problems, our first thought and our first initial reaction is to be violent. When that's just simply not true, because it'll be a whole lot more dead people around here if that was our reaction off the bat. And to use another example, DJ Hemp used a perfect example when he compared baseball to football, because the reality is when you watch football games, you don't see them clearing out the sidelines and 106 black men run to the middle of the field and duke it out. But you do see that in baseball a lot.
See it in all sports, being honest.
Yeah, you do see it in all sports, because somebody disrespects you, sometimes shit gets real. But for the most part, we're no different than any other group of men.
We're no different.
Sweeney, I can't lie. They spent 4, 5, 6 hours on some caveman talking about fighting like nonstop yesterday. I'm just saying.
But I've also heard on this panel that they spent 6 hours talking about love, and they spent 6 hours talking about relationships. I mean, it just so happened to be the conversation of the day, but that's not all we talk about.
Y'all got to understand too, though, that are we talking about violence or aggression? Like men in general have a natural propensity for aggression more than women do.
You see, me and Jay Speed trying to clean up the image. Jay Speed and Hamper trying to clean up the black man's image.
That's the Fresh Prince outfit right there. But no, I mean, I think to think that black men are inherently violent is to not understand a man's nature at all. So the one way you can debunk that is to say, take a black man out of the black, because I think when people say that, they have an archetype of a black man in their head. There's a certain type of man that you think about that you might have been around your whole life. Now take him out of the hood, take him out of a low income neighborhood and put him in a better zip code around children of all ethnic groups. Is that child still violent being nurtured in that zip code?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
If you
so you cannot say,
yes, he'll be violent in the other zip code.
Yeah, there might be cultural differences, right? So if you were to tell me that the black and white kids fight more than the Asian and Indian kids, I'd be like, yeah, well, Asian and Indians aren't violent at like almost at they commit 0.0 because it's not in their culture. It's their culture to stay away from us entirely in our behavior, right? So yeah, but it's not an inherently violent thing. It's not. So you take that black kid out of the hood, you take him out of that lower income area, and you put him in a zip code where the average median income is very high. Most people have 2 parents. The schools are good. They have the same outcomes as everybody else. So I don't believe that black kids are inherently violent.
That's not true.
How do you figure?
Why not? Why not, Scam?
They're violent kids. You take them from this neighborhood, put them in this one, they're going to be violent in the new neighborhood.
No,
when you go to the new neighborhood,
let's do this. Let's get a quick clarification. Tricker Mike, you're saying that they were in the neighborhood for a period of time that was a violent neighborhood, so to speak. You moved them, they're not going to be violent, or they were born in a...
I see what he's saying. No, he misconstrued what I said. I'm saying a kid that doesn't grow up there at all. He only grew up in
good neighborhood.
If he's nurtured in that neighborhood for too long, he's going to keep that behavior. So I understand what you're saying, but that's not what I was saying. I'm saying if you grew up in the suburbs, you're going to act like a suburbs kid.
Scam. I mean, because Trigger, you said
That's
if you
only one
move
factor,
him,
but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
only one factor.
yeah. Please cancel the word move. I mean, if you raise him in that neighborhood. Yeah.
What you think about that, Scam? You got pushback for that specifically?
No, that's fair. It's just one factor, but it's fair what he's saying.
What do you? Go ahead.
And
The
actually,
neighborhood is only one part of the environment. The household is a bigger part, but I get what he's saying. It's fair.
And actually, it's really hard to use Asians and Indians in this country because more often than not, they're wealthy are the ones that are allowed to come over here. But if you go to those countries that they are from, you will see the same type of violence you would typically see over here amongst their poor, amongst their downtrodden.
Yep. And let me use another example.
Okay.
Now take the whites that they call white trash, the ones that grow up in the trailer parks, the ones that grow up in their low income areas. What behaviors do you have? The exact drugs, drug dealing, fighting, domestic abuse. You have all the same issues that they have in the hood.
So, but Trigger, on that point, I understand that Love was making that point earlier in terms of the trailer trash doing trash shit. But I don't know if they shooting each other at the same rates, right? What you think?
I think that I'm not sure if that's true. I know that
I'm asking.
In the 90th percentile, any shooting each other at the same rate. I know if a white man gets deleted, at the same rate or at the same proportion is the difference. I think at the same rate, yes, but because the stat says that black men do a greater proportion, that means we suffer from the lower income and the thing at a greater proportion than they do. We have a greater proportion of poor black men than white people do. So that's why we make up a proportion of violent crime. Right. But I think the same rate. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the same rate.
Okay. But we disproportionately make up the violent crime.
Yes. I know people that understand math don't understand that. I hope I explained it good. But
I guess my question is the amount of poor. There's more amount of poor whites than poor blacks just by nature of being.
It's a greater proportion of them that aren't poor. So it's a large proportion of white. That's why I said the same rate if you look at it. But damn, I gotta write this down. Hold on. Let me see if
I understand what you're saying, but just walk with me, right? If you look at the raw numbers, there's gonna be more poor white trash, but they aren't smoking each other's because they're poor white, like we are saying poor blacks do.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's something to that. Black men specifically. Go ahead.
And I'm wondering if it's cultural. I know it's not inherent. I know it's not cellular. So that part I want to get off entirely. So I'm wondering if it's cultural. I'm talking about gang violence because they got biker gangs. They have all of that. But is it affecting them at the greater neighborhood level? I don't know the equivalent of Bloods and Crips for teenagers in the white areas. Like I'm not sure that they get that influence in the teenage years like black kids do. Well, I think they have to go through the prison system first, then they join biker gangs in their adulthood. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So I'm gonna need education on that part.
Okay. Well, let's see. What is the difference? Because they're poor, but they don't have the same. Their violence is not manifesting in the same way, considering how much we overrepresent. What could a catalyst be for a black man's mind to be so warped? Is it music? Anybody can answer. Anybody. I'm just asking. Go ahead, Mike. Is it music?
No, I'm thinking music has a lot to do with it, and that's what I meant by culture. The music.
Hold on, Mike. First off, no. OG inspired Scam and I to get dressed up, but I had a T-shirt on initially, so I had to rush. And no, Lauren, I don't get dressed up to go to court. Only newbies to court get dressed up. Go ahead, Trigger Mike.
Yeah, but I think you know what? It's all the way down the line. Not only is it cultural, it's societal. Meaning they're more likely to be intact families and even in the white poor areas than there is in the black areas.
Okay.
So I think that's what it is. Like, who has the greatest breakdown of the family structure? That's black people. So their kids will suffer from that the most and fall into gang culture. And what I've noticed is black kids always have, even if they have no ops, they got to find the ops. Kids that grew up, they are really quick to get in some kind of tribalism, because that's even the schools were made up that way. When my parents moved me to a different city to go to high school, I had to choose a side just to stay safe. It wasn't, I wasn't affiliated with that. It's like, no, you ride the bus with us. These dudes, the ops, if they catch you by yourself, they're gonna jump you, dog. So you stay with us. You stay close to us. And I was like, whoa, okay. And I had to do it to stay safe. So.
Go ahead, love. You want to say something?
I was just listening.
I thought you doing
no, and I went like this because no, I did that because it got stiff.
Oh, okay. You old. Okay. OG.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
OG.
OG was popping. I'm a millennial, John. What's wrong with the black man's mind, OG?
I think everybody hit on just a little bit of it. The difference between white, and I know there are some people on this panel who will disagree with this. Difference between white and black is white, when you're poor, you don't have a subculture. You don't have a certain music. You don't have a certain swag. You either go live in the trailer park or you just go be poor, and you could be recognized, because even though black people might be poor, they go be the best dressed. That's just something we do. You know what I mean? And so what I'm saying is, if you look at our culture, I'm gonna break this down. I'm gonna unpack this. Black music in general itself was due to the fact of we was not let in them doors, and we came up with our own music style. And same way our culture is the same way. We come up with things that we consider that we're not let into the mainstream, because our swag is different. Whites don't have that. Now, you might have the punk rockers and stuff like that, and you see, if you start putting them numbers up, they just as much homeless, they just as much violent and everything else. But outside of that, they don't have a major subculture, because they are in what we are trying to get in. They just can't be successful at it. That's the difference. See, when you are already in the gang and you can't be successful at it, and someone won't let you in the gang, and you have to come up with your own game, you can see that one is going to be major different. And that's what our major difference is, because we have not been let in them doors. Now, when it comes down to the violence by the numbers itself, it has something to do with the knowledge of self. It's not born in you. It has something to do with the knowledge of itself, and I know other people go disagree with that too. But if you think about it, if you take a hard drive and you empty it out and you program it and with nothing but viruses, that's all it's going to know. And some of us are able to get out of that and survive and go to the other side, and that's cool and fine. But if you really look at it, we've been robbed of self. And so everything that we learned, mostly from our oppressor. Now, a lot of people disagree with that, but that's actual facts. Everything that we know, from love to everything, language, we learned from our oppressors. Now, you can agree with that or disagree with that all you want to. That's the reason we speak in English right now. It's because everything we have learned from here is being contributed to ancestral, our ancestors teaching us to we at where we at. But everything we have learned, we learned from North America. And so, yes, our subculture is what's making us more violent towards each other more than anything.
So it's the white man's fault.
No, It's our fault. We are responsible for what our action is. Now you
But
can
who?
have somebody teach
Well, OG.
you
Let me just.
something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you said it was taught to us, right? So
Yes.
if the teacher teaches you 2 + 2 is 5, and you walk around saying 2 + 2 is 5, wouldn't the teacher be implicated in teaching you that?
The teacher is part of the problem, but you are initially, if you want to carry that out, once you know knowledge of it is 2 + 2 is not 5, then you are responsible for that. Anybody can teach you wrong, but if you have a choice to know right from wrong, once you get to a certain age, you are accountable and responsible for that action.
When is that age?
When you come into the knowledge of whatever you has been taught wrong, there's no number to it.
But can that be problematic?
Be totally problematic, because if you go through life and that's all you know, and you haven't put yourself in a position to know anything different, or someone have not unlocked that and gave you more information and knowledge, yes, because you'll carry on whatever you've been taught all the way up to you 99 years old.
Damn. So you're saying it's not their fault because we have the opportunity to unlearn.
What I'm saying is both parties has a responsibility and
Okay.
accountability where we at.
So where's the accountability lie? Give me a percentage.
I would say 40, 60.
40 on the
40
person,
on the
40 on
60 on you.
60% on you, 40% on the system, so to speak.
Right. And you see this carried out on every phase of life. Every phase of life of us here. If you look at it, no white man is making artists putting light, bright, damn near white women in every video. But why is it done when you are the artist, and you depends who can be in your video, but you always pick the same type of women because that same type of woman is a beauty standard of this country, and you keep perpetuating that standard. So it shows you there's certain things psychological that's instilled in you that it becomes an addiction.
So you're broken.
Yes. And if anybody ever spent any time on an Indian reservation, you will know by just looking in a man or woman's eyes if they're broken. You don't have to look at their behavior. You can look straight in their eyes and you can tell when they're broken. And I stayed on Cherokee, North Carolina, Indian reservation on County Lefty in North Carolina for 2 years, and I seen broken people.
John the Baptist with the $5 says, Pastor Manny need to speak to Chris Rock and learn the difference between black and niggas. Black men are great, but niggas. Baron was popping. Oh, Baron, my fault. Was popping with the $5 says, great show, Ham, always entertaining. Thank you, my G. Sydney with the $2 says, y'all do know that Chris and Will were acting, right? No, I don't know. Omar Smith with the $5 says, this nigga's scared.
This nigga's scared.
You said, just kidding, Mike. Thank you, Scam.
Hey, what are you
Oh,
doing?
what wrong one?
Brother.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Salute. T.O. with the $5 says, Hamp, you good. LOL, you and Scam looking like the same person dressed y'all. Now, OG inspired us. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? We had to rush it. So the tie is what it is. You feel me?
Parties.
Yeah, this is real class right here.
Fat ass knot, man. Pause.
This is real class. But continue.
John the Baptist was popping.
Shit like that.
Man, you tell me, man.
Just trying to make it. What's going on, fella? To the pen, how y'all doing?
Hey, goddamn. Now, come on now. Wake up. This is a performance almost.
We'll see what they do there.
All right.
But nah. I actually want to kind of go back a little bit when how you started off the show.
Mm-hmm.
I think most black men are not violent, and I don't think that most of us had an option to be violent. But I think it should be an option. I think every black man should have an option to be violent and should consider being violent. Make sure it's in their repertoire. But I wish more of us had it, but we don't. But I think it should have the option to be violent, but the choice to choose peace and cooperate with society. Until you got the option as a black man to be violent, you can't be a man that can defend your own self, defend yourself or your property or your family. Um, so I think trying to play into the media of not trying to be violent, I think is a dangerous game to play. But I think we need to learn how to control our own narrative. Um, and I'll stop right there.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. She ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah.
Why they saying that didn't make no sense? What did John say that didn't make sense?
I think he said that black men
Aside from
don't
being
have the
boring
option
and
to
shit.
be. He said that the black man don't have an option to be violent, and I don't see how a black man don't have an option to be violent. We always got the
I'm
option to be violent.
saying the option to be violent or to work with society in a if you can only be violent, we need that option. But I'm saying be violent and also have a choice to cooperate with society and to work with it. That way,
What
if
does
you
that
have
look
a
like? What does that even look like? Like, does it
so
does it?
if you
it
the way it would look like, we could be productive men in society, go out there, start a corporation, start a business, things for our families and for our culture, but then also to have the propensity to protect it with violence if we need to be able to defend our communities, defend our family, defend whatever it is we need to defend.
Is there
I'm
another
saying we need.
demographic? Is there another demographic that's doing that outside of black people that we could look to be like, okay, that's what it look like? Because I think that we already do that, but
No, we don't. We gotta do our own thing. Fuck what they do.
what you mean though?
So,
Like, I know black men that
so
got businesses.
if you I'm speaking in America. I'm just saying what we do here in America. But yeah, so if you look at what white culture does here in America, they have their armies, they have their navy, their marines, they have ways to defend their country, things they believe in, their constitutions, and they establish it. So that's what I'm kind of speaking. If you're looking for a model, it would look something similar to that.
Are we not American?
Yeah, we Americans.
No, he was asking for an example. I'm not saying we're not Americans. I'm saying I myself think I'm American too. I know I'm American. I'm only giving an example of what it would look like though.
So, but that would literally be what it looked like is that we have the
Yeah,
propensity to do because we join those armies as well. We fight in those wars as well. We defend our home country as well. I guess what you're
I'm
looking
not
for.
disagreeing.
So,
I'm not
so
disagreeing with you at all.
Hold on,
right.
hold
So
on,
I
hold
think
on,
that,
hold on, Beef. Don't overrun him just yet. Let John either dig his own grave or come up out of it.
hold on, I was going to ask one more question. So I'm guessing what
To
August
John
is asking,
specifically?
yeah,
Okay.
to John specifically. I'm guessing what August is actually asking is what other group in America can say that they do that can be an example of that, because if you're talking about America in general, we're all Americans, we all do the same thing. But if you're
We
talking about
clarified
black
that.
as a specific group, name another group that will represent that within this country.
Well, the only group that represented that was the Black Panthers.
Let John. I want to hear
Oh,
John
all
answer.
right,
This is
my
his
bad.
premise.
My
Yeah.
bad.
Go ahead, John.
So to answer the question, I was only speaking to what the topic was. Unless I misunderstood the topic. I thought we were talking about black men being violent, and that's what I was speaking to. Black men being violent. I was only using an example of that black men should be violent, but have the option to work in society. That's all I was saying. I was only speaking to the topic. I wasn't trying to say that black men are not a group. We should be part of a group, or we be part of America. I was on to the idea that black men should not be violent. Is a bad concept.
So black men should not be violent because we are
Is a bad concept. We shouldn't teach that. Black men should not be violent.
Oh,
should not should black. Hold on, black men should
Black
not
men
be.
to teach that black men should not be violent is a bad concept to teach.
So you're saying that black men should be violent,
Correct.
controlled, like in a controlled way?
In a controlled way, correct? Yes.
So you're saying like in defense of self, family, property, defense
Honor,
of others, etc.
Whatever you value, correct? Yes.
Joining the army or military, whatever. Does that count also?
That would count too as well. Yes.
So what in terms of violence? What violence are we addressing that we should not perpetuate or praise, so to speak? Like how do we draw the line, John?
What violence not to participate in?
Yeah, like how do you draw the line? Like you saying like we should be defensive almost?
Okay, so maybe I wasn't clear. Maybe I wasn't clear enough in my opening. When Love was speaking early into the program, she was almost, and I want to put words in her mouth, as if she was mocking black men of naturally being naturally inherently violent, as if it was a bad thing.
Yeah.
And so
Well,
I was actually addressing those comments, saying that men we should not be embarrassed to be violent. We should
take
pride in being violent as men.
Let me ask y'all a question then. August, what's popping? Let me ask you this question. How valuable is that in a civilized society? So when we talk about violence, we have police, fire department, military, right? So what we saying provision and protection, but how valuable is it considering there's men who do that for a living?
That's to me or that's to John?
Yeah, you.
So
I don't think it's I think it's valuable that I think every man should be able to protect and whatever he owns. I think he should have every man should have a potential for violence, no matter what type, because those type of things in society can fail. Police might not get there in time or whatever the case may be. So I think that every man should have a potential for violence. I think it's important to have in every man.
And in violence protection, that's semantics in a way.
What you mean? Like, I mean,
so like if I'm protecting my house or whatever the case is, like is that you saying I got to be violent to do so?
I'd be willing to kill. Yes, I'm willing to take your life to protect what's mine.
You think most men will?
No.
I think most men should have that
That ain't that ain't what I asked you, August. You think most men will?
I can't speak for. I don't know. I know I would.
You think
I know the
August?
people, I know the men around me would.
No, I got your question, August. You think most men will?
I don't know, man. I don't think so.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Put him in the fucking bench. Get him out of here. Come on.
I don't know, man.
Hey, Ham, I got a question, bro.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. August, come back. You think you can't answer the question? Let me get the ladies up here. You know what? I got an open slot on women's POV tonight.
I can't. I'm thinking about it. I want to be truthful.
Just speculate. It's fine. Just speculate.
All right. Shit.
Look at my outfit. You think? I mean, if I can wear this, you can speculate.
Man, I'm trying to speak. The people around me, the men that's around me, all us is about on the same type time. I don't really, I don't know.
No, you don't think if most men were confronted with some form of threat to their livelihood, a threat to their family, a threat to their home, that's what he's asking. Do you think most of them will be violent about it?
Yes, they'll be violent about it. Yeah.
How does that look?
No.
Yeah.
I think
August, why did you say you couldn't answer? What do you are most men gonna produce? Like, are most men violent?
I think so. The people I'm around with, I think so.
No, see, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He know what I'm saying. He don't need no clarification. He keep on adding the caveat that the people around him. I'm saying men in the earth.
Yes. I think they would. Yes.
Not just the men around you, the majority of men.
Yes, I think the majority of men would resort to violence. Yes.
All right, let me ask you a question. If you broke into my house and I called the police over to handle you, am I using violence?
No, that's not what I would consider using violence.
So if a woman was being harmed by her boyfriend and she called her brothers over there to handle him, isn't she what is it called? Is she using violence?
I know what you mean, like not in an overt way. No, she's not using violence. And when I speak about violence, I'm talking about overtly being violent. If you break into my house, you're gonna die
with yourself. Sure. Yeah, with yourself being violent, not just
myself being violent to you.
And you think most men will? You think most men will in the earth, not just your buddies?
Me. I think most men on the earth think like me. That's how I look at it.
All right, I don't know.
Back into a corner, they gonna use violence.
If I go into their house, if I go into your house, I think that every man on this panel, if I try breaking their house, they're gonna exert some level of violence on me.
Or let me ask 1015 because August wilding. Do you think the majority of men be like, listen, just take it, just don't hurt my family? If
we
you can
talking
get
about
that, if
we
you can
talking
get
about
them
running
out of there
into
without having to do anything with, let's say they get the drop on you, right? Because if me and my mans go to rob something, my mindset is there. You eating dinner and shit. What you got the campfire on your TV because niggas try to act all sophisticated and shit, and you not ready to rock. So if I come in the house, I'm ready to rock. That's a different ball game. So you're not in that mindset. So if I say, yo, I'm taking X, Y, and Z, and you sitting on the couch drinking hot cocoa,
You
take
gotta
the
give
shit.
it
Does
up.
that make
You
sense?
gotta get up. Yeah,
That's
you gotta
different
get up.
though.
That's not different. You just chilling in the
the
crib.
drop. That's the drop. If I know that my crib is always secure, so nobody's gonna get the drop on me. It's just not happening.
No, August,
But
see,
if you get the
you
drop
playing
on
the
me,
game. You playing the
but that's how you
game.
said it though.
You never
That's how
left
you
the
said it.
garage open? Like you never left the garage open before?
No, man. I
Yeah,
be on
yeah.
Help you, help you.
Hey,
All right,
hold
help.
on.
No way.
Hey,
Hey,
hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
Good.
Nah, Trigger Mike, don't save him. We was on the panel
good.
at 3:00 in the morning, drunk as a skunk. I
Yes.
guarantee if you would have went
I remember.
outside and came back in, all 6 locks wouldn't have been locked.
No, man.
Yo.
No, man. I do this for real, dog. I do this all the
Why
time.
would we?
I live
Why would
like
we
this,
drink?
bro.
Why was we drinking like that night? You remember?
No, we was lit. Shot after shot.
Yo, so 10:15, man. Hold on, before everybody jump in trying to save August. You sitting on the couch drinking cocoa and all that, cause you look like a cocoa drinking nigga. You know what I'm saying? You, you like? Oh, you
Give him the crown royal, man. Give him the
marshmallows
crown,
on
man.
it. Oh, the crown. Oh yeah.
I
Give him
actually
the
started
crown.
drinking, man.
But
If when I used to drink, I had to be black on, bro. It was Douce. So Douce, I'm sipping the Douce.
so let's say you sipping the Douce, say you and your lady kicking it. You got kids?
Hell yeah.
Kids
got 2
chilling.
kids.
And it's Sunday. You know how niggas usually try to chillax, you know what I'm saying?
Guard
and they
all
get
the
the
way
drop
down.
on you, huh?
Guard all the way down.
Right? And they get the drop, and that's what I'm saying. They ready to rob you, chilling. That's all I'm saying. August, jeez, Louise.
That's different.
And the part that
opportunity
you gotta
to say,
understand.
there's an opportunity
August.
to say, yo, just take this shit and get up out of here, or
Yeah.
you trying to draw on them. Like, what are men gonna do in that
Get the
situation?
drop on me. That's different though. If you got the drop on me, then you got me.
Well, that's what he said for the jump, though. That's what he said for the jump.
Guys, leave. Don't just ignore August. Ignore him. Don't worry about it.
I was gonna say most home invasions though. You gotta
Hold on,
understand.
Trigger Mike. I'm trying to ask 1015. You got 20 guns in your house, Mike. Hush.
I got more than
10,
20.
40. My bad. 1015. What you think? Like if you had the option to try to draw on them or say, yo, take X, Y, and Z.
Oh no, I'm gonna let them get it.
And I just in a robbery situation, like when do you ever on your P's and Q's? On your dean or whatever.
Like in a robbery situation, like if they run in the middle of the night type shit, because you talking about running in, kicking in the door. I'm on the couch. I probably ain't even got that thing on me if I'm on the couch. But if I'm in a room, it's on the nightstand. I mean, it's like right there. I can just open up the drawer and grab it. So if I'm in the bed and a nigga kicking the door, I know everybody else in the bed. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit more safer for me to shoot. But if we in the crib chilling, a family in there, I gotta let them get it, bro. I can't risk the family taking it straight.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Go ahead, Trigger Mike, because I want to build on this example. Because let's keep it real. And after Trigger Mike, salute to Aaron. Aaron just got here too. And I know Sweeney probably got some follow-up questions. But because I want to build on that premise because I'm thinking through it now. Go ahead, Trigger Mike.
So the reality of like, let's say a home invasion, because that's usually you're gonna get they might get the drop on you. 9 times out of 10 is somebody that you know or somebody that's been observing you. So, like let's say me for instance, okay. I've been told by all of my fellow instructors, they were like, you know, they're gonna come in your house when you're not there. They know who you are. Your name is fucking Trigger Mike. They not coming through your doors when you are there, right? So now I'm thinking that's one thing. The second thing is a man is gonna move automatically to protect his family. Your fight or flight is gonna kick in. Then you're gonna realize that every home invasion, on average, involves 4 to 6 people. So one dude walk through your door, yeah, you be ready to fight. If you don't have a gun drawn yet, or you can get in his face. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one come through. you're going to move now to protect the family and let them take whatever. These situations are purpose built for them to get the drop on you, right? So you go to defend the front door, now somebody kicking the back door too. And the second point I wanted to make is absolutely nobody trains for the situation. I'm a heavy sleeper. There was some lady, we still don't know who the fuck she was. We don't know if it was domestic violence, drugs, or whatever. Came ringing the doorbell about a year ago at 3 a.m. in the morning. And my wife was like, I didn't wake you up, because I was like, you didn't wake me up. You know, I said, slap me, push me out the bed. And I had to start doing my little barrel roll maneuver. But just like you're not supposed to sleep with your home defense gun locked up. Your ammo's not supposed to be locked up. You're supposed to be ready to rock, roll out the bed, pick it up, cocked and locked, pause, ready to go. That's the way. So I said, push me out the bed, make sure my head hit the fucking nightstand, because I can get from awake, meaning you're going to be disoriented, right? So just count the seconds. You're going to be disoriented. Awake, roll out the bed, cocked and locked in under 6 seconds, right? So that's the way you're supposed. Most people don't train for that scenario. You're going to be like, what the fuck going on? What is? So yeah, a large majority of people going to get the drop on you, right?
Yo, so that's what, because right, we're talking about the mind, right? Black men functioning in a. I got an echo. Smoke, is that you?
Nah.
I think I turned the music on.
Oh yeah, and that's why I got a dog.
Test.
Somebody said it in the chat. That's why you got to have a dog. My dog barks loud enough to wake me up.
Yeah, I think I might get a dog too. But so just because we, I just want to, just because we're talking about the violence in black men, how we think, how we process things, right? Aaron, what do you think? What if I did this? Because all my family, they sleep upstairs, right? So you naturally have to come through the door downstairs. If I heard people downstairs, would it make sense for me to say, yo, I'm strapped, I'm armed, whatever the case is, take what you want, get up out of here? Huh?
Just rack the shotgun.
What alert? I'm saying just think, just right. I'm upstairs, right? So now I think there's an advantage to being up the stairs, right? But if I say, listen, there's shit downstairs, take this shit, get up out of here, I would feel like, is that, because I'm asking Aaron, is that like a cop out? Am I pussy? Does that make sense? Am I smart? Like, where does that land? You know what I'm saying? Like, did I go to violence? Did I say, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you think?
Well, first, greetings to the panel. Greetings, DJ Hant. To answer your question, too many variables out there, but I can give you a couple to work through.
What up?
First of all, you have to assess whatever it is they can take. Is it worth your life? Second of all, do you have any opportunities to cattle shoot? People don't understand cattle shooting. Trigger Mike might understand what that is. Can you get your opponent to come at you one at a time? Can you force them into a pinched situation?
Like
right?
300, right?
They're exactly like 300, right? Yeah. You got to get them coming through the cattle chute. If you can't do that, all right. So let's say from my example would be, take the car. Go ahead. You want it? I'm going to guide you to the car. The keys are here. If I'm in a position where I'm in a no-win situation, where I'm going to get taken out, like if things have gotten that bad, take the car. Which is what you shouldn't do. Because the motherfucker's tracked.
Yeah, they shouldn't take, yeah.
You go home with that motherfucker. All right. Now now that's a different conversation. Yeah. But okay, because roads are going to be reversed, and you're going to be flanked and surrounded in ways that you never even thought could happen in the movies. But it's all about what you're prepared to do, what you're prepared to risk your life for, and the circumstances that have, you're in. If you can't cattle shoot, absolutely. Life over everything. You can take it, you can have it. Go. Get going.
Okay.
Stop wasting time, because there's surveillance here. The law has already been informed, and I didn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, there's triggers. You ain't got time, bro. Get what you got, get your shit and go.
Yeah. So
just leave us be.
See. Okay, that makes sense. And I think when the family is involved, like we were saying August the other day, they definitely make you vulnerable. You feel me? Right? You gotta be more logical.
Yeah, Hemp, I got a
wanna-
question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Why don't you go around? I got a question, but go around.
Well, you can go if you had a question. Then maybe you know what? Let's do this. You got like a question, or like a JP question where you really tell me it's a question and then you give your commentary.
No, I'm not long-winded anyway.
That's what she said. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, as far as what's wrong with the black mind.
Yeah.
One thing is, I think there's a lot of, I guess it's a comment, not a question. There's a lot of focus on the stuff. We're talking about hypothetical.
What I say, John?
Hypothetical. What you gonna do if somebody come down the chimney? What if somebody breaking house? What if? We got things killing you right there in the fridge, right there in your medicine cabinet, right there in your mind. The stuff that's really is going on. You see stacks of bodies stacked on top of each other in a funeral home, or walking dead men that mentally are already dead. And we're talking about hypothetical. What if somebody breaks down the chimney? Are you prepared to take on 6 men? How many times is this happening?
Yeah.
When the fridge is happening 3 times a day.
That's fair.
The meds are required to take twice a day. Surgery twice a year. Like, there's actual real problems.
Yeah.
Look at here, Hemp. Oh, my bad.
No, I think that's solid. That's why I was kind of ask a couple questions, but I just was more so on the violence thing. I think Scam is addressing in terms of like what we deem important and what things we actually put weight on.
And anger management. Can we avoid the situation that's getting us killed to begin with, and not be in those places saying the stupid stuff, or your ego and your confidence? Why are you so triggered because you got your ugly woman with you that you got to get up and go fight 5 ugly dudes, get your brain stomped out? Now your brain stomped out and it don't work no more. That's what's wrong with your mind.
So, Scam, let me ask you a question. In a real situation that happened to me, I was a little bit younger. So I was in a bar, right? I DJ. I'm trying to wait to get paid and shit like that, right? And the owner was acting corny. Like, I'm like, yo, I'm like maybe 30, 26, 25, 26, something like that. And he pulled a gun, but he didn't raise it. But we're probably like an arm's length apart, Okay. But I didn't really get that. Like, I didn't get scared per se, I wasn't strapped at the time. And I think I said some dumb shit like, if you raise that shit, I'm gonna beat your ass, right? And then my brother didn't run either. I'm like, yo, go outside, you know what I'm saying? But my brother, I wouldn't think he would leave me. What mindset was that?
I couldn't tell you. That's when you gotta answer.
Because you probably knew he was close enough to just break his fucking jaw.
Well, I was so close that I just didn't think he could get it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what the mindset. You
and he was drunk.
Break his jaw before he can get the gun up. You know what I'm saying?
Your mindset was correct. You were silly to telegraph your intentions. I wouldn't have said shit to him. Because now he's on guard. Now he's really on go. Now he might even rotate his body to keep his firearm away from him. If he's any good, he's going to stiff arm, you know what I mean, and keep control of his weapon.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said shit. I mean, like, you got a firearm? All right, I don't.
Yeah. No,
lull him into a false sense of.
So you don't think that my reaction or lack thereof or concern in terms of looking into the mind of a black man, do you think it made sense other than just saying the thing that would be my advantage was?
No, 100%. Your reaction was the correct one. Your response wasn't correct, but your reaction was. Yes, be ready for you were ready for combat. And all intent and purposes, in your mind, I was about to beat his ass. That's good to go.
Yeah.
Just wonder, and obviously I was younger, but just because like Scam said, that actually happened. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just wondering, like, I didn't have a reaction to it in a way a person may assume your reaction should be. You know what I'm saying? Just interesting. Go ahead, OG.
I want to. This is why I wanted to get that question in before, because I'm trying to figure out. Because I'm kind of get the gist of where we're going with this, but I got a great example of this, and that example is in 1998. I was sitting in a car with a young lady that was having a problem with crack. She was in my building, and she was trying to find avenues how that she can go to get treatment. She didn't know anything about how to go and get treatment. And so we were sitting in the truck, and you know how you be sitting in the truck, and then it's kind of like in the summertime, and I'm used to keeping my defense up, but I let the window down on my side about 3 inches.
Okay.
In my peripheral vision, I seen shadows. 2 guys walked up. One walked up on my side, and one walked on that side. And before I know it, there was a gun pointed right at my head. And he said to me, "How about that wallet?" I said, and I don't carry a wallet. I carry all my money loose. I said, "I don't have a wallet." And he said, "Well, how about them keys?" And by this time, I've got both my hands on my steering wheel at a 45-degree angle, right? The car's not started or anything. We just sitting there, all right? But as my hand was set up at a 45-degree angle, you can see my ring on my left side. It has the star and the crescent on it. It's just as big as it could be. One of the biggest one we have in the nation. And I told him, I say, "Look here, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care about this car. I don't even care about the money in my pocket. You know what I'm caring about right now? You trying to make me submit to you with that gun in your hand. Now you gonna have to make the next move." Just like he came, he disappeared. I seen him 3 weeks later, right? Because I was able to look at him and see his figure and everything. I seen him 3 weeks later. And I walked up to him, and I had on a suit and bow tie, and I said, "Assalamu alaikum, brother. You don't want to sneak up on me in my car." And I said, "What made you change your mind?" He said to me, "I was more scared of shooting you than you were to submit to my gun." And I think...
Oh, damn.
Oh no, I know a lot of niggas that
No. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky man, my guy.
Maybe y'all can say I'm a lucky man.
No,
and maybe I am lucky.
Blessing.
But it's not about luck. It's about what my belief is. I don't submit to no man, no gun. I submit to Allah only. And I'm just telling you this worked for me. And so when I'm telling you, this is not just one indication. This is
land that plane, OG.
This is a couple times, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. Because if you believe in something, you can't pick and choose when you go use it.
I mean,
I think the only thing about that is that in that scenario, overall, OG is technically right in the sense that most people use the gun for intimidation faster than they actually want to kill somebody. Most people, if they trying to rob you, they gonna want to get the shit without having to murder somebody and catch a charge on that too. However, most people shouldn't provoke somebody into shooting them. Like, that's not how most people behave, where they say, like, and I get what OG was doing, but if I got a gun in my head and dude says, "Give me your car," and I sit there and say, "Hey, bro, you got to move, get to your next move because I don't care about this car, but I care about what you're not gonna make me move." You literally provoking that person to have to go further than where they was intentionally willing to go. And while most people who try to, you know what I mean, when they try to rob you, their intention is not to kill when they rob. Their intention is to rob you. So that's what they mean when they say you got lucky. Because to provoke somebody.
Listen. I'm looking at the guy straight into his eye.
How old were you?
I'm waiting for. Wait.
How
old were you, OG?
He was younger. He was only 113.
What you say? I was 1997. I was 37 years old.
Man.
Listen to this.
No, listen.
He ain't gun butt you.
Listen.
That would have got me annoyed. I would have gun butted you and pulled you out the car. Get
your
stupid ass out the car.
Listen.
Hold on, you was in the car?
No. Can I finish?
Go
I can't get this number right because I'm trying to get the story right. Okay. At this point, my hand is on the handle of the door. All right, Ham. All right. My right hand is ready to check his gun and push the door towards him. So I'm telling you, to y'all, it sounds like some Superman type shit, but this is what we train for.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, this is what FOI. This is what we train for. We have never went to community with guns in our hands or anything like that. We face guns. LAPD got training tapes right now of us unarming people with guns. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to get up here and act like I'm some superhero or whatever, but I'm just saying that we don't get to pick and choose when we are made to feel like we submit. Let me ask every guy on this panel.
Hold on, OG, when you said we trained to do this, who you referring to?
Who you referring to, bro? I'm gonna ask this one question.
OG, wow.
If a man put a gun to your head right now and say he wanted to have sex with you, what would be your fight back then?
Hold on, when you said we trained for this,
now,
who was you referring
just
to?
answer that. That's the question on the table.
Bro, I ain't answering no gay shit.
I'm dying.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You know why? Because you believe and you stand a man more than what he can do to you. And I believe, I believe if I submit to a man who's a threat to me and I submit to him in his direction, Allah goes do worse to me than he can ever do to me.
OG, it ain't gonna look like that. It ain't gonna look like that
in my life. It looked like that in my. Do you understand?
You is from Los Angeles too, so.
No.
Don't try
I'm
that
not from
shit
Los.
down
I was
here.
born in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Well, all my young brothers, if somebody come to you,
Charlotte,
they
North
put the
Carolina, but I
strap.
live in
Hey,
Los
y'all
Angeles.
see Minister Society? We say, shoot that nigga, Junior. What? It took him about 10 seconds to decide he was gonna shoot him. That's real life, bro. I had a homie that used to do that. I had a homie that got. Yeah, you see Minister Society? Junior shot that nigga in like 10 seconds. But I had a homie that got a life sentence for Grand Theft Auto, and he would shoot you if you took too long to get out the car.
And
I got
OG,
you.
would you have
I
to
got
understand
you.
also? Would you also have to understand?
I'm not asking. Wait. I think we
seen a man kill
sharing our thoughts. Wait. This is not about judgment. This is about how every man is born with a defense mechanism. That's just point blank. Every animal is born with a defense mechanism. How you use it, that's cool and fine. It might work for Aaron, it might work for August, it might not work for anybody else on this panel. But when that happens to you, whatever happens to you in your life, we got to understand that every man is going to choose a different route. And I'm just telling you mine. That's all I am. I'm not telling anybody to follow mine. I'm just telling you mine.
No, OG, hold on, y'all. It ain't that easy. So I hate the fact that we make everything so subjective. No, we need to get to some level of understanding. Aaron has said this before, and it resonated with me that you don't die on your knees, you die on your feet. And that's what I hear OG saying, and just to sum it up to an extent. So when he made the hyperbolic hypothetical, would you die if somebody was trying to make you a homosexual? We naturally say yes. Do we actually mean it? And if so, is there something wrong with the black man's mind, or is that how it should be?
Can I answer?
I think we gotta have a plan. You can't go. You dying on your feet doesn't necessarily mean dying to defend what ego you have.
Okay.
Dying on your feet means I'm not going to acquiesce in the end. But that doesn't mean anything about I'm not going to fool you into thinking I'm acquiescing. You want to make love to me, my man, with the gun? Go ahead and knock yourself out. You're going to have to put that gun down to get your fucking pants off. Wow. And when you do, I'm pulling your fucking head off. But I'm not going to be all Superman and Rambo. Oh, you ain't fucking shit, nigga, and you got the gun to my head. No, let's have it, lover boy. Let's get to it. You got to put that 45 down. And I'm busting your ass twice in your 45 when you go to drop your drawers.
Man.
You said you got to have a plan.
Yeah, you said no telegram.
It ain't all about no movie. Like, what are we really doing? What are we really telling people here?
You saying don't telegram.
Sometimes you got to, like water, sometimes you got to feign weak. Sometimes you got to move like when you throw a stone in water, nobody wants to get hit with a stone. Nobody's afraid of water. But when you throw a stone in water, that stone is surrounded. That stone does not affect that fucking water. Sometimes you got to be like water. But the water can also cut the Grand Canyon too over time. You got to think about what you're doing. Have a strategy.
Aaron.
Yeah.
I disagree with you saying, what are we saying here? I said exactly what actual fact happened. Not all events go be the same. Do you think everybody who went through Scared Straight was scared? Or some of them? What percentage would you think the boys who went through that program were scared back into reality of they can do better?
I don't know, and I don't know that I care, but are you telling me that a man threatened to take your virginity, pause, with a gun?
That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is some men will, some men won't. That's all.
No,
he's
no,
saying.
I'm not saying no. I'm
the
not
first
saying that
situation
happened.
when he was in the car.
I asked you the question because I had to get past the car and the money. I had to get to something that y'all will fight for your life for. To
And
make
that's
you
what I was
understand there's something that you feel so that you be willing to struggle for your life for.
What did he say?
And
That
my
was different?
spirituality feels the same to me.
What kind of car was it?
Oh man, we worried about what kind of car. Listen, that's the point that I'm making.
To lose your life for it's a car that you're gonna lose your life.
It wasn't about the car. Did you not hear?
It was about.
Did you not hear?
It was never
about the car. It was never about the money.
Get off the car, OG. I'm with you there. Get off the car. We're not.
Yeah, it was never about the car or money.
We don't give a shit about the car. Exactly.
Because he had that gun.
Y'all done?
Okay.
OG's point was the reason why that was very important him to stand his ground, even regardless of the cars, because Allah would judge him much harsher than that gun to his head. That was his point. I don't think Aaron was fighting back. I don't think he was fighting against that point. He's saying dying on your knees dying on your feet don't mean be stupid in the process.
There you go. Thank you.
He's saying don't telegraph your punches.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I agree with that one.
Yeah. I just don't. I wasn't even sure where y'all would disconnect it at just now.
No, we were disconnected.
Play to win.
It was one thing that. I guess what the key statement. What are we saying here? I think that's what throwed it off for me a little bit when he said that.
Oh no, yeah, no, because he was.
I can answer that. Yeah, when you propose the idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when you propose the idea of someone putting a gun in your head, talking about they're gonna have sex with you, and there was this, you can just see the chest starting to swell. You know what I mean? Or what would you do? Oh man, ain't nobody taking nothing. Like, no, you're gonna acquiesce for a second. Just for a second, you're gonna. You mean I'm not gonna die because I couldn't let a man think for a moment he had me. It's worth living to acquiesce for a second. See what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's when you got to take pride and ego and out the window for me. You got to fool motherfuckers. My pride ain't that serious. I'm not willing to die strictly for ego. I'll let you think you have it for a minute. I'll tell you, yeah. I'll sell you all kind of dreams. This will be the last ones you ever have.
Smoke, what's popping?
Hey, what's up, PJ?
What's goody? Hold on, Smoke. Before you go, let me read these super chats real quick.
For sure.
Kenny was popping with the $5. What's good, Ham? What's popping? Gary S with the $10. Always great show, Ham. Appreciate you. Steppenwolf was goody with the $5. What up, though, Ham? Salute to the panel. Indeed. Omar was good with the 10 ball. Says violence may land you in SMU 390 days in a hole and fighting guards who have electric shields, stick tasers, and feeding you loaves while grunting in pain, trying to prevent screaming from pain. T.O. with the $2 says, yeah, most men will. That was at 2:15. Omar Smith with the $5 says, don't tell my real friends, but I have my alarm set to call the police so I don't have to. LOL, gotta keep my credibility. T.O. with the $5 says, see, you changed it up. Y'all won't even have a chance to exert violence in that situation unless the person breaking in messes up somewhere.
Yep.
Scam with the $5 says, shout out to World Class, J Speed, Mandrell for their community support and diet/fitness. The quote unquote fridge 3 times a day is his talking point. Scam with the $5 says, DJ Hamp, HAMP, thank you for not spanking your kids, no doubt. Omar Smith with the $10 says, my first time getting shot, I was 16. I said, nigga, you ain't gonna do nothing. He tore my ass up. LOL, I got up out of fear of him standing over me. He run in the hood, thought I was fearless. Wrong. A black man was popping with the $5 says, SMS Sweeney, your barbershop in Dallas? Sweeney?
Yeah, just hit me on IG.
Okay, at SMF Sweeney, hit him on IG so he can tell you where the barbershop is, because apparently it's a secret. Hank with the $2 says, OG trained the SW1, that's S1Ws, fight the power. Hank with the $2 says, JP was willing to be, nah, it was hypothetical, man. Joker Bed with the $5 was popping, said, it's the law of the instrument, Maslow's hammer. If all one has is a hammer, aggression and violence, everything looks like a nail. Be conflict resolute. Joker with the $5 says, it's also the matrix of domination, which theorizes that if men are stripped of their masculinity, aggression is one of 3 options for their redemption. That's a fact. Omar Smith with the 10 ball says, OG, it's going to disappoint you, but a lot of brothers weak. They suck D and give up B in prison to not get black eyes. Life not on the line, and they will still submit. Wow. Go ahead, Smoke. What's popping?
Ain't nothing, DJ Hamp. What's happening, panel?
What's up, man?
Hey,
I missed you, bro. I ain't seen you in a minute. Everything good?
Hey, man, I was on vacay. I had to do a vacay thing. I'm back now.
Yeah, it's a 6-month vacation, but I fuck with it. Go ahead.
No, I was only about 2 weeks. But look here, it was a lot being said. But what I wanna ask, because I think they both had great points. What I want to ask OG is, after that great leap of faith, the lady that was in the car that was on crack, did that great leap of faith pull her to Allah closer? That's what I want to know.
She ended up going to treatment. She had a swell on her face because she had smoked so much, but she had got her life together. She ended up passing away 7 months later.
Okay.
She went into treatment right after.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you was okay. I'm glad you was okay. Everybody made great points. Basically, y'all covered everything I was going to say. I believe
let me ask you a question then.
For sure.
Ask you a question if you don't mind. Because we kind of talked about the violence thing, right?
Right.
But what about the gaudy nature of black men? Why do we have this? You saw this picture before, Smoke. It was a project house. I think it looked like it was probably Photoshop, but it was like a house, looked like a fucking den, right? And it was 3 Maseratis in the driveway, though. Why are we so impressed by the material things?
Because we are further away from our Creator, so we have the love of lust and the love of things in our eyes instead of the love of humanity and peace and togetherness. So the sparkling things captivate us, but it has no substance. We're further away from what we were supposed to be doing in life. So that's why, to answer your question, that's why it's like that. If we and I'm not saying be naive, you know what I'm saying? I hear my man Aaron, I understand that you have to be logical as men, you know what I'm saying? But also, we also have to have another part of us in order to deal with our sisters, our wives, our women. We have to be balanced as men. You know what I mean? We got, like I said, we got to be leaders, but we have to be balanced so that we can reach each other. So to answer your question, that's why, because we have more, we're further away from our Creator, man. There's no love, there's no help. We got to be more unified. When the person got up here, it was mentioned earlier, Hamp. That's why I like your show. Is that when the guy mentioned he didn't fight, he never had a fight. I mean, we got to embrace that too, because everybody don't live the same life. You know what I'm saying? And then we're talking about Black Americans. That makes that capital B that you put on your title means something. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just to answer your question. I'm not gonna wrap you up. Yeah.
No, I got it. So let me get this straight. I know you said we embrace it, but let's say me, you, August 10/15, we go out, right?
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Let's say shit hit the fan. We rumbling. Do you rumble?
Absolutely.
Let's say August rumbles, 10/15 don't rumble. What happens when we get back to the crib?
We're gonna have to have a talk.
So what are we supposed to embrace, or is there rules to this?
Oh, it's all that's going back to why I watch your show, Ham. I first watched your show because you stood on what? Standards, principles, values. 10/15, he been up here, I've been watching him. August, you before we go out, even for us to go out, we gotta be standing on the same principles. We gotta be standing on the same now. Everybody react differently in certain situations. So when we get back, we're gonna have a talk. And I know 10/15 gonna be ready for the talk. You see what I'm saying? So it's all respect. You see what I'm saying? But we'll have a talk about that. And if we don't agree from that point on, then we know we go our separate ways. We don't have to be violent towards each other. We gotta be able to sit down and communicate and learn how to deal with things in our disagreements.
Okay.
Everybody different.
Okay, so back to the gaudy nature, right? And I just wanted to get your thought on that in terms of understanding where people are coming from. I don't know if I agree with that yet, but I just want to stay on like the gaudy nature and the lack of. It seems like we don't prioritize appropriately. And you said creator, but I know people use that term when they're considering a bunch of religions. So what creator is it that you're talking about, and how would that creator tell you what and what not to wear, what not to buy, how to et cetera, et cetera?
My creator is Jesus Christ. That's my creator. So what I'm saying is, whatever, some people say Allah, some people say Buddha, some people say, here, there. What I'm saying is, for even if you say Allah, and I say, or you say what you say, and I say what I say, when we come together as men, like somebody mentioned earlier, and we sit down and we talk, and we find out if our principles or our values line up, and we feel as though, hey, I can get down with that, I can't get down with that. That's when we make our decision. Now, as Aaron as some people probably say, well, that don't mean nothing until you get in the battle, right? So when we get in that battle, I'm looking at our lines, our principles as men, what we standing on. As men, what are we standing on? As leaders, for our family, our women, for ourselves, for each other, what are we standing on? Then, when the battle come, let's see it. And everybody not gonna battle the same. Whoever the strongest, we gotta help the weak. We are only as strong as our weakest link. That's a fact.
I know, so but you Smoke, you saying baseline, but all those baselines are different. How can I trust him next to me?
We all are different. But what I'm saying is,
you said create. Walk with me, Smoke. Because you're saying the creator, they're not there. We're away from our creator, which is why we don't prioritize appropriately. But then you're saying it's okay to consider all the creators that you named because we align. Like I just don't know how we would align in that way.
I'm gonna tell you how we align in that way. Then that's a deeper conversation for another topic. But we all are men. We all are men. So if I walk into a room, like anything you deal with, you have to access that room. And for you being a man, even though you may have different values or what have you, you see which way you want to go as a man, and that's the path you have to choose. You see what I'm saying? Before I know anybody's, when I meet someone, I don't know what they believe in. I'm going by what? Respect the person, by being a man. Hey, how you doing, DJ Ham? How you doing, OG? That's just respect. And I figure out who gives it back. If I feel like someone don't give it back, I distance myself. I already know maybe we're not like, it could be a bad day. I may meet him another day and it's different. So, that's another conversation. But what I'm just saying, as a creator, we're supposed to be here for peace and harmony, to help, to love each other, to move forward, to get along. Now, life ain't fair. Everybody ain't gonna get along to get along. So you go your way. You stay away. You flee from evil. You don't entertain it or try to subdue it or overcome it. You flee from evil. And if you want to, if you're not fleeing from evil, then there's consequences.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sweeney, if I said Smoke is saying everything and nothing, would I be far off?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
'Cause,
It makes
I-
sense. The
I'll
first
say
stuff
this.
you're saying, though.
It
I'm
makes
saying
sense
it on
in theory.
principle.
It makes sense.
Oh, go ahead.
It
Go
makes
ahead.
sense in theory, right? Because I like the question that you asked. You said if you, him, and somebody else is at the bar, and one of y'all get down, all of y'all supposed to get down, and if one of them decide not to, we're gonna have a conversation with them.
Right.
It makes sense in theory until you got a person that's worried about their kids at home, or worried about their job, or worried about going to prison. And then at that point, if you got an itchy trigger finger, am I gonna be more apt to go down with you if somebody insults you at the bar and you decide, and I don't mean itchy trigger finger as in trigger, but I mean you ready to fire off on somebody just because they offended you, then you look at me and say, you gonna get down with me? I'm like, nah, nigga, that's your fight.
You add something in the game. You put tricky figure in it. He didn't say that. So you add things in the game. Now that's another situation. If
Y'all
you say
talking about
tricky
already
finger,
fighting or before? Y'all
yeah,
talking about
see
before
you.
the fight or already fighting? Because
He
already
didn't ask
fighting
me
is
that.
not much of a choice.
He didn't ask me
But if
that.
it's some
He asked
barking,
me.
then
He
you
asked
can
me.
still trying to prevent it.
Depends on what he asked me. If he say tricky finger, I already know. Okay, if we go into a club, you know what I mean. I know this cat. I know he carrying or whatever. That reassesses the situation. But if he just asked me if we get down throwing, I'm assuming get down throwing fisticuffs.
That's
As
what I meant.
men.
I said,
Right.
I don't mean actual trigger. I mean you quick to fire off on somebody. Like it doesn't, like we at a bar and we all kicking it and having a good time. Somebody offends you and you just fire off on them, and then you look at the men around you and say, "Why ain't y'all get down with me?"
No. He didn't say all that. If
I
if
said
me and him, okay, if you say that and one of my mans fire off on somebody, they firing off on each other. If a man fight a man gonna fight a man. Now if somebody else jump in it, I got that. I'm there with my man. That's just man. That's man talk. That's man 101. If me and Hamp get into it, I don't need 10-15 to get into it. I just need 10-15 to make sure me and Hamp handling our business. Man on man. That's man on man. If Hamp, no. Look, if we out, and my man got a 1-on-1 and they scrapping. If it's fist to fist, ain't no need me get involved. If he can't fight, then we'll go back to the gym. That's how I get
ain't
down.
losing.
No one-on-one.
We ain't taking no
He's the
L's.
homie. You
We ain't taking no L's.
That's how I'm getting down.
We all getting down for sure.
But I'm just that's
one, two.
Well, when I was look,
We
when
gonna
I was a
do it when we
kid,
together.
I did kid things. Now I'm adult, I'm doing adult things.
I'm
So
sorry.
if we hanging out.
But Smoke, look how broken. Look, we can't even like. And then that's why the creator was so important, because what are the priorities are going to vary based on the quote unquote creator in itself, because there's different laws, there's different structure, there's different commands, etc. So to just accept everybody in, I don't know how that's going to work.
I'm not accepting everybody.
I got a question. But
go ahead. Man. I know it's the comment. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, where are the friends that are trying to prevent the situation to start before it even gets started?
I was going there.
Where's the friend stepping in? Hey, chill, man. I'll go.
He said fisticuffs.
Where those friends at? Where the friends saying, "Hey, man, we shouldn't even go to this club. Let's go over here."
Already throwing blows.
Where's that at?
Yeah, so it just.
Where's the friend that you know is not a hothead that's gonna put you in a situation?
Well, Scam, you got to remember, you fighting other people too, right? So it could very well be that you don't initiate it, but in the hypothetical, I was more so addressing people's modus operandi.
Right.
You know, because if you go to the club with me, and I'm just dead ass, like if we go to DC, you won't have a problem at all. Like none. If you just say you with me because I DJ, etc., like you won't have it. Like, you know what I mean? So we understand all of that, but just in that hypothetical.
I'm from DC, Hamp. I'm with you. I'm from DC. I'm with you. But look, a fair one is a fair one, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you. A fair one is
DC.
No.
What?
Yeah. What I'm saying is that when I was young, of course, man, we older now. I'm looking at him. He asked me a question. I'm coming from a intelligent.
College wasn't no such thing as fair, and it was from DC.
Look,
2005.
Man. Then you hear he say 2005. If we're in the club and he throw one and somebody jumping in, we all getting in. We already know that's established.
You said
Smoke.
fair.
Hey, Smoke. I was looking up this from my second oldest daughter. They got double Dutch competitions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you in it because you doubled.
It
Your
should be
double
in the
dutch is
Olympics.
amazing.
It should be in the Olympics.
Well, you'll definitely qualify. You'll be on the American team. That's for damn
Nah,
sure.
man. I'm keeping it 100. I'm keeping it 100,
No,
and I
no,
get
I
down.
think
I get down. Trust me.
No. You telling the truth out your mouth. You just saying a lot of stuff that you think is true. That
No,
also
it's true.
slightly conflict.
Now, if we go in the club, Ham, and you swing a punch, and he with 3-5 guys, I already know we getting down. It ain't no question. I mean, that's logic. That's logic. You don't have to say that.
If it's 2 of us and you throw a punch on 5 guys, you're on your own.
No.
Then I'm whooping your ass later. Then I'm
we
whooping
getting
your
down.
ass now I'm whooping your ass later because you done said
I already told Ham we get my first initial. If you go back and watch this video of Ham throw a punch, I said we getting down. If he throw a punch,
punch on 5 niggas for?
Yeah,
I don't know why he throwing a punch on 5 niggas, but that's not what I'm worried about. Right now, I'm trying to get us up out of there. We're gonna come out of there. That's what I'm talking about.
You ain't gonna tell him, hey, chill, bro. You ain't gonna tell him, chill, bro.
Wait.
If he already threw the punch, what is it chill for?
He better back it up.
Y'all act like it's 5 guys there, but it ain't 5 chairs there.
You know what I mean?
Like balance out in this shit.
We turning it up.
We get down to there. We get down there as safe as we can, but
there you go.
Hey, OG, you better be whooping his ass. I'm about to say, I'm whooping your ass. We know y'all
when we get to the house, there gonna be some other stuff. Y'all
getting stomped out.
Yeah.
But Ham, don't you? Didn't we talk about this the other day? The difference in the disciplines when it comes down to spirituality, you find out what you have
in common,
and what is the protocol of your religion when it comes to certain things versus someone else's religion, and then you find out the things that you have in common. Then these are the things you participate in to move forward, but the things you don't have in common, well, y'all have these conversations later, but you work on the things you can do. And what I'm saying is, that's just the way life is. I got Christian friends. I got Islam. I got all types of friends. I even got some friends who are not even into religion, but I know what they stand for. I know the principles of them, what they stand for. So I think that's more important than anything that when it comes down to. Because just like I say, I know some brothers in the NOI, I'm ashamed to say it, but I'm a little skeptical about hanging around them in certain situations.
Okay. I understand that. So LG, let me ask you then, why do we prioritize items that depreciate over items that appreciate?
That's easy.
Well, I'm listening.
You know what I mean? Shit. Because
good.
Women see objects, items of possession as a way to judge a man's productivity. It is a way, it's a tool that they use to assert their hypergamous nature. The guy with the expensive car makes more money than the guy with the cheap car when you look at it on the surface. The guy with the expensive clothes, the big home. All right. Jeff Bezos' house and my Bezos' house are 2 totally different houses. And if you look at them side by side, you'll be able to tell who's making more money. I can guarantee you that. It ain't me. So people amass these things that they put on display. You said the other day, the peacock is the biggest, brightest, most beautiful feathers. It's the biggest mane on the lion. It's the largest territory that the lion has control over, or the silverback. These possessions. These are the resources. These are the resources that women are after.
Well, you're saying that. So you're saying black men, we acquire these resources that aren't resources, considering they depreciate, right? So by definition, would they be resources?
By definition, they're absolutely liabilities or depreciating assets. 100%. But a woman that looks at a Lexus versus a woman that looks at a Toyota what do you think? What car you think she's getting in first?
No, I got you. But why is our mind so warped that we are
don't know
getting?
Economics.
I got
We
the
can't even we
doing
can't
it
even
for
define
women,
the difference.
Aaron. We doing it for women. We doing that for
Yes,
Yeah,
women.
100%.
both women
100%.
and men. Women and men.
100%. We can't. What black man can tell you the difference between an asset, a liability, and an investment?
It might be tough. It might be tough. So, but Aaron, here's the unfortunate circumstance. If what you're saying is true, who the fuck is in charge around here? Like
they say it's a matriarchy.
Not even.
Y'all ain't figured it out.
They do it for men and women. Yeah. It's a status
identity
symbol, bro.
crisis and lack of
It's like a
self-esteem.
status symbol. It values worth. That's what
Y'all
people
ain't
think.
figured
It
this
shows
out.
your value.
So you agree with Tim? You agree with Aaron, Timothy?
That they do it for women, strictly for women. I don't think they do it strictly for women.
People. Well, the point is, you want to impress, right? They want to impress.
Yeah, they
Women
do it
are a
for
large
attention.
part of it. Go ahead.
Well, I think people do it for different things. Mainly to impress people, but it could be for like business reasons. You know what I'm saying? Because if somebody see you come up in the Maybach, they probably gonna take you more serious when it comes to doing business. They might let you in buildings that they wouldn't let a nigga pulling up in a Pinto in. I mean, that's just how it is. Like living in the city, I see that's how it is. People will like give you a little bit more of a chance, depending on how you moving. Like, cause everybody can't just get no Maybach.
See,
So,
that's
I
the
mean,
thing.
it's a status. It show your status. What
see.
was you about to say?
No, I understand that. I remember when Jeezy first met Hove, Jay-Z. If y'all don't, I don't know if y'all know, but so we first met Jay-Z, and he pulled up in the same car Hove pulled up in, and Hove told him, "Whatever you doing, stop doing it," because he didn't have no contract yet to have that same car. You know what I'm saying? I mean that's just a story I thought when you said it, but that makes sense. That's strategic. But but is Aaron, in terms of people just trying to peacock, more right than what you saying in terms of a business strategy?
I mean, yeah, because we all grew up wanting to do that shit too, though. So a lot of people just it's all to impress. It's all to impress.
Hey, dude, hey.
I mean, 1015 is 100% right.
Yeah,
I think it's more to it.
I think,
But that's a different ballgame.
I think it's a
Okay,
little
well,
deeper than that.
let's get August and then Scam. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I know earlier you was talking about the percentage of the violent crime and how you was making the distinction that it's a low amount of black people, but when you talk about how that is black people that overwhelmingly do violent crime, I think it all boils down to how we're being raised. And so the way that we look at things and the way that we emote is basically how our mothers emote, because you're coming from those single parent homes. It's a little different when you have the man there to teach you how to emote like a man and respond like a man and act like a man. But the way that our community, predominantly single mother home communities, emote and act is as our mothers would. It's the same reason why we peacock a lot. You know what I'm saying? For a woman, her looks and how she carries herself is what carries her. As far as a man, though, what you can accomplish in the world and what you can establish as a man is what carries you. But we are raised by our mothers. We're not raised by our fathers. So I think that plays a major role in how we, just the whole culture of how we move. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's walk that down. So if we are raised by our mothers and we take on their similar sentiments, the latter you said would largely not be true, right? It would be the former. So if women are raising us and giving us their game plan, then all that men do they value shit, we don't even know that because that's not what we were taught. So that would be not true for the majority.
Can you
so like you said, men do, we build our value, we do X, Y, and Z, right? We understand that, right? Because we've learned it. Like, okay, this makes sense. Why was it so hard for me when I was younger, right? But think about this: if the majority of us are coming from single mother homes, the truth would be what our moms tell us, which is what
it's not so much what our mothers is telling us. It's the way that we learn is not just through what we hear. It's what we see. So
exactly,
your
mommy.
So as a man, if I'm a young man coming up, I'm a little boy coming up under my mother's roof with no masculine presence there. The way that she presents herself is where I'm going to take a lot of my habits. So the way that she gets mad about things and yell about things,
I understand
angry about shit. So what was I missing?
Because we're saying what men do X, Y, and Z, but we raised by women, And so
Right.
we're gonna assume how women operate is how we should operate. But we say this, which you are correct. But if the boys don't know that, it's not true.
What makes it not true if the boys
Because they don't know
that
it. They
are
being
more
raised by women, to your point. So all the talking points that we use that should be, they don't even know no different because they raised by
right.
women.
Yeah, that's what. But that's
You
I
see
agree,
what I'm
but we're
saying,
talking-
August, is their truth is what they got taught and what they saw from their mothers.
Correct. Yes, but that what I'm saying is that correlates with the violent crime. That correlates with why do we look at ourselves and want to peacock. It correlates with all of that because that was established by our mothers, not our fathers. Our fathers understand the value of having assets that appreciates. Our mothers, if my wife spends.
Yeah,
crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the nature.
Yeah, women
of
are big
how
consumers.
What is
Yeah,
peacock?
that's peacock means
I
to
got
like
flashy,
you know
flashy,
show off.
flashy,
Yeah, like I
flashy.
bought a car that I can't handle right now.
Yeah.
and it's causing me to not be able to pay my mortgage on time.
But
I
you
got
still
this
look
car
good
that
in
looks
it.
nice. But I
Yeah.
look good in the car.
But
it's
August,
on E, but I look good.
Consider this though. If that's who's raising the majority of the men, the modus operandi of the majority of the men is what? To do what women do, to see what women see. And so when we say what is actual for men, but they're not being raised by men, then it's a moot point. I'm trying to break it down.
I don't think it's a moot. I don't think it's a moot point because then you talk about the nature versus nurture. So for there's a lot of men that are raised by their mothers. Like myself, I was raised by my mama, but I don't operate or conduct myself the way my mother would, because I know that it doesn't fit me. But the majority of young men who are committing violent crimes in the streets are emoting like women. If they come into a situation where, you know, they dealing with somebody that's disrespecting them, they're gonna respond violently and irrationally instead of emoting like a man would and think about it in a rational sense. I could smoke him right now, but I'm gonna go to jail.
But August, that's what I'm saying though. This is if the majority of the men are growing up being raised by women, then the modus operandi for men is the same as it is women. We can't say what it is for men is because they're actually being raised and they're perpetuating what women showed us. Now, one last thing.
Okay.
OG said, at what point do you have to take ownership of your downfalls and your wins? So is it still on the women? Is it already on these young, dumb, old ass niggas that's not changing their modus operandi? We can't keep blaming the women.
Well, I think the start of it all is the nuclear family. So it's not we can't. What's happening has already happened. There's nothing that we can do about what's happening. The way that they perceive the world, they've already got their software installed on them when it was up to like adolescent age, 12 years old. That's about it. Once you hit about 12, 13, 14 years old, you are who you gonna be. And what your mama made you is what you gonna be. There's some men that can make those changes and make those adjustments. But if we look at the numbers of why things are the way that they are, it's a direct correlation to the single parent home. Now watch
this. Okay. Well, just because I watch this, I want to make sure Scam get in. Now watch this. Remember, the premise of the conversation was assets and things of that nature. More single women buy more homes than men. Right? So they are consumers, but also they purchasing assets. Hey, Smoke, mute for me. They purchasing assets more quickly and more abundance than men are.
Yeah, but that
women
doesn't
are
mean that
going. Hold on, let me just build on it because we talking about. I gotta take this blazer. I can't stretch. Scam fault.
It's hard wearing the suit, ain't it?
Yeah, especially look at my sleeve. This one don't even fit, OG. I just got it over here.
Yeah, it fit like a swimwear.
You got a blood pressure cuff on.
Yeah. So they got the houses, right? We can argue about what real estate is, right? But I think the majority of people agree real estate is largely an asset. You know, we understand rates are going up and things of that nature, but I haven't had a house that appreciated yet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going off of that. When you look at the degrees, we can say, okay, are they valuable? But people have considered having a degree an asset. We can break it down, right? But they're getting those. So what's popping? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what a divergence is.
Go ahead, August, and then.
But I gotta go. Wait, Ham, I gotta go.
The nuance of it. Go ahead, OG.
So peace to all you brothers on the panel. It's been a great discussion. I got a meeting, but I will be listening in the cloud. But Ham, take this right here. Take this right here and lay it on the table.
Okay.
5 seconds. When men want to impress men, they start wars. When they want to impress women, they surround their things with materialistic stuff. And that's all across the board, rich or poor. Think about what I said. We start wars in the neighborhood between each other, we're impressing men. But when we start wars with other nations, we're trying to impress men. The women just become the spoils of the war, and then we surround ourselves with material things to get their attention. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
No doubt, OG. So, be safe out here. Thought he was leaving. Oh, there we go. All right. Go ahead, Scam. Salute the OG, man.
Going back to the original, because I just can't just sit here and do the blame the women's, the men's is, because then it's going to be 32% of, we know the drill. Going back to the spending the money. Well, matter of fact, Fantastic can take care of that when I drop off. You got it. But as far as the men's, why they buying this stuff and doing all this here and some of that there, like we did the standard show, there are no standards. Gets to the point where they won't get on code. I don't even know what the codes are. It's all over the place. But at the end of the day, man looks in the mirror, doesn't see something he likes. And he thinks he can go and buy a car and spend money he don't have, and it's going to give him a different type of result. It could be lack of financial discipline, but the focus to actually be patient, wait and do things the right way. Lacking discipline. No, I'm going to just go get it now. Run out there, go be reckless. Or, person having emotional problems, they don't believe in themselves, they're going to do whatever, they fall victim doing whatever, but they don't have an identity. They're looking for one, and they're just following what they actually see versus being the person that they are. I already know what's coming. Men's, women's, single moms, 38.6. Y'all got it. Peace out. Dust.
Wait, Bam, what the hell? Nobody said nothing yet.
The single mom, not doing it. No.
We've been having a solid conversation.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you asshole.
I know it's coming.
It ain't I got faith, man. Mr. Fantastic got his hand done. Chaotic, what's popping?
What's going on, man? I just got done doing a live stream and I saw that you were live, and it was a great topic because you got my homeboy, Pastor Manning, on the overlay. So
that's
yeah, I like that. Yeah. Oh
yeah.
Man. Oh, without a doubt.
So CT, right now we kind of talked about violence earlier, right?
Yeah.
Now we're talking about black men in terms of prioritizing assets versus liabilities, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we wear our wealth, so to speak? And so we were just going down that road. August was saying it's because we raised by women primarily. That's not all he said, but I'm just summing it up. But it gives us different priorities. So we're trying to assess what's up with our head.
I know what it is. We have not killed that Ramses gene. We haven't killed that Akhenaten gene. Niggas want to be rulers and want everybody to see our crowns. Niggas want to be I really believe that Floyd Mayweather is the reincarnation of Mansa Musa. We want to show everybody, look what I got. Look what I got. I remember when I was in school, man, in the 90s, junior high school. All my friends, it was every day, Hemp, every day, man. Just niggas talking about their clothes, their shoes. You ever seen Groundhog's Day? It was like Groundhog's Day for 3 years, man. Just shoes, and I was low key a nerd, man, in a closeted nerd, and I wanted to talk about Star Wars and Star Trek and just nerdy shit. But all my friends wanted to talk about was Jordans and did you get the next pair of Deion Sanders? And I'm like, why can't y'all break free of this? Why can't you? What's so wrong with wearing, we called them buddies back in the day. What's so wrong with that? I would rather be smart than to show off to people. I don't care about y'all, even though I did wear some nice, stuff here and there. But yeah, we have to destroy that Mansa Musa gene in a nutshell.
So you
what
saying
brand
don't
blazer do you have
have
on?
shit to do with women?
What brand did I have? What
brand blazer you got on?
Ah man, this is I got this from the Goodwill, man. I don't
You
even
lie.
nah, I'm telling you, I don't even know. I just picked it off the rack. What you say, Hemp?
As much as
Lie.
I'm a very humble man.
Nah, hell nah. As much
Lie.
as much as you wear that blazer, ain't no way it's from Goodwill. That
my
shit
only one.
bulletproof.
Like that, that's only one- I can only afford one of them. Go ahead, Hemp. You got the floor, man.
Hey, thanks. He's trying to deflect.
You know damn well that blazer ain't for no Goodwill.
So you saying it don't got shit to do with the women?
No, man. Black people, particularly the greatest blacks on the planet, the Black Americans, you can go back you can go back to the early 1900s. You know, black people had fathers in the home, and a lot of blacks, man, they were stylish, man. You know, especially those Negroes in Harlem. Negroes want to look good, man. I'm telling you, it's a gene, man. It ain't got nothing to do. And me, in my opinion, has nothing to do with women. It's something in us, man. We like our clothes, we like our shoes. You know, we like big screen TVs to brag about the people, then wonder why the next day your house is burglarized. You know, it's something about the it's like a bragging gene. I wish that there was a scientist on the panel that can do some research into this. It has to be some sort of chemical reaction when we see stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Anybody got a rebuttal?
It might be.
Yeah, man, it's for the hoes, man. They do it. Everybody do it for the hoes. Niggas get nice cars. They trying to stunt. She pull up to your crib. She see that big ass TV. She with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you know. That's
Like
how
I,
these niggas do
I
They
think
do
it
for the
covers
hoes.
it. I think it's just for people in general, men and women. Like I said, it's like a status symbol. You want people to know your worth. For the most part, people think those cars show their worth. You know what I'm saying? And having like that type of image, it give you perks. Like I said, in the city, it will get you in rooms that a Pinto can't get you in. Like that's just the way a lot of these people superficial in the city, bro. Like anybody that live in a major city know that, bro. Like they judge you off of what you got, the material shit. It can help open doors. No matter what people want to believe it or not, it help open doors.
I was gonna say to 10-15 point, that's the reason why black people are so gaudy with the way that we dress, because that's really what it is. Now you can talk about our style all you want as far as like what we decide to wear. But the reason why you back then you saw black people in suits every day, and then even today you see black people showing their wealth, is because for so long that was how we were. That was the only way that you can get people to look at you. You can only get that's the only way, like 10-15 said, to get somebody to say, oh, that person's going somewhere, I can hire him, or that person looks the part, I'm gonna get you, or that person looks like they got money. So we dress twice as well to get the same shit somebody can get in a pair of fucking buckets. You know what I mean? Or we drive, or if you notice, like if you go through a regular white neighborhood, you can tell the black person that live in that neighborhood, in a middle class neighborhood, because that's gonna be the person that got the Audi in their driveway, whereas everybody else got Hondas. It's because we try to look the part to get the part, oftentimes.
So you think you saying white people don't have to do it, or Asians
No, they
don't
do
have
it
to do
too.
that?
No, they do it too, but the reason why it looks so gaudy on us is because that's how we show our wealth. Like, you know what I mean? You saying,
But is it dumb though?
Y'all do know.
Today it is. I don't think it yields the same results it used to. Like today it don't make sense. Like, but back then it did make sense, because to go out there you had to be the nigga in the suit versus the nigga that dressed like everybody else to step away and look better than the people around you. Now it don't really make sense because that's not a necessity today.
This is what's confusing about this conversation, though, because for as long as I can live, the people that's being your everyday millionaires don't wear that stuff. They drive these little hoopty cars.
What millionaire
Cars
you know drive a hoopty car all the time?
No, I'm saying working class millionaires, people who are rich by just working, like going to work, buying houses, buying a house, may have assets up to $1 million. That type of lifestyle are not people not driving Lexuses and BMWs and these expensive cars. They're everyday working people who just live off the dollar.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. All the
can't
big
work your
dogs
way up
at
to
my
that
job, these motherfuckers got boats, all type of 4-wheelers,
I'm so
horses.
hey, 10-15. Hold on. I'm about to poke a hole in that
explain
logic
this?
right now. I'm about to poke a hole in that logic right now. When you see Lexus, Mercedes-Benz commercials on during football games, who do you think they're advertising to?
Working class people who have no money.
Working class white folks. They're advertising to working class white folks because they're the ones that buy those cars.
No, not all the time. This is crazy. Listen. People with a lot of money, they don't look at things the same. They don't ask how much is this going to cost me. They ask how much this is going to make me. For example, if I'm killing it in the real estate game, it behooves me to buy a 7 Series BMW. I'm not buying it, I'm leasing it. It's not money out the window because I'm constantly shuttling around clients in it. But that's if I'm at a certain level of real estate. And if I'm selling that level of real estate, then that's an asset. Leasing that vehicle is a business decision. Above that, there's a tier of cars that appreciate when you drive them off the lot and people aren't even aware of it. There's cars out there, when you drive it up the street from the dealership, it'd appreciate $100,000 because they only make a certain amount that year, and the demand on it is so high that you have to sign contracts with these cars that these companies that you won't sell the car in 6 months because flippers come in, buy them at 5 at a time, and then sell them for double what they paid for.
Like sneakers.
So people got to understand that this world is not exactly as it seems. People are buying these things. It's just for very different reasons. They buy these things. So when you say people have boats themselves are horrible liabilities. Every boat owner I know, as far as boat owner experience, every boat owner I know, and I know a bunch, 2 best days of their life: the day they bought the boat, the day they sold the boat. However, certain boats can make you money, especially if it's a yacht that you're renting out, or if it's closing business deals because you have clients on it. You're taking people to Miami, you're going from Biscayne Bay to Brickell or whatever in your cigarette boat, and you got to take a bunch of people there real quick. Like, these things will close you deals, yes. So that justifies boat ownership. But not everybody's buying the Casino Royale. They're buying Chris Craft's 20-foot, and they're pleasure boats. If you can afford that, that's fine. But even then, that might get you a deal. It's like buying a nice set of golf clubs.
Oh, what y'all?
So who are the people? So who is Ford? Because we all know that Ford is basically, Lincoln is just a luxury Ford. We know that Mercedes-Benz is a luxury Chevy. Who are they?
No.
It is.
Mercedes-Benz is Mercedes-Benz. Cadillac is a luxury Chevy.
Oh yeah, that's Cadillac is a luxury Chevy. Mercedes-Benz is a luxury. I can't remember. Mercedes-Benz is Mercedes. But
you have
Lexus. Lexus is Toyota. Yeah. So who are these advertisers? Because we know who watches football. Who are they advertising?
They advertising to people who work paycheck to paycheck and don't own anything. They just want to look like they got money but don't have any money. People actually accumulate money. Working class people who are not exorbitantly rich. They live next door to me. They drive. Well, I'm taking that back. My neighbor actually next door to me is actually rich. They do live in the same house I live in. He hasn't worked in 20 years. He has 6 cars in his driveway, and none of them is a 2020. None of them is probably 2010s. But this dude has money left and right. He vacation when he want to vacation, do what he want to do. But if you look at his everyday life, you never know he had money. I got another neighbor live across the street from me.
What are we talking about? Range Rover.
This got to do with the black man's mind some kind of way. Yeah. I don't know.
I was just asking,
can I address? Can I get in? Because he about to shut this shit down anyway.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Parental.
Yeah. So yeah, man. I guess this is shit on the Black Man Tuesdays, bro. Black men make up 6% of the population, bro. Why are we acting like and talking like all niggas spend all this money, bro? The majority of cars, houses, everything are not bought by black people in general. Niggas is not out here buying Protect Philippe. All this shit that niggas you find out through a rap song. White people been on it. Arabs been on it. Chinese people been on it. If you guys have ever traveled, like you said, the people that are the most frivolous with money, especially when they come here, Asian people. Asian people buy everything, okay? But it's neither here nor there. Listen, wearing your money, quote unquote, is different levels for different people. All right, for the poor motherfuckers that's somehow fresh as hell at the bus stop, it may be Jordans. For the person that's you middle class or whatever, so on and so forth, you borderline, it may be some jewelry or a nice watch. But again, as you go up the levels, it's all the same shit, bro. It's just that we shitting on each other for doing the same shit that everybody else does at way, way bigger levels. I promise you, niggas not buying even 1% of the Bentleys. They're not buying 1% of the Rolls Royces. Okay, and they're not making them for niggas. Okay, none of these advertisements are for niggas.
So,
all right.
So your argument is that
But
everybody. So this is fantastic. Just so I'm clear, your argument is that everybody doesn't prioritize correctly.
Everybody doesn't do it, and we do it the least. It's just that we are fucking promoted as in doing it. That's part of the propaganda. And fucking what's the name is like every nigga got a big ass chain, and every nigga's spending this amount of money on weed and all this other shit and so on and so forth. To a degree, yay. You still should we be doing it as much as we do it? No, especially not at where we are at the level. But you can't hold everybody to the standard of a Floyd Mayweather or a Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? Niggas not moving like that.
Doesn't that go against your argument? So if you can afford to do something as opposed to when you can't, and then considering the level you're on, should you prioritize differently?
Yeah, I'm saying you should prioritize. What I'm saying is they're saying that everyone is trying to be like something that is above them. Most people can't even. Everybody lives beyond their means. Everybody lives. Well, the majority of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. The majority of the world is poor. So to say that again, you know what I mean, that niggas is the only people out here doing this shit, bro, is just nonsensical.
Hold on, y'all, because y'all was talking, and that's how he got to this talking point right here. Y'all start talking about who buying the cars and shit. I'm asking black men, based on the level we are, I'm asking why are we still wearing our worth, right? Wearing our money, but where are our investments, et cetera, et cetera. That's the problem that I have. I give a fuck about everybody else. Frankly, I didn't even bring that up.
Okay. Well, you guys. Well, when I came in the door, you guys were talking about women buying more houses, but you didn't give any context on that. Women are buying more houses, but women are also the highest in foreclosures. Again, when men buy property, men buy more properties, and men profit more from property ownership. Women buy houses to live in. Men buy houses for being a landlord or selling or flipping, all these different things. So, like I say, it's a lot of context in that that's getting left out.
Women have the most foreclosures.
Hemp, I told you, Hemp.
Yes.
Now, do they still have they have foreclosures? Do they still have the most houses?
Yeah, but Hemp, if you losing them, what's the point? That's just like you say in degrees. They have more degrees, but you asked the question, all right? Is it an asset? Is something an asset if you're not benefiting from it? If you buy a house and you lose it in a fucking year, it's not, or less than 3 years, it's not an asset because you can profit from it. You can even keep it. If you get a degree and your student loan debt is higher than the money that you can make from it, and you never ever even eclipse to pay off your student loan debt before you die, that's not an asset. So we're generalizing things and we're classifying and giving credit to women for some shit as that's just because it's classified as that, but they're not using it as that.
Well, I was speaking
black men and men in general still make more.
So let me
well,
look.
I want
to understand this, right? Because you're saying they buy more, so that therefore they have more foreclosures. But isn't that inevitable? If you have more houses, there's people that are gonna fail. So you can't fail if you never had it in the first place. What I'm saying is, what I'm asking is that here's what I'm asking. All right. So if we don't buy a house at all, of course we're not gonna get foreclosed on. But what does that mean? Did we have the ability to buy a house in the first place?
I know the exact question you asked.
Hold on, wait. Yeah, yes. Men make more money. Men make more money. Men have better credit. Men are better off financially. It's just that again, men buy when men.
Black man too.
Black still.
No.
Black.
I'm only talking about black. Just be
okay.
Clear. Okay, I'm just only talking about black.
So I'll say this. I'll be clear. I'll be explicitly clear. Black men make more money. Okay, black men have higher credit scores. Black men have higher net worth. So being that black men are more single, though, you're less married. You have the smallest demographic of marriage of like any group. So that's why there's men only buy houses if they see it more likely for a family. You're not going to buy a house if you know what I'm saying, if you just yourself, you're single, or you're bachelor, all these different things. Now, should you change that? Yes, I agree. I don't think you should fucking pay rent for life and never get a motherfucking return on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that bought a house before 2010. You definitely saw at least probably $100,000 in appreciation to your crib, right? Shout out to you, right? But niggas don't understand that, right? And that's something that we do need to improve upon. But when we get on here, and sticking to black again, especially. So now you niggas were saying I don't want to make it black. I say it across the board because niggas want to act like, you know, they turn into this thing. But again, black women have the lowest net worth. Black women have they have the most enrolled, but again, they do the less with the degrees that they have. So if you are doing something that is considered an asset, but it's not equaling an asset to you, it's irrelevant. It's like moot. It's like a push. You can't give them credit for doing all this shit and they're not benefiting from it. They're the most enrolled, but they're not getting more degrees than white people or Asian people. Okay, they're not making money anywhere near the close to money to white people or Asian people. So it's crazy to me again how niggas need to do better, right? And you shit on niggas when again black men have been improving over the last 20 years. You can track it and look at it, despite no degrees and all these different things. But then y'all say the women are this, the women are that. You're not giving the context.
Well, you say so. Question, right? Oh, Scam, you got a question? Go ahead. Or you got it? Go ahead.
Nah, I was gonna give my final thoughts. I was gonna say the topic is what's wrong with the black man's mind. There's fitness, there's confidence, there's communication, there's medicine, there's food, there's all kind of things. Family values, spirituality, and all we get is this. I told you this was gonna happen. That's all I got.
This nigga lame as hell. I get tired of this lame ass nigga that get up here and just got nothing to add to say. But all he do is like say little stupid ass shit that has no value to the fucking point, and then just say it's all is this. And then whenever he's fucking countered, he does some lame ass trolling with some corny ass, dry ass jokes, and he better bring anything to the fucking conversation. Everything I'm saying is verifiable, bro. It's not a diss. That's pussy ass shit, and that's fucking hoe shit, and non-manly for you to try to just write this off like I'm just making this shit up, bro. Google this shit. Google is your friend. Everything I'm saying, you can say, you can look at.
Single black man. Single black man's median wealth was 10,100 compared to single black women median wealth of 1,700. And I just put the link in the chat.
And that was what 2019 numbers, okay? And that's median wealth. I promise you this though, man. What I'm saying is this. The whole aspect of this shit, bro, is just a lot of fucking context needs to be put into these things. Because when you try to, y'all are helping the narrative. You're helping the narrative that black men are doing this and all the shit. When again, we are progressing. Like we're getting better. You guys can't come up here and make the pro-black argument. The white man. We've been held back. And then as black men get better over time, it's still never good enough. That's more that ain't, can't, don't want rhetoric and bullshit.
Yeah. So one, we're having a conversation, and niggas is not running from no conversation. The truth is, if the conversation, if you can break down one of the points and they get broken down, and people should be grown up enough to concede. If there's a point that's better than yours, then people should be able to concede that too. I think the problem is that people aren't having the conversation in good faith. Because August and I were just going back and forth about what he was saying. And if he breaks it down, I'm like, okay, good point.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't break it down, I'm like,
well,
oh, wait,
honest, like I said,
you might have come over here now.
I only came in on like the last 30 minutes. Like I came in right before like OG got off. You guys were talking about the stuff, and that's when we brought up, you know, home ownership and things like that, and college degrees. But like I say, look at the minutia. You have to go and look at the details of these things. Okay, you have to look at the details of these things. There's programs again. You know, when we start talking about affirmative action. Black women qualify for a whole lot more things, man. Mm-hmm. Having kids qualifies you for a whole lot more things. So like I'm saying, it's not that brothers aren't doing a lot of these things. Are brothers perfect? No. The brothers need to get better, of course. You don't need to ever be satisfied with where we're at. What I'm saying is, though, a lot of these conversations aren't had in proper context, and the details aren't really looked into. we looked into that information too, when they were talking about the women overall owning more homes. When you look at it, the numbers not that big. It's not that big of a difference. And then furthermore, I have to get to it and get back to you, but just looking into the numbers, it gives you a much clearer picture of, how and why and all these different things. But then if you counterbalance that with, okay, if women are owning homes, but they still have fucking, way far less worse than the men do, what is it? What's the point of it? Men obviously have assets somewhere. Men obviously, are making some type of right decisions in property, investments, or whatever, business, whatever it may be, right? But like I said, it's just got to be more of a look of the large picture and the overall before we just, be like the women are beating the men type shit. And I'm not saying you guys say that directly, but that's like, one of the arguments or whatever.
No, I got you. Just in comparison, and when I hear 10 grand to 1,500, it sounds like both is shit and piss. You can pick which one is shit, and you can pick which one is piss. If we are in competition, our women, and they're that low, I feel like that's problematic in itself. And I'm saying I feel, and I just wonder, do y'all remember? That's a great point. Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all remember? Just real quick, and I'm this done. You'll probably be able to make your same point after I say this. Y'all remember in 2008 when the gas prices was stupid? They was like $3.89 for the first time we saw that. You know what I'm saying? And remember, you could buy a truck for fucking 20 grand, brand new, because niggas like, I'm not driving no truck. And then the gas price went from $4 to $3.89, and niggas was happy. Well, you freaking $3.89 is shit. So, Mr. Fantastic, are we in a place to pat ourselves on the back, or do we need to hold off on the pat?
No, I'm not. No, I'm definitely not saying it's a pat on that. But like you said, a lot of the times, brother, it's a combating the bullshit. How's a bitch? I'm sorry. How's a person? And again, shout out to the brother at the NCRC. Look at those numbers. The last numbers recorded for black single mothers is net worth of 0. So what is that? That's at least 60%, 64% of black women that are in that boat. So you can't say 60% of black women are in the net 0, net worth, of 0. But then, they somehow doing better than, black men or so on and so forth. That's, whatever. So my thing is, like you said, the reason we're here at this point in this juncture where we have these conversations, right, is that black men are countering like, bro, who are you to talk shit to me? Who are you? You're not on my level, but you guys have put out here the narrative that you are, and everything says that you're not. But yet still, because of the status quo and, the culture that we're in, women get lied to and praised, and now you have to constantly combat, just these false narratives and just straight out lies.
Okay, I understand. Because I think the reason why we got it here just real quick and somebody else could jump in is because August was saying we raised by single mothers. That's kind of, we got down like this path in a way. But do we have so what do we get to tout when we compare ourselves to our counterparts? Hold on, let me read these real quick before y'all answer. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Duke was popping with the $2. What if it was just a test and he popped you for being gay? That's when OG made that point. Omar with the $5 says, no, Allah says we have the right to ball till we fall. We were told enjoy the world and also prepare for the afterlife. That's why you can grab an RR. T.O. with the $2 says, this is not the 70s no more. Ain't no one-on-ones. Hell yeah. Ain't no one-on-ones. Indeed, I got you. Jarice with the $2 says, black men do everything for the box. Stop the cap. Omar Smith with the $5 says, there's nothing better than to look in a gold digger's eyes. Melts my heart. I love when they be begging. Pound. I love saving them. Toxic love. Omar crazy. Lauren Mack with the $10 says, I think the Blazer throwing Hamp brain off. His mind is rejecting the fact that he now looks his age, minus the hat, or he thirsty. Nah, I've been drinking water and shit. And I'm younger than you, Lauren. Omar Smith with the $10 says, this conversation always blows me away. You have to get approved for a car. Please go to the dealer and see if you can get approved for an R8. We drive what we want. We live where we want. Omar with the $5 says, fantastic for the win. You buy cars and watch after you handle business. With exotic cars, they go into tiers so you can't get what you can't afford. OG with the $5 says, the question is why were men and women created? I have a passion to attract a woman. My nature is to be the strongest man. See, this palace with the $5 says, just got here. Reason why black men don't buy more homes is because we usually wait until we marry, and that's why black women have more homes. Fantastic is 100% correct.
Brother.
See, this palace with the $2 says, black men have more STEM degrees. That's why we make more. Salute to Caesar's Palace. Appreciate you, man, especially considering you just got here. You feel me? Hope all is well. He says, for the show, since it's not a cash, it sent more since it's not a cash app.
And when I'm feeling broke, E&J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Salute. So fantastic. What do we say to our counterparts?
Stop trying to compete. That's what I'm trying. Like a lot of this stuff, man, is just like you say. Stop trying to compete with the men. You're not on our level. You're not men.
My bad. Sorry. Our male counterparts. Do we need to shut the fuck up?
No, listen, bro. No, we definitely don't need to shut the fuck up. We need to encourage more brothers and put brothers on to different avenues and ways to be successful. Like August made the greatest point. If you're starting out with somebody in poverty, right? That's a woman that doesn't know anything about financial literacy, doesn't know anything about investing. How you gonna pop up at 18 or 25 and be on the right track? That's another thing too. We're not getting credit for it, bro. A lot of us have to figure this stuff out along the way. You know what I'm saying? Bro, my credit was not great up until I hit like 30. You know what I'm saying? We aren't taught any of these things. So you're literally telling someone that's, again, 60% of them are born to, 60% have kids and 7% of those single moms, right? A lot of those are in poverty or barely making it, right? At the threshold of middle class and whatever. And then tell him, hey, man, you need to be a motherfucking, a black Bill Gates. You need to have your shit figured out and be a Wall Street motherfucking expert by 30. And, have your portfolio and have your properties. So that's what I'm saying, Ham. And it's really not excuse making. I know, hey, alpha your way through it. You a man. You got to figure this shit out, nigga, and so on and so forth. But, bro, that's what had us hampered for so long, is in just telling you a man, nigga, figure it out, versus being like, nah, brother, come along with me. This is the way. So that's what this whole thing is about, bro. That you got a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, put this, you niggas just complain about women. No, bro, we talk about everything from, like, say, trade schools, investing, buying properties, a whole bunch of different stuff, bro. And then Hemp, like you said, Hemp, look at the people on this panel. I mean, I know Aaron got a crib, you got a crib, August, you got a crib. I know John the Baptist got a crib. I don't know about the brother that just came up. But you see what I'm saying, Hemp? So even if you do a poll of this, and most of the brothers in the chat, you know what I'm saying, they're going to be, I'm not saying that most of them, but a substantial number of the brothers in the chat are going to own homes too. I'll ask you a question. Do a quick poll, brothers in the chat. If you own a home, put a one in the chat. So you see what I'm saying? So again, Hemp, when you listen to the noise, niggas ain't doing shit. But just on this panel alone, you have brothers that at least have the basics. And August, you early 30s, right? Or mid 30s?
Yeah, 34, yeah.
34. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, Hemp. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Hemp. Our brothers are figuring it out, bro, but without a lot of help. And the point is, we need to talk more about helping each other than all the other shit, for real.
So no, that's solid. Now, you gave a lot of reasons as to why brothers ain't. I got you, John. Why brothers ain't where they supposed to be. There's a lot of hampering. You just coming from particular situations, right? With that logic, do you employ the both sexes?
Well, yeah. I mean,
the grace and helping each other.
Credit, but but this is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, August. You got it. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say,
and then John, go ahead.
I think if you even look at the way the media works when it advertises to women make 80% of the consumer choices. It just speaks to the nature of it all. And so, I'm only speaking from experience when I say this stuff. When I was in my mother's house, my mother had no concept of even giving us any resources or anything. She was very just reactive to how life was coming at her, which is understandable because she's doing it by herself. When I got out and stepped into manhood, I had to create everything from scratch. I had to start from the bottom. I had to race the clock. But now that I have my sons are already on the path of learning things that I had to go out in the world and figure out for myself, by myself, and develop alliances. My mama was not really on that type of time. She just couldn't conceive that idea. So I had the forethought to think about it, but a lot of brothers don't have that forethought. A lot of brothers, they become mama's boys. They live that life, and so that the way that they perceive the world, they emote the way that they're taught, and that happens a lot in single mother homes. That's why they get violent. My mother was the way she responded to us was with violence. She used to beat the dog shit out of us, to try and assert some dominance on us. That's just the way that she figured that she had to do things. She never stopped to talk to us and be like, well, why are you doing this, or explaining things. That's just not how it is. So as we operate and you look at the community for what it is, look at the stats for what it is, it all connects together. It's not until you start to develop and have that nuclear family where the man is present consistently, where he's showing his children how to operate, and they're able to see it not just by what he's telling them, but how they see that man operate. Then you're going to start to see the change. But what we're seeing is the ramifications of single parent homes. I'm not saying that we can fix the people that are all fucked up right now. I'm just saying that this is where it starts at. Same thing with how even the culture, everything. It's all wrapped in one.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I think I'm having a harder and harder time, and I mean this with all love to the women in the chat. I'm having a harder and harder time blaming these weak ass women. And I mean that with all what's the word? Benevolency. But I just don't know how you leave young boys out here with these women that have all these issues, and then I can't turn around and say, yo, my nigga, why you left your seed? I just can't. It's so hard for me to fucking just break that shit down. And the thing is, yeah, Mr. Fantastic, that's what dads actually give you. That I don't give a fuck, nigga. You supposed to be the most alpha person in the room. You don't lose. You keep fighting. That's what my dad gave me. That nigga didn't teach me about no fucking economics. But I don't fucking cry. Like that's the shit he taught me. That nigga, my cousin is a fucking neurosurgeon, right? He asked her, he's like, hey Jess, I hurt my foot. And she like, you gotta go to a podiatrist. He's like, but you a doctor. That's what them old niggas be thinking.
But there's still value in that. There's still value in some of the things.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It wasn't no it was just being fucking tough. And that's what I'm saying. If women are supposed to be this thing, and what they understand, and when I say weak, that's their role when it come to me, right? If I'm not around, my wife gonna do what she gotta do, right? But if I'm around, she go way down, you know what I mean? On her phone while we walking in the street, all types of dumb shit, right? If I'm out there with the kids, she don't be paying attention and shit like that. But if she dolo, right? But she just get into a role that she comfortable in when she with me. That's what I mean by weak. But I like to use that word because it's strong. You know what I mean? They'll pay attention then. And then I'm blaming these motherfuckers though. I just don't. It's just hard for me to understand.
It's
you are not the regular situation. This ain't like the football thing or whatever. But again, a married black man, bro, with a black woman, bro, is just not. That's just not a common thing. And like you said, you had a father in your life. So again, that in itself is another not anomaly but a rarity. So again, when you start looking at these things, the truth and the facts of the matter is the fact. Why did these dudes leave their kids? Because they were dudes a lot of the times, bro, that never wanted to give a fuck about the kids anyway. They was trying to get a nut. And this is where we get back into the other thing, but I'm not even gonna say that. Again, there are a lot of fathers, the fathers that do and the fathers that try, the fathers get pushed back. But numbers are starting to come about this, and it's fathers in general, not just black, but black especially though, because we've seen this. And for so long, like I said, black men are finally starting to speak out about stuff about women playing with their kids. You know what I'm saying? Lying to the kids about the father wanting to be there or not wanting to be there. So again, yes, you have to motherfucking blame the motherfuckers that's never been motherfucking blamed and never been held accountable, That's like a badass fucking kid. You got a badass kid, and then your ass come around and you tell them, right, for the first time, sit your badass the fuck down, right, because you're a point of authority. Black men are stepping into the point of where they do, and they, hey, you need to sit your ass down and shut the fuck up, because all the shit you talking about is bullshit. That's what men do. That's the tough shit you talking about. And the woman needs to be in her fucking place and stop trying to act like a goddamn man. That's what a man's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what's happening right now. But because it's so fucking uncommon, it's the first time it's happening, you niggas bigger, you niggas this, you niggas that. No, motherfucker, y'all been fucking shit up for too fucking long, and I'm trying to motherfucking take my fucking spot that I gotta motherfucking take. And I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. People not gonna like the shit. So yes, I'm going to motherfucking blame. They had the motherfucking run. They had the helm. The mother has been, the black woman is God. The black woman is the foundation of the family. All right, motherfucker. And so take the goddamn blame. Now take the blame, move the fuck out of the way, and let the men do what the fuck they're supposed to do. And stop trying to be men.
All right, one thing, because again, I'm focused on the fellas in terms of the black man's mind. I want one more breakdown, and then John been waiting patiently trying to say something, and then Tarus is new, so we'll go like that. Let's break down this study for us. The most involved fathers, right? Study. And then in the same breath, Fantastic will say the literacy rates for our kids are shit and piss. If that's the truth now, what is up with our involvement? What do we think can we involve? Could we go to football games because we like football? Because if our kids can't read and we the most involved fathers right now, how do we qualify this? You know what I mean? Like how do we?
Is this open?
Well, I was kind of asking Mr. Fantastic, and then y'all can definitely answer it. Let's go, Mr. Fantastic, John. And
oh yeah,
and I'm asking like, what's the breakdown? Like, how do we qualify it? You know what I mean? Go ahead.
It's more context, Ham. Like I said, if you are a lot of the most involved, could be, hey, like you say, y'all love the shit on weekend dads, it could be a weekend dad. So if you're the weekend dad, and you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason or whatever, you're working your job, you're paying for a place for you to stay, and for a place for your kid to have when you see them, ain't got to pay the mom child support and all these different things, and you only get them for that time. You get what, 72 hours out of the fucking, the whole week to try and instill education. It's probably not going to work. The person who the child lives with has the most fucking responsibility. I mean, it's always how it's been. And again, the problem is, when you choose to do it by yourself, you can't have it both ways. She can't take all the credit when he motherfucking make it to the NFL, or when he motherfucking make it to, to the scholarship and he get the fucking degree, but then want to blame the man and say because the man wasn't there, it's because of this, that, and the other. You can't have it both ways, him. Just can't.
I see. I understand that point. I'm starting to get tired of this word. Right? Niggas don't talk to me no kind of way ever in no parts of my life, right? What the difference is I'm trying to thoroughly understand, because we talking about men today, right? These niggas is so ignorant. When you're talking about women, then I talk about women. But we are talking about men, right? And here's the fact, idiot. I'm saying men are strong. Men are tough. Men are supposed to lead. So that's why I'm saying, at what point do we take accountability for it? Fuck, I care about women. This is the topic. You stupid motherfuckers come in here talking about what you want to talk about. We ain't talking about that. We having a conversation about men's roles. Go ahead, John. But Mr. Fantastic, that makes sense, right? And I said this one time before, Mr. Fantastic, where when I talk to like the kids, coaching, I have to say that a lot of those kids made it in spite of their moms, especially just me having to help them and pick them up. Like, it was so little support that you don't even know. You know what I'm saying? And when that mom took the hat off, when her son picked the wrong school, you remember? Or the school he wanted to go to, and she threw this shit down, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, Florida. Yeah, she wanted to go to Florida. He went somewhere else.
Yeah, that hurt my feeling. As a football player, you know how hard it is to get those offers and just your mom walk off like that, because it was about her at that point, just as an example, So Go ahead,
So
John.
when I took control of the game, when I became the coach of the game, let's just say the score was 75-0 first quarter.
Yeah.
One of the things I did not do when I got the ball, when I took over the team,
Mm-hmm.
I did not complain about how they left it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't had time for none of that. And what I did not try to do was, I did not try to score how many touchdowns that is in one quarter, because that would be the wrong objective.
Yeah.
The only thing I can do is analyze the game, see how it's looking, and then make incremental changes and focus on the incremental changes to make towards a larger picture. And one of the things I had to do is not look at my mom, not look at my wife, but look at me and my skill set and what I need to focus on with what I have in my hand to get to where I want to look like. And so in doing that, what I did was I got my career straight. I got my money straight. Got the business. So the business was straight now. Now I got the business, focus on the principles, the standards, and the values. What do I value the most? How can I teach these values to my kids? And also, while I'm teaching these values to my kids and to my wife, how can I teach these values in such a way that everyday life, I'm not banging it on the head, but they catch these principles by the way we move our everyday life. So the things that I value, if I value money, how do I teach my kids I value money? Well, when my son come to me and say, well, Dad, my friends wearing these Jordans, they wearing these whatever latest shoes it is. Well, because I value money, I'm gonna teach you my value. Like, I don't value Jordans. I value my money more than I value Michael Jordan. I'm gonna buy you these $20 ponies. But Dad, that ain't cool. I don't value what's not cool. This is what I value. What the advice that was given to me was fake it till you make it. Well, that was bad advice. I'm not gonna fake it till I make it. So now that my son, my values, principles, and standards that I taught him for 27 years. Now that my son is 27, and I look at where we started out from when I was 75-0, and I look at it now, my son, who is 27 now, is so much further along than I am. My daughter, who is 21, is so much further than I am. Why? Because I didn't look at 75-0. I didn't blame the people that left it into me. I actually made incremental changes. The thing that I value, the things that I value the most, the principles and standards, I put in my everyday life, and I let my kids and my wife see it, and I taught it to them. And now that my son is 27, he makes more money than I do. He's got a better start than I do, and him and my daughter both are going to go further in life what I did, because they got the values and the standards and principles that I believe in that helped me get to them where they are now, and it's made my life better and made their life better.
Could you have done that, John, with the 72 hours a week? Or you think Mr. Fantastic's point is valid in terms of we involved, but we can only do what we can do based on the time we're allotted, based on what's it called, visitation and things of that nature?
I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak to how I did it. I wish everyone could do it my way, but I can't. I don't know how. I can't speak to what. If you're a weekend dad, then you're a weekend dad. You got to do the best you can to coach your team from weekend position.
But can you walk it down like you were able to, even though the score was outrageous? Can you walk it down, to Mr. Fantastic's point, with 3 days a week?
I think you can. I think you can walk it down. The biggest problem, your biggest determination of success is going to be how you game plan your 3 days a week. The time that you have, how you going to game plan it? How you going to steer your values and your principles and make it effective with the time that you have? I can't determine how far you're going to get to 75-0, but only you can determine that in your system. If you can get, maybe if I got it down, if I covered all the 75, I think I covered the spread. I think I got it. I think I'm ahead now. But maybe ahead for you might be I got it from 75 to 25. Now can you put something in your kids to where your kids can take it the rest of the way?
How do you combat the other? What's the math on it? 4 days. How do you combat the 4 days where that kid is not under your rule, not with the same values, another man might be in the house, etc., etc.
How do you combat it? I can't even begin to answer the question because it's like you're trying to tell me how can I undo what somebody else is doing while they're teaching against what I'm teaching? I ain't gonna lie, I have no answer for that question.
No, that's see, I can ask you because you'll be like, shit, I don't know, nigga.
Can't
That,
do
like,
it.
you
The
don't
answer is
feel
you
like
can't.
that.
Can't
Well,
do it.
yeah. So see, that's the good thing about talking it through.
Yeah.
Right?
So my thing if I was trying to believe, I tried to, and I tried to promote this, and I get it. We don't have the same. Everybody don't have the same value system. Everybody don't have the same. I get it, but I can't. If you choose, if whatever reason is, now I ain't trying to get anybody's personal feeling. If you choose to separate, whatever reason it is, we as men got to deal with the consequence of our choices. We're talking about men today. I'm not going to talk about anybody. I'm just talking about men today because we're talking about men. We know there's other reasons why we can separate, but I'm saying though that we as men, if we separate, we have to deal with the consequences of the choices that we make or that's made for us at times. Today we're talking about men.
John, do you think this is? And I'm going to Tarus, but John, so when we had the back and forth like last Wednesday about the condom and the penis and who's responsible for putting it on and who has the most to lose or the hardest situation if somebody get pregnant, right? If let's say we had that conversation and the talking point of it's on her is correct, right? Let's say that's the right talking, that's correct when you do all the math, you know what I mean? Let's say it comes out 51% on the woman, 49% on the men, right? What should be the loudest message for men if what you're saying is true right now? Whatever's right or wrong, what should we be telling men specifically in terms of responsibility, accountability, and sex and things of that nature? What should we be telling them regardless of what's right or wrong? If it aligns, it aligns. I understand.
My message to men would be if it's 61% on women, 49% on men, but you're dealing with the consequences of it, stop sleeping with these women.
And then what's the reality of that advice?
The reality of that advice, if you follow that advice, the reality would be is that you will eliminate the 61% of error that she's going to make being involved in your life.
My bad. What's the realistic? Is that advice realistic?
No, it's not realistic because no one wants to hear what I'm saying.
So what would you tell the boys? Because you know they're gonna be smashing. So what would you tell them?
I can't even tell them
even if it should be more on the women based on the math. What would you tell young boys?
What I'm telling young boys, what I'm telling my son is what I just told you. Don't sleep with these women.
I know,
Focus
but
on yourself.
Niggas gonna be fucking, John. They're gonna be fucking. So what you gonna tell
I'm not the man. I'm not the guy to talk to.
Okay.
Just protect your seed, huh?
Hey,
That's
hey,
simple.
John, send them to me. I'm gonna tell him put a sock on the pickle, dog.
So yeah, we saying it right, but when we have the conversation, mature men, how does it actually boil down? Where because her consequences are more dire, we saying it's on her to make sure he does X, Y, and Z. Let's say that's right, based on the consequences. But what should we be advising though, right? The right is right, but what is the actual recommendation?
It's to protect your seed, young man.
You know what, Hamp? What's up, Hamp? How are you?
What's popping? Drew's been waiting for like 30 minutes, so I want to get him.
Yeah, go ahead.
But do y'all understand what I'm saying? And I'm not, because John always say that, so he consistent in that. But I'm just asking, like, what do we actually advise? You know what I'm saying? What do you actually recommend? Go ahead, Taruf.
How everybody doing in the panel, by the way? That's you guys.
Buddy.
What's going on?
I think we gotta remember that even though the numbers with as far as marriage goes doesn't look great, the numbers that you read off as far as men being present, that's there, right? So the biggest hurdle that we used to have in our community is just keeping Black men in the village, right? We always say it takes a village to raise a child, but unfortunately, especially when relationships break up, you know, dudes or even the women will move across the country, right? Move to a whole different state. And so it's like, well, how are you supposed to be present, AKA in the village,
with these children if you're not actually present. You get what I mean? And so the fact that we still have so many, the majority of black men are present in their kids' lives, I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good step forward because, okay, we got men in the village now. That means even though it might be part-time, at least more of our young men coming up today are seeing some sort of male influence in the community. So I think the numbers actually is a good thing.
Yeah, you're saying don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? We don't want to be dismissive of it.
I know it's difficult, guys. Crap happens, but in general, if you're just talking to black men, Latino men, just because it goes sideways with one of the women you have and you happen to have a child, it's important that you stay there because that you staying in the village right there already sends so much unverbal message to your child, right? That's a totem pole. That's a stability. That's an anchor. But if you move way across the way and they can't even see you on the weekends, what message are you then sending that child? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. No, yeah.
Shit like that.
Go ahead, Kasim. You was trying to say something real quick. Shy was popping.
What's going on?
Yeah. What's up, panel? You guys was cooking, man. I was in the clouds for a minute, and I finally got a break. In regards to your question, Amp, about what do you say to the kids, to the boys? I got 3 boys, man, and I remember having that conversation with them, right? Saying, listen, it's not going to really be in your favor if these girls out here, they get pregnant. I know y'all out here doing y'all thing and having sex with these girls, but it's really important for y'all to protect yourself. And I know it feels better going raw, but it's just not worth it. When I was out there in the wild, I used these 2 condoms because these 2 condoms, they felt the best. I knew I was getting protected, and it was the best that I can do in order for me to protect myself, but also getting the maximized feeling. And you know what? My middle son and my older son is married now. My middle son and my youngest son, they still use those two condoms, and they thank me for it, right? So I think if we're more real and real honest and real transparent, and knowing that they're gonna have sex, and knowing how we was out there in the wild, we was having sex, like raw is better. But however, this is a really good, this is as close as alternative as you're gonna get to getting the feeling that you want without increasing your consequences. And I think if more men were honest like that, to giving the younger boys solutions that they know are going to do, it's going to have better outcomes. And that worked for me.
I got a question.
What's up?
The objective that you want to reach, do you teach for the objective, or do you teach for the objective to fail?
You teach with the objective, with the understanding of knowing how human nature is and how people are and how things can change, knowing that we have feelings and emotions. The minute that you negate that is you're doing your kids a total disservice. I try to be as real and as transparent and honest with how people are and how people relate and circumstances as possible, because that's going to be the real knowledge, right? If I skip over the fact.
So if you teach, so you teach the objective, but you teach with the realistic that they're not going to do it.
No, I teach with the realization that they are human, and certain human feelings and circumstances may come in the way of their objective, but they have to be aware of that and recognize it.
So you're saying you're teaching the objective, and you're teaching that they're not going to do it.
No, what I'm teaching them is to be aware.
I think it's this though: you prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
That's it.
This the point. This the point I'm making. We have to start teaching this, and we don't have to. You can do what you want to. We all grown men on here. The way I look at the problem, the way I look at this situation, this is the standard. If you don't meet this standard, you failed. Now, after you fail, what do you want to do to recover from failure? That's how I look at life.
John, to be fair, you would say that the kids still need to see examples of what that standard looks like on a regular basis, correct? You can't just tell them and think they're going to get it. They need to actually see what that looks like on a consistent basis.
Whether they see the standard, doesn't change the standard. The standard is you should go through life not having sex until you get married.
Oh yeah, John, that sounds good. That's in reality.
Yeah, but that
I know.
right,
Hold on,
but again,
We're not saying I'm not saying it's reality. I understand it's not I understand it's not reality. I'm saying though, it's never going to be reality because we teach it. We don't teach that it's a standard that should be attained. We allow for the standard never to be reached. And we give reasons for it not to succeed. And all I'm saying is, let's just be real to that. Like let's just be real and say we expect for our sons to go out there and knock it down.
Both at the same time.
Right.
What period of time have we not done that? What period of time have we not done that?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, correct. So what I'm saying is, we have always done that. We're gonna always do that. So let's just stop. Let's stop making excuses and just start teaching our kids. Look, you're gonna have sex. As long as you're gonna have sex, like this, what you guys are saying, and you guys are promoting it. I'm not even saying you shouldn't. Like you do what you want to do. As grown men, that's what we're going to do. Just start teaching your sons when you have sex, wear a condom. When the condom break, just prepare to raise the kids that come when the condom break. Be willing to deal with the headache that comes with it. Prepare yourself to deal with the headache.
Look, John, that should be all in the conversation. That should be all part of the conversation.
That's what
I go to the extra mile. I taught my son how to put on a rubber. I didn't just say, son, go put on a rubber. Need to wear a rubber.
Right.
No, I told him.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
A banana or a cucumber, and you do a demonstration. Do what you got to do to make sure your sons are well prepared so they know what it is. Look, we're not going to stop these kids from having sex. It's going to happen. They're going to hear from the peers. They're going to be pressured by the young lady.
I know you're right. You're 100% right.
All of that's going to be the case. I got to make sure my son is set up for success, not failure. I can't sit there and say, don't have sex. And guess what he's ended up doing? He's knocking them down. He probably already knocked down before I even had.
You just lied to yourself. You just lied to yourself, though.
Oh, I didn't.
You did. Because you said I'm teaching. Because you said I'm teaching my son that I got to prepare him for success and not failure.
Yes.
But you're lying to yourself. You're preparing yourself for failure.
If you think me telling my son to wear a condom and not trying to catch, so I'm not worried about kids. Y'all keep talking about these goddamn kids. I'm worried about them STDs he can't get rid of. That he's gonna have to live with for the rest of his goddamn life. We talk about kids. Kids eventually grow up and be adults, right? I'm worried about them STDs. You better be worried about that shit. They can take your life. Yeah, that's what you should be more concerned about. That's why.
Yeah, guys. To Hank's point, there's STDs out there that the antibiotics aren't even curing anymore. To Hank's point, that's a big problem.
You know what though? I think that the important thing is to be as honest and transparent as possible. There is no way that I could tell my sons about a particular object or a particular subject or a particular objective and not go through the path like, hey, right, I understand this is what you need to do. However, as you're going down this journey, these are the feelings that you're going to feel. These are some of the reactions that you're going to have, and these are some of the decisions that you're going to make going through that path or going through that objective. It's very important for you to, first of all, recognize those feelings when they happen so they don't catch you by surprise. And then once you recognize those feelings that would happen, you say, hey, like, you know what? This is a feeling that I'm feeling. Now I have a better way of getting these feelings under control so that I can have a better chance of being successful in reaching the objective. If I just tell them, just stop doing this and stop doing that, knowing that there's certain things that they're going to encounter along the way, I'm doing them a really big disservice. It's like the Wizard of Oz. It's like if I know the Wizard of Oz movie and those characters are going to go to the wizard, and I know they're going to encounter monkeys and all these things, and I don't tell them about that, that's a real big disservice. If I tell them about it, they can prepare for those little warriors that's going to try to distract them on the way to the freaking see the wizard. But it doesn't distract from them reaching the goal. It's just letting them know that during this journey here, these are some of the things that you may encounter, and to be prepared for it, and then see it and recognize it when it's happening.
Yeah, John, I think if you think about it from this, right? Like, remember, John, how you had to teach your daughter and your son how to drive? Imagine if you didn't actually teach them how to drive, you just told them. And they first time ever getting behind the wheel was when it was time to take a driver's test. What do you think's about to happen?
Oh, they're gonna mess up.
Right, but if you was
when
actually
they mess up,
hands-on,
but
but if you
when
was
they have
hands-on training them
can I answer the question?
before it was time to take the test, right? That's a better result.
So I'm gonna answer the question. They're gonna mess up, but I'm gonna teach them that you messed up. So I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm not saying I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant. I raised 2 kids. I know kids gonna mess up. I know you teach them the standard. I understand. Also teach them the standard. I also understand too that there are human beings who not gonna do everything I tell them to do. All I'm saying is I'm not saying none of you guys are wrong. Now you said I don't even recognize your argument. I'm just only thing I'm saying is the only slight difference. The only slight difference is that I teach my kids that this is the standard, and if you don't live to this standard, you failed.
Hey,
Now
Hemp, I
I'm
got a
not,
question.
but I don't disagree. But I don't disagree that you shouldn't. Like I taught my son too. Yeah, wear a condom. If you're going to have sex before marriage, wear a condom. Just beware that this can happen. If you have sex with a condom, without a condom, you can start having babies. You can get STDs. Everything you taught your kids, I taught my kids too. Not disagree with none of that.
Hey, Hemp, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What percentage of the advice or knowledge that your parents gave you that you took in with you when you grew up? Like, what's the percentage you said? Out of all the stuff that they taught you, what's the percentage you kept when you finally left their house and you was on your own?
Damn, that's a tough. Maybe now, like at my big age now.
Nah, like when you first left the house, since we talking about, young men and teenagers and stuff like that. When you first left your mama's house, when you went to college, like, when you played college football and stuff, whatever. When you left, how much of the knowledge and everything they poured into you, like in terms of like what to do, what not to do, what percentage of that you took with you?
I would say at that point, probably maybe 50%, maybe I would say.
And then the other 50%,
when I was that young. Yeah, you just learn, you outside, you know what I mean? So you learn the different things. But, one thing I could do, I think for the most part, I could hear them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I could hear my father say, "Don't take no shit." You know what I'm saying? Like I could hear him say that, Like I never, Chi-Town, aside from like maybe getting in trouble and shit, I never missed a day of school since first grade.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, because my dad used to get up at 5 a.m. every morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like, this is fucking miraculous, nigga. I don't even, you don't even got no alarm. So if you can work construction and fucking move panels and not use machines, this nigga say, "Hey, y'all go get them panels." I said, they got a fucking forklift. You can put them all on. We don't got to carry them. You tough nigga, you know what I mean? Just like
that takes too much time. It takes too much time. We go lift it. Let's go lift it. We got time.
The take longer than me and my man. We both 14. We 2 at a time with the panels and shit. Like
that don't too much time. Too much time. Go grab it. Yeah.
Crazy. So I would say when I first graduated high school, I would say like maybe 50%.
Yeah, the reason why I said that was because like, I'll probably say 30% of what my parents said when I finally got out the crib and I could make decisions on my own. You know what I'm saying? They taught me well. They taught me principles and morals. That's what I took with me. But the other 70%, I chose to do what I wanted to do. Which my point is that you could tell your kids anything till the cows come home. It don't matter what you tell them. When they get out in the real world, they will be influenced by others. When I got outside my mother's house, I was influenced by what was on my block, what my friends was doing, what was the popular thing to do. Like, and the popular thing to do was, females dressing fly, shit like that. So half of the shit my parents told me, like, it damn near went one end out the other. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I think teacher is the best lesson. No matter how much you tell a person, like, hey, look, hey, don't go over that corner. Don't go around that corner. Bro and them over there around the corner. But hey, boy, that ain't where you supposed to be at. But experience gonna teach you, like, damn, yeah, I got my ass chased. I ain't fucking going that way. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like you got to get your hand burnt for you to understand. Like my mama always told me. She always told me, you make that bed, you got to lay in. So when I'm having sex with a woman, I'm already preparing myself to say, you know what, I made this decision to lay with this woman. Now, if anything happened after this point, I have to take full responsibility for myself because I chose to lay down with her. I chose to either have sex with her with a condom or without a condom. And I made that bed and I got to lay in it. That's one thing I always tell myself, you know what I'm saying? I don't run from, you know, because I know the possibilities of certain shit happening. So you just got to, like you said, you just got to be prepared for it. That's it.
Let me, real quick, before Kasim, and maybe you can, is this one of the main issues? What we are discussing here right now?
I think it is. I think sometimes we do ourselves, the other men, particularly younger black men, a disservice by not being truly as transparent as possible and as honest as possible about what they can encounter. Mainly when I speak to my boys, I always talk about, you know, the emotions and the feelings that you might run against as you're going through certain situations, right? Because I'm just a big believer in recognizing how I feel. When I have conversations with my girlfriend and she says certain things or certain words, I hear it, but then I was like, okay, this is going to be a triggered word. She's trying to trigger me, right? So now that I know that emotion, I know how to slow it down a little bit and then revert the conversation. I don't think we do that enough as men. I don't think we really walk men through the emotional things that they're going to go through in certain processes and knowing when to spot it and how to deal with it in order to get a better outcome.
Yeah, no, I think that's spot on. Well, just real quick, John, that's spot on. That's actually kind of why I was about to bring up that video. Because you actually, I agree. What Chi-Town said, right? Because of I think there's a little bit of a lack of walking through. Is that him saying he know what time it is? If shit hit the fan when he had a condom, etc. Once he lay down, right? He would get pushed back because we don't walk through the conversations, right? You know, potentially from some of the men in our space, like, well, no, Nick, no, bro. Like, we walk through the conversation. What makes the most sense? Not just what you're hearing or repeating. And the vulnerability, et cetera, that should get cast aside. And then what's wrong with the black man's mind? We were talking about violence earlier. Then I try to kind of steer it to like what we prioritize in terms of clothes and things of that nature. And now we back to sex. Them always the things for us. When we were talking about culture with the generational conversation, we talked about hip hop and music for an hour. I love hip hop and music too, but that's our culture. Does that sum it up? Where do we actually land in the hierarchy as black men when we compare to other men? What do we hold as a standard? So let me show y'all this. I don't know if y'all saw this earlier. I just want to play it again. Matter of fact, salute to CT. He didn't send me this video, but I heard it first when I was on his channel.
You talk to him. The nigga ain't got to care what he is. Mind of a black man. Until we look into the mind of a black man. Let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy, not one. There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level, and none of them made out of stone, all of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa, the worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong.
Yeah, heard of Dr. Manning before?
No, not before.
This is the first time, and hopefully the last.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't want to hear him no more either.
So, well, I didn't know he. Hey, listen, it hurt my feelings too.
It did, but it charged something up to me. It charged something up in me to do better and to improve and to really self-analyze and really get myself into a certain place. Like, you know what? I do need to be better. I shouldn't be content and happy with what I got right now. It motivated me actually hearing him say that.
My whole thing is that respectfully, what was motivating about that?
It did hurt my feelings. Matter of fact,
he didn't have a call to action. He didn't have anything like that. Like, respectfully, what was motivating about that? Because I could make the argument white people don't even talk like that about us.
I mean, I just feel like he ain't never heard of Black Wall Street, George Washington Carver. He ain't never heard about them. He just based everything off Africa.
He said we only started creating that stuff because we got under the rule of the white man.
So let me tell you, I never heard this guy before, and the message wasn't insulting to me because it was actually true about me. The message was true about me as a man starting out in life. I knew nothing about the world. I knew nothing about how the world worked, nothing about the systems of this world. I was ignorant and dumb. Now, I'm not saying that all black men are like this. I'm saying the reason why I did hurt my feelings because I know, speaking for me as an individual, as a person, I was ignorant, dumb, no daddy teach me nothing, no mom that ever taught me nothing. I was the guy he was talking about. I was clueless to this world. So if he would have said that to me in my 20s, my feelings wouldn't have been hurt. Because I'm the type of person, when something is true about me, if somebody say something, I listen to it. Then I ask myself, is what he's saying is true? And I would have to say to myself at that point in time, yes, it's true about me. I'm not saying it's true for all black men in America. I'm saying to me at 20 years old, it was true to me. And until I got married and had kids and began to figure out the world, everything that man said in that sermon, although it may have been a wrong sermon to preach, to y'all, to me, he was speaking truth about me at a certain age.
What y'all think? Y'all think about Pastor Man? You need me to play it again?
Please don't.
No, I just feel like.
Please don't.
I just feel like it's a. To me, I feel like I understand what he was saying about the Africa part, but I can't control what happened in Africa because I wasn't in Africa at that time, so I couldn't build shit. The only thing I could do at this point, at my age, where I was born there, was America. So I'm taking advantage of everything America got to offer. From credit to education.
Yes.
To everything. So I ain't gonna lie to you. I got a lot of Caucasian counterparts, right? And then I remember probably like four years ago, I ain't know shit about credit. And then I always used to see, like, when I used to see white some of my white buddies or whatever, I used to see their fathers and they used to, drive certain whips. And I used to think, because coming from where I came from, I used to think they all paid cash for the shit. You know what I mean? They cash for their car, cash for their house, and they just had all this money and shit. And so I just learned about credit. And I'm like, oh, this the game. So once I learned the credit game, I understood how they was making the system work for them and started living a better and easier life when their credit was together. So what did I do? I learned everything I need to know about credit. I made sure I paid my shit on time, made sure that I never owed nobody in debt. And then I taught the people that's around me and they thriving too. So I only can learn what's available to me. I can't speak on what they did in Africa and what they didn't do. All I know is I was born here in the United States, and that's the only thing I can take advantage of, the United States system. But
we need to remember that he's not talking about individual black men. He's talking as a collective, as a more monolithic idea. And just from that point, he's 100% wrong. I mean, I'm not even religious, but when you look at Africa, first off, I believe in the Great Migration. There was 2 great migrations, so you can make the argument that African people were the OG explorers. Because how the hell did our human species get to the rest of the world? And by the way, if we didn't build boats, how did African people get to Madagascar? Right? Like you can't swim there. You get what I mean? And so you look at agriculture, which by the way was developed in Africa. You look at the a lot of the acoustics. By the way, do you understand how much math is involved in building those pyramids? And Egypt, correct me if I'm wrong, panel, when we look on the world map, when we look at a globe, if I turn on Google Maps right now, what country is Egypt going to be in? Or what continent is Egypt going to be in? It's going to be in Africa.
Going to be in Africa.
Morocco's going to be in Africa, right? Somalia, Ethiopia. A lot of these places, which is close to the birthplace of civilization, a lot of these places are where? In Africa. And so it's like, I get it, man. It's like at some point you just want to be pro-American, but for this pastor to say that dumb revisionist, let's be honest, white supremacist talking points, and he still has a freaking platform out here, like it's disgusting, because you can tell this pastor don't even view fellow black men as his equal, or you know, he views them as inferior. Man, I'm not gonna follow a guy like that.
So Toro, let me ask you a question. Because I agree with you that Africa does have a lot of history. I'm not even gonna debate you on that. We all know this. No one's ever to that fact. But you made one point that I actually want you to actually deal with.
Yeah.
You saying you can't say that about the masses of people. I agree with that. But how can you understand the masses of people if you don't understand yourself individually, as an individual first?
Well, one of the things. So
is that question clear? I want to make sure that question is
clear.
That's
100%. That's 100% clear. And I'll preface that with agreeing with you, because individually, like if you just look at the history of just us as Black Americans, we were all mixed up due to the Atlantic slave trade. So you gotta, John, as you already know, we literally had to start our traditions, our cultures, whatever you want to call it. We had to start it from scratch. You know what I mean? Like it had to be, we had our history erased. So we've been constantly having to deal with a new history. I think, however, that being said, even when you take the collective as slavery, guys, this country does not survive without African slaves as a collective.
But I'm asking you, okay, I get that part, but if you don't know yourself so for example, if you are a young man in this country, you don't know how the government works, you don't know how the social system, you don't know, the government, education, banks. If you don't understand, like you don't understand that you got that you got to think about men and women who are born in single parent homes, or what the issues they're dealing with. They don't even know the basic survival skills in life. How do you expect them to collect onto the collective if they struggle with the individual?
So I'll put it to you the same way I guess I would answer this question. What you're saying is not specific to Black Americans. There is a bunch of white. Hold on, John. I'm gonna answer the question.
Okay.
There is a bunch of, let's say, white men, right, who don't know their history, don't know how the government works, and yet this pastor would never look at that white man and go, "Well, as a collective, white people ain't built anything because you individually haven't done anything in life." You get what I mean? That's a fallacy, right?
No,
like me figuring out my identity individually doesn't change the fact that we were still brought over here to do labor collectively. You get what I mean? You build collectively. You got to remember, there's people who build skyscrapers right now that they don't believe in everything together, right? They don't believe in the same thing. They don't believe in the same God. They don't have the same principles. They don't have a collective identity, except they have one goal: to finish this project.
But you know what, Toro? If you were sitting in that congregation as he was speaking, saying this sermon, this would charge you up and make you to have so much pride being a Black man, right? And so much ingenuity being a Black man that message can actually be effective. That message can actually have you to have more pride in yourself as a Black man, knowing what you can do, and that energy can resonate. So
that's the problem, because see, respectfully, as a black man or as a mixed black Puerto Rican man, I am already proud. I am already motivated. I'm already proud of not only myself, my accomplishment, but a lot of my fellow black brothers who are doing awesome out here. But I don't have to lie to myself or other people about history, especially misinformation, in order to have that pride. Unfortunately, Kasim, to your point, we have too many vulnerable men out here who will latch on to men like this. But I just think it's another way if we show them there's another way. See,
right.
I don't need false narratives to be proud of myself in my accomplishments.
I wouldn't make this message the sum of everything that he says and everything that he's about. And there's a reason why he said those words in that sermon. I know, ministers and preachers are very calculated, and they know exactly what they want to get to during those sermons. It would be nice to be able to hear the whole thing, because I'm sure he ties it into something so that it makes more sense.
Well, because you know what it ties in, because there's not a man in that congregation besides his sorry ass deacon and behind. That's probably the only two men in the whole congregation. So he's full of shit. And if I was a man in that congregation, me and my family will get up and walk out, and I say fuck you on the way out. You ain't shit.
I think the best thing to do would be to wait until the entire sermon is, again, hear everything out, because I am sure he ties this into something spiritual. I'm sure he does.
I don't care if he does.
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Doesn't mean if it's right or it's true. So why would I sit there and expose my kids to that bullshit?
There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, and crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the world. You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what but you can't prove me wrong. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind.
Hey, Ham, I just got one rebuttal to what he's saying, because it takes me back to what I was saying. I just don't understand his logic. When we had Black Wall Street, when we had our own infrastructure, our own banks, our own hospitals, our own planes, our own everything, what did they do to it? They bombed it down. They destroyed it. So obviously, if we try to create an infrastructure, or we have a leader that leads us into the right direction, all they're gonna do is just kill the leader off, or destroy everything that we built anyway.
To his point, even right after slavery, to this man's point, even right after slavery, it didn't even take a full 10 years before black Americans had full control of the government in the South. People forget that, like during the Reconstruction era, guess who was creating all the buildings and doing all the freaking blue collar jobs and all the skill sets and the trades and everything. And then you look at, like, for example, South Carolina, the majority of the House representatives were black. Like,
listen,
that's what I'm trying to say. It's just crazy.
Listen, we can pat ourselves on the back all day long, but we gotta ask ourselves, what has it gotten us? Everything you gentlemen are saying is true. However, the pastor, albeit he may be a bit histrionic, he may be a bit dramatic, he may be a bit exaggerational, he does have a point. Here's what I'm saying. One of the things that's wrong with the black man's mind earlier, violence was the main topic. I would argue we're not violent enough. Hear me out.
I was gonna say
In
that.
Africa, where people live, there's a lot of resources. So there's really no need to fight for much. There's really no need to build much because there isn't much in the environment that's going to challenge you other than maybe the wildlife. Relative to Europe, where it's cold, you can't farm shit. The Alpine mountains are all made of rock. You can't build a house on that. So in order for you to get resources, you got to fight the guy that has resources. And he probably had to fight a bear to keep it. So, and then they live, Europe is an archipelago. They're separated by lots of seas and waterways. If you look at the Norse region, if you look at the British Isles, the Mediterranean Sea, there's all kinds, Italy with these canals and shit, there's all these, Africa's got a few main rivers, but it's a lot of flat land. So to say we've never built seafaring vessels, well, yes, we have, because how do you think the Aborigines got to Australia 70,000 years ago? But we didn't perfect it. We didn't perfect water travel where we could weaponize. We had no reason to weaponize anything because life was always relatively good. You had tribal warfare, yeah. But white folks up there in them Caucasus Mountains were starving to the point where they were driven to a state of violence and the innate desire to conquer shit as a matter of survival. So when they found us, we're being nice. Here, you're hungry? Here, have a mango. And he's like, well, okay, you that sweet? Now they putting us on boats. Or you got these corrupt kings that are selling his own damn human resources, putting them on boats. Europeans aren't thinking like that. They're thinking, hey man, we gotta survive. That means we gotta work together. I can't sell you. And if I try to sell you, you're gonna try to kill me. Africans didn't have it that way. We could sell each other because, well, that king treated me pretty good because he had pretty good resources. So if he wants to sell me to this guy, maybe he'll treat me the same way or better.
How do you have
Europeans
kings if you didn't build anything in Africa?
Wait. I'm gonna land the plane right here.
How do you not
We're not
build
going to
anything
Mars.
if you're a
I'm
king?
gonna land it right here. I'm gonna land it right here. Let me land it right here. Look at Haiti. The only nation in the Western slave trade that was able to win its independence outright from the major three, Spain, France, and England. They did it in 1804. How'd they do it? Because they leveraged the one thing that they understood that's rampant in Africa that Africa never used. They call it voodoo and magic. It's not, it's science. It's the awareness of the earth. They kind of just eat food, they cook with things and get it in their body. And then they know that this one herb, one day, now that you've saturated yourself with cassava leaf, this one herb goes into your system and becomes toxic with all that cassava leaf. And the Africans there were responsible for cooking all the white folks' food. And they just cook the way they know. But you have the occasional voodoo doctor who understands the science of herbs and things, that now they can make tea, just put one thing in it. You can't tell the difference. Now your shit's coming apart from the inside. Africans should have been doing that when the first fucking slave ship landed. That should have been the mindset. It should have been arrows outbound. That didn't happen.
That's the same thing.
Whoa. Period. It should have been arrows outbound all day long. You want to know how else I know we were soft? Because we were hiding our martial arts in dance. No, I'm not hiding my martial arts in dance. I'm using it to whoop your motherfucking ass.
That's what Kanye said, and everybody got mad at him.
Sir, you just described a whole bunch of systems that were developed in Africa, and this pastor literally was up here talking about that didn't happen. That's the whole point, Aaron. Like,
I'm not defending the pastor. What I'm saying is, we mismanaged.
Aaron, respectfully, the narrative is it's already a false narrative. If we want to talk about what's wrong with black men today, I can make the argument about a lost history or maybe not being prideful of the history we have here now. But to say, oh, what's wrong with black American men? Well, Africans didn't build anything. That's not true. And yet you're going to have a whole bunch of impressionable young men thinking, damn, man, people who look like me, we ain't built shit at all. That's not true. You get what
I'm
I
not
mean? And so
latching on
now,
that.
and so now
But
we have
but
to
but
now
Toro,
we have to fight.
You're
but
having an
Toro, you make an
emotional
argument.
argument. I'm not latching on to that.
You make an argument, Toro, because okay, you talk about Black American men. We're separated over 400 years, if not. So the time frame may be off from Africa.
Right.
How are you making that connection right now?
To be fair, John, individually, I don't, man. I just make my connection right here in America through the slave trade, everything like that, and I just keep it moving, right? But unfortunately, that's just me, and so I have to try to understand other people's perspective because honestly, John, there are people who are going to try to make that. You know what I mean? And we got to try to and I got to try to understand the best way I can.
So, in order to understand other people's perspective, like with this pastor, for example, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm not latching on to the lies that he may tell. I'm not latching on to the fact that he's sitting there saying that we haven't built anything. What I am latching onto is the fact that the state of America, the state of Black America today is not the state that we would like it to be in, and it's for a very specific reason. Many of those reasons could very well be in our hands. Even if they're not, they're in our hands to get it back. We have to study our opponent, our adversary, and the difference between them and us if we're to go anywhere. We can't just go, oh, woe is me, or that's not true, because the fact of the matter is, other than entertainment culture, what came out of Africa is being used en masse today by the globe. Not a whole lot. And even the things that were stolen from Africa, modified and changed and advanced by the white culture that's being used today, yeah, you can make the argument that Africa is responsible for that, but it was stolen from us. It should never been in the first place. We can't sit here and go, yes, we have. No. We need to start building shit the likes they've never seen, and we need to build shit ASAP. I mean, most Scotia, my friend. And the fact of the matter is, if you look at Africa from a satellite to space, and if you look at Europe, the level of development ain't the same. The question is why? Whether the pastor's wrong about that or not, the fact remains, Africa ain't the #1 continent. And we need it to be.
Right, but you see, this is the problem when you keep going global, domestic, global. If we're going to make the historical argument, which the pastor made, Aaron, let's be clear here. He made that argument. It's already false because plenty of African nations built a ton of stuff. And then if we're going to talk about today, modern times, then we as Black Americans don't have any say-so or next to no connection to what's going on in Africa. So all we can be concerned about is going on right here in the mainland. Because we don't speak any African language. We don't practice any African religion. We don't practice any African culture. We practice American culture, whether it's Black American culture, Latino American culture, whatever you want to call it. So this is the problem. Like, I can't look at all the dysfunction of Africa going on today when our demographic was removed 400 years ago.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know about
So
y'all.
whether or not Africans built anything, the fact is our lives are dependent on the white creations.
Aaron, I love America. I don't want to go back to Africa. There ain't shit in Africa that I want to go to.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's fine. But then you go have a reverend who goes to cemetery school and who
you
put
go to
all
Africa,
over the mic.
How you gonna shit on the country that you live in?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
If you feel like Africa's so good, go to Africa.
Well, can I finish, bro? God damn. All right, can I make my point? Okay, you gonna have a person go to cemetery school and come back and mix
seminary.
No, he said cemetery. He knew what he meant. He knew what he's saying.
I know exactly what I said. And so you gonna have him hooping and hollering over a microphone. And then he go mix falsehood with truth, and then you go try to filter out the truth, what he said. Let me tell you what falsehood and truth is. It's poison. It's downright poison. I can show you right now that there's a car being made right now. It's been made by African who's using frequency and don't even have to use gas, electricity, or any kind of fuel. All right? Stop right there. For the longest time, the fastest computer on this planet was created by an African. So what I'm trying to say this. He said what he said to drive a point, and I think somebody said that earlier, to keep his narrative. So how would you take a foolish man who will put falsehood and truth together and be poison towards you because he used the truth to shoot in the falsehood to get his narrative, to get you thinking one way?
What car were you talking about, OG?
There's a guy in Zimbabwe who's building a car that runs on electricity. It doesn't need to be charged using conventional methods. One thing I know is cars. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm developing technology in that arena. I know what he's getting, and it doesn't look like that, but kind of sort of. But that really has little to do with the conversation.
No, it has a lot to do with conversation, because if you could stand on your square, you wouldn't have to add a lie in it to make your point.
What did he lie about?
It has a lot to do with it.
Do you know what histrionics are?
No, sir. I know you're gonna tell me.
Okay.
Though.
So, what do you say?
I said I know you're gonna tell me though, because I'm listening.
Oh, sure. So pretty much histrionics, theatrics, right? Embellishment. You kind of put 10 on 100 to galvanize. And I'm not necessarily saying, look, make no mistake, folks. I'm not advocating for this pastor. I don't know who the hell this guy is, and I don't necessarily like what's coming out of his mouth. But what it did do was galvanize me to start to think about history as it is, or as it was, and where it has led us. And whether or not he's telling the truth, I know one thing for sure. When I look around, everything built around me was built by white folks, or at least designed by white folks. We were nothing more for the last 400 years than a human resource, not at our own will. I think we can all agree to that.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't think we can. I don't think we can, because I think you start off with a false narrative.
Wait,
I
say that
tell you
again?
what, I tell everybody right now, look up the last 100 inventions that black people have invented in this country, and then you tell me what you just said was true.
What I just said, I'm looking around.
I ain't asked you what you was looking around, because you could be like Stevie Wonder looking around. Y'all gonna make the Negro come out of me today, okay?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No,
You
what
can't
I'm
put words
telling
in my
you
mouth.
to do, I'm telling you to not look around where you standing at, but take a little more deep into sight.
All right, like I
and
told
I'm
you,
asking everybody
why
right
don't you tell
now.
us?
I'm asking everybody right now. Look up the last 100 inventions that was invented by black people, and tell me what Aaron is telling me right now is true.
Why don't you just tell us? I didn't ask you to look up histrionics. Just tell us.
Okay, no, brother. This is the way we do it. You move the way you move, I move the way I move.
Well, then there's no efficiency in the conversation.
You say that because
if you have to wait for us to look something up, then your point can't be driven
because
home.
you know
There's no
why?
efficiency there.
You know why? Because we discovered this in this conversation 30 minutes ago, and I was listening in cloud. There's nothing better than education than hands-on, bro. You can go to all kinds of medical schools. You can do all kinds of stuff, but you'll never get anything better as far as education and knowledge than hands-on. And this is what's wrong with black people right now. We always want a cheat code. We always want somebody to give it to us in our hand.
There are a few minutes left on this panel. You have to drive your point home for the sake of entertainment and for the sake of the listeners. Don't give me a lesson about information being hidden in a book
it in for the sake of information.
Drive your point home if you're confident in it.
Again, you move the way you move, Aaron. I move the way I move. Okay?
You're right. My apologies.
It works for you. Wait. Your point works for you, and my point works for me.
So, OG, question.
In some way, we can come together, and we can see things what we can move on together.
So, OG, real quick, when you're talking about the inventions, I know people have benefited from them. You know, people always tout the stoplight and things of that nature. Did you know if that family benefited, you know, from a lot of these things? Did we get rich off these things? Like, how has it helped us? Where have we landed? Because we still rank fairly low in terms of other men in our country.
That's my point.
Okay, so sometimes when you're doing something in survival mode, Hank, it does benefit you and your family.
My name is Hank. You know my name.
Who the hell is Hank?
Okay.
Who is Hank? We let
He
get
keeps
ready
saying that though.
Wait,
He says it at least twice every.
Wait. Okay. I was looking at Hank because he was making faces. And that, Hank. Well, you know I always call him Hank. But anyway,
Hey, man, I know you so. I ain't gonna fault you.
You
ain't
fault me. See, that man has
I ain't
mercy.
gonna fault you.
Okay, he has mercy. But Ham, okay, some things that you do in your life don't benefit the overall, but it benefits your family. So your family can make the next step to benefit a little more and a little more and a little more. And so we got to understand that everything don't start off with a corporation. Some things starts off as just a little corner store to build into a corporation.
Okay. Where is the
So
corporation?
that's my point is,
when does the building start though, OG? When does everything start?
It starts when it benefits your family, you and your family first. That's when it starts. Everything starts with the individual who looks in the mirror, and then it extends to his family, and then it extends outside of that.
So, but OG, when you look in our neighborhoods, right? Because where's our mindset? Again, talking about assets, what we value, et cetera, et cetera. I look at the corner store. It's always the Arab man. I look at the carry out. I don't know if y'all call it that. It's always the Chinaman.
That's
You know,
what
it's
we're
never
saying.
us. When I look at the chicken and waffles, it's always the Pakistani man.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Roscoe and Chicken and Waffle here where I look. See, this is what I'm talking about. Depends what square you're looking at from.
This is Washington, D.C.
No, okay, so I'm talking about California. Roscoe and Chicken and Waffle is owned by a black man. The
Popeye's done both of those things all over the place.
Okay. I'm not talking about Popeye. Popeye was a white cartoon and it's owned by white people probably. So, but get back to the point. The point is there's chicken restaurants, not only restaurants, but franchise in California owned by black people.
No,
there's
we know.
corner stores.
Yeah,
Okay,
OG,
so what I'm saying is,
I'm not, but hold on, but those would be, so if you look at the number in the ratio, you wouldn't win. You wouldn't have that conversation wouldn't go well. You heard of Ishka Bibbles?
No.
Philly cheesesteak, baby.
Yeah. Who owns Ishka Bibbles?
Most likely an Italian person or a Jewish person.
But you know where Ishka Bibbles is? Like that, it just, y'all gotta understand. So like if you get a chopped cheese, who making it majority of the time? The Arab man, and he's selling you poison that he would never put in his body because it's haram. So in our neighborhoods,
restaurant.
No, I don't, OG. No, I
don't. I know you do, but do anybody else on the panel know who owns Shabazz restaurants?
Owns what now? Shabazz?
Yes, restaurant.
We don't somebody related to Malcolm X on
I know
business.
halal.
I ain't never heard of that shit before in my life.
Halal is permitted. Haram is.
That's what my bad. I said, yeah. Haram is not permitted. Yeah. So if I go in and be like, is this halal?
Halal, it's kosher, but for Muslims.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, OG. In our neighborhoods, we don't own the majority of the stores, the liquor stores, none of it.
None of it.
I got you.
Especially the liquor store.
Wait. In California, 85% of all the liquor stores that was on and in our neighborhood, it got so bad that they wasn't even giving out licenses anymore. You know what happened? They owned the liquor stores, but they didn't own the building. So the Asian came in, raised the rent 2,000%, and told them, if you can't pay the rent, you transfer your license because they're not giving out any more license. So there's a reason, we want to look at everything as an excuse and not look at things, because there's a difference between an excuse and a reason. And so when we look at things as,
do they sound the same?
They sound the same, but it's different.
How do we know?
Well,
because
that's where
OG,
you're
before you
thinking.
answer, OG, you mentioned to me stores that were owned by black men. So you mentioned Roscoe's, etc. So if he can do it, when Roscoe can do it, why did all the others lose? You know why? Because you're giving the others an excuse.
No,
Use your
because
logic. If I'm using your logic,
okay. I didn't say there wasn't. I didn't say that was a reason because the person lost the store. I didn't say it was an excuse. You got to pick the poison. All right, that's what I'm saying. We can't look at everything. We can't look at everything in one way. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, if I'm gonna have somebody preaching to me, I want them coming across the board and laying down their argument with truth. And then I'm willing to listen to them. But I'm not willing I mean, he's no different to me than the Larry Elders. No different.
But OG, but now that we know the game plan, we've been knowing the game plan. What's the reason now? Why are we still allowing this system to continue to hold back, knowing we know the rules of the game?
Now we're talking.
We got to make adjustments. We can't
now we're
keep
talking.
Reasons, excuses. We have to make adjustments. Now, what adjustments are we going to make? That's got to be the next.
Good question. Good question. Let me start from the right of the camera to all the way to the left. You're not even in this, okay? So I'm gonna ask each man. Start with Aaron. Aaron, did you make the adjustment? Did you make the adjustment? Yes or no?
To better the black community.
Did you make that adjustment he was just talking about?
To better the black community.
Did you make the adjustment? Did you make the adjustment? What he was just talking about.
I am making the adjustment. Yes.
Okay. Next, did you make the adjustment, Kaheen? Did you make it?
Kaheen?
And
next.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually did make some adjustments in order for me to have a better outcome. Yes.
Hink, did you make the adjustment?
Yes, sir, OG.
Chi-Town, did you make the adjustment?
I absolutely did. I took advantage of a system that my white counterparts been using since the beginning of the time. The Asians, the Chinese, everything, and that's one word. It's called credit.
Okay, so you made the adjustment.
USA is built off debt. Debt is what this country is made off of. Credit. When you learn the credit game and you learn how to play the credit game, all these buildings and real estate and all this other stuff that people talking about building, you can't get that without credit first.
It was a direct question. It was a direct question, sir.
But I'm saying I'm pretty sure that our culture is
I just asked you the question. Direct question.
I think you just looking for yes or no.
It's a yes or no question.
I just feel like it's a dumb question to me.
Okay, you can think it's a dumb question. Fantastic. Did you make the adjustment?
Shout out to Chi-Town's opinion.
Because I know you were listening in the cloud. Did you make the adjustment? When you know the information of what game they was playing, did you make the adjustment?
Of course I did. Yes, I did. I made the adjustment.
Okay. So Cam Lightly, did you make the adjustment?
Absolutely.
I can't tell because you got Chi-Town up there. I don't know if he's trying to feature him or not.
Nah, but I made the adjustment. I made the adjustment.
No, we already got your answer. Okay.
No, that's why you had me on the turn.
Okay, but we was finished with you. But anyway, we're moving to the man right beside me. IG 651.
Yes, sir. I made the adjustment. Yes, sir. I showed.
Now, each one of these men.
OG, did you make the adjustment? Did you make the adjustment?
I've been made the adjustment. Right. Okay, so let's put it this way. Each one of these men made the adjustment by the knowledge that they understood of the adjustment they should have made. How to go about, because you had to have some knowledge of what you was fighting against to make an adjustment. Would you agree to that? Would everybody agree to that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So when we don't have people who's giving information, and when we got our family life in so disarray that we don't even have fathers in the house to give this information where our children have to try to filter through this without no one in leadership, maybe their mother or maybe their grandmother, but as men, they can't make the same adjustments you made, my brother, because they didn't have that information. And each one of y'all have already agreed, once you had the information, you made the adjustment.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm making the adjustment, because I'm passing the information down. Part of the adjustment is setting up the future to continue making adjustments, benefiting from the adjustment that you made. That's why I said making. It's an ongoing. It's like training. It goes forever. It's like learning. It doesn't stop. You don't make it. The adjustment is ongoing. That's why I answered the way I answered.
My whole thing is how you
exactly what you just said.
How you make an adjustment if you still using somebody else's shit to make your adjustment? How did you make an adjustment when you using everything that you didn't make? I thought that was the
devil's been doing. Wait a minute, to answer that question. Wait a minute, to answer your question, the devil's been doing pretty goddamn good with that.
Look, I ain't gonna argue with that.
You didn't get that, did you?
I'm not gonna argue with
that.
that.
Did you?
I didn't get it.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Well, the devil can't create anything but deception.
Chi-Town's example.
No.
He's doing something. Chi-Town, the example
minute,
you gave is how you're using the very system. So you already made the adjustment. You're actually doing it and saying you're successful at it.
No, my problem is that we just had a conversation about what black people ain't building and what they can build. But how you gonna say what you can build if you're using something that somebody already built, an infrastructure?
Hey,
if you so that adamant about building black shit, then why are you using other people's shit? Just use the shit that you gonna build.
Hey, Chi-Town,
That's not.
It
doesn't matter.
Not how this works.
All that matters is
that's not how it works. Yeah.
If I borrow
that's what everybody was just saying.
My car is
Hold on, yeah. Omar with the $5 says, brothers, marry your woman, the one you call wifey, and your side jump. Build wealth and save our people by being good men and marry up to 4 women. Will with the $5 says, wait, Ham, I thought they said they were the most involved fathers. Yeah, we was trying to get to that. I think we got an answer from it, Will. I know you sent that a while ago. Rob Ben was popping, been a member for a month. The most involved father study was a self-reported stat from over 10 years ago, polled by 400 men who lived with their kids. Outdated and self-reported stat. Into the Black Dragon with the $5 says, black men hold principle, honor, integrity, leadership, and honesty. We can't afford to live in complete delusion because we must deal with reality. See, this pals with the $5 says, JTB, it's not about the sex men are having, it's more about who is getting majority of the sex. Let's be honest, guys. We can't tell black men to have no sex. See, this pals with the $2 says, Chi-Town, only 25% here. The rest experience. Omar Smith with the, that's when we talk about the parents, Chi-Town, when you ask me that question. Omar Smith with the $5 says, he's stupid, bro. I can't take him a bunch of places on Africa to disprove his words. Egypt is Africa for one. Please travel. And in the Black Dragon with the $5 says, we built civilizations, commerce, astrology, math, language, art, religion, history, all of which was robbed from Africans as part of enslavement. Omar with the 20 ball says, most of the Islamic world was built by Africans. Timbuktu, one of the oldest schools, Martutana. I'm going
Mauritania.
to Mauritania. That's what that says.
It's Northwest Africa. Up by
okay. I'm going to Gambia to build a school in Masjid March 23rd, 24th because I'm inspired by the Africans' contributions to Islam. See, this pals with the 10 ball says, the video makes me mad. Christopher Columbus needed a black navigator to cross the seas. When white people were in caves, we had whole cities in Africa. Please, black people, learn your history. Look it up. See, this pals with the $5 says, Aaron, you're right on violent enough. This is why all the 8 major world powers are in Africa right now, taking all their resources. See, this pals with the $5 says, Aaron, Africa will never be a superpower until taken seriously until they get a nuclear power. We know the world will never let that happen. Omega Green was popping with the $5 says, does anyone on the panel think that we as FBAs have the collective talent intelligence, ingenuity to create the first world nation comparable to the U.S.?
No. No.
Yes, but no one's going to listen.
No, you don't.
Well, no, I
Yes.
mean that's a little bit. That's a whole another hour and a half conversation.
Another show.
But Sam, I was interested in what you were saying though. You were saying that Shy did what already?
Yeah, it was talking. I missed a lot of conversation, but I assume it was the system, the white man, some other stuff. But then it was like, we can't build. No, the system. Then they asked Chi-Town, have you overcome anything? Yeah, I took advantage of the system. So
no, that's not what necessarily. OG, what was your question? I just can't remember the question you had asked everybody when you went around the panel.
Did they
I
make
answered that question.
Did they make an adjustment? Once they get the knowledge of what they was up against, did they make their adjustments?
And the answers were predominantly yes. So that proves what exactly?
It proves once you come in to knowledge first, you don't know what you're adjusting to until you come into the knowledge of what you're trying to adjust to. And what's been so misleading in our community is we're not teaching the knowledge. We're letting our children bump against their heads every 18 years when they turn 18. We're putting them out, tell them they got to start for themselves and go do this and go do this. And every 18 years, we're starting a new revolution of somebody renting an apartment, buying furniture that they can't afford. And then when other people come here, they live in 7, 8 in an apartment. And then when they're ready to go out, most of the time they're ready to go out and do something.
No, that tells me the adjustment hasn't been made by those who said they made it.
Yeah.
Because part of the adjustment is feeding that information forward so we're not making the same mistake. So when you say you've made the adjustment, if part of the adjustment is passing on that knowledge, if you're not doing that, you ain't made shit but for yourself.
Who said the knowledge that was being passed?
Well, it's not because the progression. So I guess it can be argued based on Ms. Fantastic's points that the knowledge is being passed to an extent if men are constantly progressing. And that's what it also justifies the point where OG, you making excuses for people who couldn't maintain because there's men that are making adjustments and maintaining and growing. So the people who are failing, you're giving them an excuse way out.
I'm not giving them an excuse. I'm just sharing you two sides of the same story.
No, I understand, but it's an excuse for the people who
make
fail,
adjustment.
Right?
No. Some people make adjustments and they succeed and they continue their journey. The other falls by the wayside and it's not an excuse. It was a failure. And so the people who can look at that and say, the next time I own something, I'm going to make sure I own the building too. So no one can come in there and raise my rent where I have to sell out to them because I can't even afford the rent, but I got the license that they want because they can't buy the license.
That's different though. So what you said was, okay, next time I do this shit, I'm going to make sure I own it all. The other thing that sounded like you're saying, man, they fucked me over because of X, Y, and Z. That's the bullshit that I can't deal with. But if you're saying next time I'm going to get them, I can respect that.
So
people get their teeth kicked in. That's regular shit.
Yeah, so that's always because I make everybody accountable, even for the mistakes or the lessons of life. Some people make the same mistake over and over and never learn the lesson. You know what I mean? And they just keep duplicating. There are some people, the first time they go through that lesson, that learning curve, that you call a failure.
Yeah.
Wait. That you call a mistake. They call it a learning curve, and they learn and they move on and make better adjustments the next time when they're involved in that same situation.
Yeah,
So,
I got a question. Does it matter who you get your information from?
OG, like you sit there and say, some people are just not going to make the adjustments, and that's on them. If that's the decision they want to make, not everybody's going to make it. So some people going to have to be left behind. Renters going to have to rent. Not everybody's meant to own a home. It is what it is, man.
I just got a question. Does it matter where you get your information and knowledge from? Since we all just
no.
Yes.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
To me, as long as you get it, that's all that matters.
No, it's not as long as you get it, as long as it's
It goes
accurate.
deeper.
Accurate. As long as it's accurate. Fact. Yeah.
As long as it's a fact.
You should fact check. I mean, you should just take somebody's what they say and think it's gospel. You should always fact check.
Yeah, let me say real quick. So this is a prime example. Not Hank, but Hemp. Goddamn, OG got me fucked up now.
Hang around me too long.
At least I said Hank and not Hank. But anyway, so no.
Why you get a difference? You still fucked up.
This what's name is a prime example. Pastor Manning was. I never even noticed he went this far. I just know that what's wrong with you niggas. What's wrong with you? That's all I know. I didn't listen to the whole sermon, but everything he said is inaccurate, historically and factually inaccurate. So listen to the people in his pulpit or the people that listen to him thinking because of his place of position, being a pastor, you know, and having information. If you just take the information from him, well, you're being miseducated. You know what I'm saying? So the accuracy of the data, the knowledge, or whatever is far more important than the source. Because if a white man, or Asian man, or whoever come and tell me, motherfucking, you know, 2 + 2 is 4, it shouldn't matter who it's coming from as long as it's factual.
How is that pastor any different from the manosphere?
This nigga go again, bro. Nigga, because we state facts. You lame ass nigga. That's why.
No, he wasn't talking about everybody in them. I guess he wasn't talking
matter.
about everybody.
Not doing this.
So one thing, I don't know. I think the messenger has a lot to do with how messages are conveyed and how well they resound. So if you come, and I know, did we have this conversation before? But if I come to give a speech to inspire the troops or I guess the players, and I'm talking like fucking Ben Stein, that shit has to matter. That shit don't hit the same. My wife be saying, go sit down. But when daddy comes and say, go sit down, shit, that nigga, you should see it. You would think we got roaches, but they kids. Run and jump, nigga. I'm just like, yo, so I don't know. I can't
That doesn't mean the message wasn't relevant. Don't mean it didn't matter. It made it didn't come across in a way that motivate these people. But doesn't mean your message you had to say should have fell on deaf ears. Is just what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're right, but okay, you guys are right. So I concede. However, to convey that message properly, and I think to affect the most people have to be able to deliver in a certain way.
Okay, I can agree with that.
That's maybe so. I think maybe that's what it is. Because goddamn, Pastor Manning, I don't care what y'all. He wow, but that shit is entertaining when he just talking.
I know that.
My whole thing is like, who gives a fuck about where you getting the information for? Like Mr. Fantastic said, who gives a fuck about who's giving the information? Is it accurate? I don't give a fuck if you a black person telling me some information, and just because you black, that don't mean that it's accurate. If a white person, an Asian person is telling me some information and it's accurate, that's what I'm going with. I don't see color when it come to
the biggest problem with black men is that unfortunately we judge accuracy based on materialism. So we need to see people's accuracy. That's going to be the biggest problem with Black Americans specifically. We need to see someone's accurate information. For example, unfortunately, the reason why I got the beamer in the back right now is because people won't take me seriously about generational wealth until they see that crap. Right,
brother.
This home.
They gonna get on you, brother. They gonna get on you.
Fantastic. I got this home, generational wealth. That's what we as black men talk about all the time, right? But if I go step by step and tell these guys what I had to do to get to this point, they don't want to hear it because guess what? It's not an overnight process. It takes time.
I agree. They
don't want to hear it.
But that's
I got a question here.
That still shouldn't mean you shouldn't put the message out there just because.
No, I mean you should try for sure. Hink, I agree with you. Someone's always listening, right? Hink, someone's always listening, right? I agree with that. I'm just saying I wish sometimes I didn't have to constantly show people that the information is accurate. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I wish you could just.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, would you let a homeless man tell you what it's like and how to get rich and he not rich, but his message is right? Would you still listen, or would you listen to somebody that's already rich telling you how to get rich?
Yeah, I'd be like,
I'll listen to them both.
No,
Hold
up, DJ. Don't floss that M6 brand.
No, listen. There's a mistake. That's a mistake. You know why I would listen to a homeless man? Because I listen to what he says what not to do.
Yeah,
he obviously knows exactly how to fuck it up.
So why the fuck is he still homeless?
Aaron, you in Philly, Playboy. He was doing dope. That's why he homeless. He ain't telling. He ain't had nothing to lose. Come on, Aaron, stop. Aaron, stop it.
But there you go. Homeless people can tell you how not.
Don't make me pull up that street. That shit look like Woodstock, man. That fucking man.
You talking about Kensington? Kensington's big.
Well, hold on,
DJ. I got a question for him.
Cam had a question real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, people on the panel, would y'all take advice if it came from a single mom?
If it's accurate.
Yeah.
About what? It's accurate. Yeah.
About
if it's accurate.
What I'm talking to a single mother about.
About what?
About what, Cam?
Yeah. Now watch him say some corny shit and I answer the question.
About how to raise a son? No, I wouldn't.
Delicious mac and cheese all day.
Scam about what?
Crazy. You better be over 50.
Took too much advice about the mac and
Aaron,
cheese.
what single moms you talking about? Delicious mac and cheese? We ain't talking about the box. We ain't talking about no
I
box.
think that might be one of the problems. Too much mac and cheese.
Talking about with the crust.
Butter biscuits one.
That's what I was saying. The shit that people saying is equivalent to the shit that people saying is equivalent to somebody coming to my hood telling me, hey, you can have this, you can have that, whoop de whoop, and he ain't got it. We ain't listening to that shit. We listen to the ones that got it. Show us you got it, and then I can take heed. If you ain't got what you telling me to take heed in, what the fuck are you talking to me for? I ain't trying to hear this shit.
You just went against what you said at the beginning. You just went against what you said at the beginning. You said it don't matter where the message come from. That's what you said at the beginning.
I said, oh my God.
Sometimes the problem is.
Did he not say that? Maybe I heard it.
Make the adjustment. That's all you got to do. Make the adjustment.
Sometimes I think when it comes to showing the accuracy, Shot-Town, the problem is we as black men, and I know this was my problem growing up, sometimes we got the order of asset priority backwards. Like sometimes you want to focus on things like jewelry and clothes and the cars and stuff. But I tell people all the time, I'm 36 years old. This house came before the ride. The house is more important than an asset that, let's be clear, depreciates. And I've been married 16 years, and I have to tell my guys this all the time. Guys, in real life, this car does not attract women. It attracts other dudes. Oh my God, bro, is that the DCT engine and everything like that? Car guys, they want to know what these rides are. Women they just see the logo.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
But Shata, what I'm saying is that, like, if I go to the hood right now, right, people are gonna take me seriously because I'm in the M6. They're gonna see the M6. They're gonna see the M6. They're gonna be like, "Oh, this dude might know what he's talking about." But guess what? There's a black dude who's got a way bigger house than me, and he drives an economic car like a Prius because cars don't mean anything to him. It's only a point A to point B. But the people in the hood that you're talking about, they're not gonna take him seriously because he's driving a Prius.
Hey, let me tell you a real life story, right? I'm gonna tell you this is not made up or a hypothesis something I'm throwing in the air. This is a real story. When I was telling my homies, it was 10 of my homies in the hood, and I was telling them about credit, right? And they was like, man, everybody into that credit shit, woo the woo. They wouldn't listen to me, right? And then one day I pulled up in my Scat Pack. Hey, how the fuck you get that? Woo the woo. I was like, the shit I was just telling y'all about credit. You know why they didn't listen to me at first? Because I'm talking about credit and about accumulating the shit that I didn't have at the time. But then when I got it, then that's when they open their eyes and see. What I'm talking about is the people from where I'm from and the ages I'm in. If they not seeing what you got and what you got right there in their face, they're not gonna listen to the information. That's all I'm saying. Like the information can be accurate, but it's like who's giving the information. Like,
but that gets to the point where we got to teach our kids to be open-minded, because guess what? The things that they are seeing, Chi-Town, isn't working. It's not good either. So clearly they don't understand what they're seeing. And obviously that doesn't mean believe everything that people tell you. But in general, that should say something that, okay, this guy from the outside is telling me some information. I don't want to believe him, but the information I'm getting right here in my community is screwing me over too. At some point, something's got to give, and you got to do something different.
I just feel like the school system failed some of us in terms of like, because I'm the type of person that wanted to see. I don't want to I'll read, but I don't want to fucking read all day. I don't want to do all this and that. We live in a time right now where you can bypass all the shit other people had to go through to get to the point faster. You can bypass the shit. Right now, like in our generation right now, we don't have to go through hella bumps and bruises and losing this and losing houses and shit. We got the information now that we can jump past that shit and get to the next level. So
right,
what I'm saying,
bro, that's what I'm talking about. Priority. We have to make the asset a priority because, again, like we just talked about, bro, unfortunately, young men, the teenagers, they're going to see the ride first, and they're going to want the ride first. But it's hard as hell trying to tell these guys, no. At least buy a condo or a townhome or a flat first before you think about getting a ride. But unfortunately, guys got it in their head that this is what matters first, despite the fact that this is a depreciating value. It's not worth anything. It's just something to have.
That
sounds
cool.
But that's what I'm saying.
But you're trying to preach to a bunch of people that ain't never had shit anyway. So you got to take it step by step.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Step by step to too many of our young men still means getting the ride first and not getting the home first. You know what I mean? And that's what we need to.
All that shit sound good. I agree with you. All that shit sound good. But what I'm saying is that you trying to motivate a bunch of people that's already starving, that's fucked up anyway. You're trying to motivate them by talking. They're trying to get motivated by seeing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying is that you're
remember, I started off by saying, why do I have it in the background, right? Because unfortunately, that's how our young black men, they view it, bro. I literally said that at the beginning. That's why I wish I didn't have to have it. But unfortunately, man, there's a lot of young men out there. You're right. But I'm just saying, like, once you see it, though, you still have to take the information and actually use it, right? Because guess what? They're going to see it. They're going to be like, Tyrus, how'd you do that? I'm going to go step by step, and it's going to go in one ear out the other because they're going to be like, man, that don't sound like fast money.
If you pull it up in my hood right now, if you pull it up in my hood right now with a knife, and you got your shit together, you pull up in my hood, and you telling them like, hey, look, man, all you got to do, hey, look, shorty, all you got to do is do this. About time you 16, make sure you get a credit card in your name, make sure you pay it on time, This is the cheat code to get to where you're trying to get to. They will listen because you got the intangibles that they don't got, that they can see.
But Chantal, you see situation like that, you got to have a different conversation. You shouldn't even be talking about credit with them. If that's their mindset and that's how they're thinking, you should have a totally different conversation. It shouldn't be about credit. It need to be talking about something totally different on why y'all so materialistic. Why do y'all think this is what it's all about? That should be a different conversation.
No, that's bad advice. Hold on. No. That's bad advice.
Why would somebody who sit there and said, I see your beings and all that, and the only thing I got to show it to you, but that motherfucker might be ready to get repoed by next week.
You know how much of y'all generation got influenced by the dope boys, though?
Yeah. Right. Well, hold on. That's neither here nor there. Hold on. Let me say this. No, you don't. It's going and chastising a person and asking them where. You see where we even get on here, asking people the whys and the reason and how. That's irrelevant, bro. The important part is the information. I give you the information, and it's your job to motherfucking do with it what you're supposed to do with it. I'm not here to hold your hand. I'm not here to fucking try to raise you in motherfucking the 5, 10, 15, however many minutes I got to put you on some information that's supposed to value your life. Okay? We can't do this shit as to where every man got to be your damn daddy or your parent, bro. No, bro, I'm here to give you information.
It's about you caring. It's about you trying to share the information. Look, I'm not on you. See, but listen what I'm saying, though, Mr. Fantastic. I understand what you're saying, and you can't do that for everybody. But if you find somebody who's really seems like they're really looking for the information, I'm not just want to hear me talk, but really looking for the information. I'm going to sit there, my man, let's talk on the side. We need to have a different conversation. because your mindset is not right for this, even with this credit thing. I'm telling you this, but you're going to fuck it up because you're not ready. Because first thing you're going to do when you get that credit card, you're going to go out and buy some shit that you know you don't need, that you know you can't afford, and fuck up your credit because you got it.
Well, again,
information without guidance is useless.
Exactly.
But
financial literacy means if you don't have the knowledge, man. You got to know.
Well, not the knowledge of discipline, but Hank, this is what I'm saying, right? And I understand you from that point of view, but still, you can tell a person and they can be there, yeah, and then do the same shit. Majority of people fuck credit up, bro. That's why I say it's not my. And I know that's a part of your career. That's a part of what you do. You're financial. You know, you teach people. So I understand that. And of course, like I said, use discernment. I'm not gonna tell the dude that's out here, you know, he got the latest motherfucking, you know, $1,000 jeans on or whatever and all this other shit. I'm not gonna help him get into more debt. I am gonna say that. But if I'm talking in general, he happens to be in the crowd, I'm not gonna put a nigga to the side neither and be like, hey man, you need to change your whole way you motherfucking look at money. Right. I gotta worry about the more so than the few of the individual. And like I said, the whole deal and point of this nowadays is to get as many brothers educated, man, and just knowledgeable about it. Like, bro, you know how many people like that niggas that's my age that's got fucked up credit? Like, come on, bro, you 40. What's your excuse? You 40.
Yeah. The first step to fixing any problem is ground zero. Like, for example, Shotgun, the best way I can break the generational curse is I got a 15 and 13-year-old daughter, right? If I know these things about money, if I have my financial literacy, like I got set up, how irresponsible would it be as me as a dad if I didn't get them a brokerage account and had them invested in the market early and had these sort of things set up like a trust for the future? If I got this money to at least afford these luxuries, Shaitan, what sort of father would you call me if I didn't get my kids a car at 16 so that when they fill out that work application, do you have reliable transportation? Yes. You get what I mean? The best thing you could do first is break that generational curse in ground zero, which is your home. Then you start with your cousins or something like that. You talk to your friends. And Hink is right. Not everyone's going to listen, but you still got to put it out. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you 1,000%. That's what I was saying. I needed to be the example for my homies for them to get on board. That's what I'm telling you. I agree with you 1,000%. Sometimes somebody want to see somebody that they know or that they have reached to do it first. That's what everything. Like, you may have a dream that, hey, look, man, I got a dream, man, owning such and such, and nobody believe in you at the time until they see you do it. Then they is more willing to listen. That's all I'm saying. So that's ground zero.
I agree, Shaitan, but sometimes I need my guys to just take a risk. Sometimes, like a lot of things, man, I had to learn on my own. There wasn't any sort of guideline or outline out there, bro. You just, like, I need my guys to be more accepting of taking a risk. Because unfortunately, we don't have a lot of examples. So it's going to take somebody bold enough to break the mold. So at least people could go, at the very minimum, Shotdown, people could go, okay, let me not do it this way because it's
screwed
up.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah,
you got to be the example.
I mean, I didn't learn about the stock market until I was like 30, and I had to take a chance. And somebody showed me their portfolio. I'm like, oh, you make so, and then I started investing in the stock market. And with me, I felt like I was 20 years late. I could have made a lot more money in the stock market, but it took somebody from work who was like, hey, Tim, you ain't invested in the stock market? I'm like, I mean, he showed me the portfolio. I seen it, and I'm like, oh. So I started. He gave me a little information. I did my own research, and I'm actually doing better than him now. So I had to see it first. So
he just said it. Now look at what you just said. You just said he told you about the stock market, right? At first, you weren't really, you was listening, I ain't trying to hear, but when he showed you his portfolio, you was like, oh, okay, let me dig
right, but Shotdown, IG still had to take the initiative to go down rabbit hole.
I did my own worksheet. I had to do my own research.
And I understand.
Research, and that's what Hink is talking about. Like, bro, some people, I can't hold your hand down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, he did.
I can't constantly wake up every single day and drag you to the finish line. You got to take that risk.
No, my main point was he got motivated by seeing somebody else do it. That's my
because point. Because people was telling me for years about the stock market, I'm like, but since we were working together, he like, man, look what I flipped, look what I did. So I'm like, oh, so all you have to do is this. I went to YouTube, started listening to these different YouTube podcasters that does it, And then, now I'm giving him advice what he should invest in and stuff like that.
But Chi-Town, let me ask you this. Do you think that's
you
part of our problem, though, Chi-Town? Do you
Mm-hmm.
think that's part of our problem? We got to wait to see what everybody else doing before we
And that's my fault. I should have did that earlier.
Yeah. I feel like that's part of our problem.
Yeah. And that's the mistake I did.
I got to wait to see you doing this and doing that before I even take it. No. Sometimes, like you said, Taru said, sometimes you got to take a chance. I know very little to nothing about Bitcoin. But guess what I heard? Somebody tell me about it. I missed out on it in 2015. I didn't jump when I first heard about it. But guess what? I'm involved now. I'm in there now. Why? Because I took a chance. I mean, nobody had to show me their portfolio. Nobody had to show me anything. I just took a chance. Now, my man, 659, he needed to see that. That's him as an individual. I don't have to see it. Tell me about it.
But that was a mistake, Hank. That was a mistake.
I understand we make them. I made a mistake by not, like I said, not going in 2015 with the Bitcoin. But I know now. It took me some time, but I know now.
Yeah, I just felt like, I agree with y'all 1,000%. But I say, like, some people like me and others that I know, we are like visual learners. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody learn differently. Some people learn by taking a chance.
But shout out, we got to change. We got to change that because, like I said, people was telling me this 10 years ago. I would have. What I know now, I'm like, I tell myself all the time. Only if I would have listened 10 years ago, people were telling me get in the stock market. But at the time, they ain't show me their portfolio. I tell myself all the time, I could have. And we got to stop that.
Thing about it. This is the
here's the thing.
Do you got kids? Do you have kids?
No, I don't got no kids.
But this is a beautiful thing about it. You can teach your wife, your girl.
Oh yeah, this is. I showed my nephew. I got him an account with Ameritrade. Well, it's not Ameritrade no more. But I showed him an account. So I'm putting it in the family. I'm keeping it all in the family.
Can I say something? Okay. So what I wanted to say is, I don't think you need to stop, like making it visual. The problem with us is we're not cooperative. So when people bring up things that they're doing well, they don't ever like try to invite someone into the same thing because it's like, oh, it's taboo business. Okay, we're friends or we're associates. We shouldn't really be doing business together. And we do make it sort of taboo to talk about, investing and where our money's going and all this stuff and how much money we do have. So we kind of have to help and be more visual, which is being more cooperative. And I feel like that's something that actually needs to happen.
Yeah, Hank, I do agree with you though. It's fucked up. It really is a fucked up thing that we need to change. But yeah, us got to be able to see something first. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if somebody got to have on jewelry, a fucking Rolls Royce and a Lamborghini and a fucking designer. Like that's the only way we gonna listen. Then yeah, it's fucked up.
But that's niggas though, and that's
it sounds like a handicap to me.
Yeah, well, no, but again, that's something. Yeah. Again, that's something that starts.
Yeah, I don't care how you see it. It still sounds like a handicap to me.
Well, again,
so let me ask you this:
because everybody who's doing better than us are teaching. OJ, I understand what y'all saying, but I don't heard that. But everybody who we say is doing better than us are teaching, and they don't have to show the examples.
And this was important to have two parents.
That's a misconception. That's a misconception. Again, OG, I've been.
How I know you was gonna disagree with that? Fantastic.
Yes, they do, because I just saw it while I was in
How did
LA.
I know you was gonna disagree with that?
I just saw all them Chinese people, all them motherfucking Asians walking around, driving Bentleys, driving Rolls Royce, all of that shit. So
that was afterwards. That was afterwards. But you didn't. Wait. Fantastic. You didn't see them when they was in the goddamn grocery store or the side community store when their mom and dad was working 18 hours a day and they were sitting down there doing their fucking homework. You didn't see that.
It don't matter though, OG. What we're talking about.
It does matter because that's how they learned.
No, again, OG, I'm talking about the showing this and showing that. Of course we know that.
Bro.
What I'm saying, I'm not missing your point. What I'm saying.
No, you do. Fantastic. Please. I know you just got your hair braided yesterday. It's a little tight.
Oh, it's today. It's today.
Trying to stay with my point.
Right. It's today.
Okay?
It's today.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Put a little Vaseline on it and let it loosen up a little bit. You won't be so uptight. Okay? Pause. All right? Just try to stay with my point. All right? When they selling in these little mom and pop stores, and I see these Asians got their kids in there doing their homework,
child labor and working, illegally working.
Wait, listen. Their parents are working.
Yeah, that
but
is
they're sitting down there behind, doing their work, and they're stacking homework on top of homework, and they're giving information. So by the time that child turned 18, that child has a business mind, and it didn't start from looking at some fabulous ass Walmart. It was a little mom and pop store. And so what I'm saying is, if we have to learn that way, we are handicapped, and we need to change that. And Hink made a great point.
Well, again,
I think that's one of the things.
But you got to understand, OG.
Got to understand the time we live in.
OG. The father's not in the household a lot of the time.
Yeah, I said that from the beginning.
Yeah, but I'm not fighting that
from the beginning. The handicap of learning knowledge, when all y'all said yes, you made the adjustment. And I said that information is not given out because the balance. So I bring mine back to the circle. Y'all can live in the square all you goddamn want to. I'm going to bring mine back to the circle. So what I'm telling y'all is we are responsible, regardless of how we have to teach one to go to the next level. We are responsible for that. And we find out that your child got a handicap, then you need to teach that child how to get away from that handicap, because knowledge is power, but it's only power when you put it into action.
OG. No,
I agree 100%.
Yeah, but nobody's arguing with that. Again, the problem starts in something that's cultural. Niggas like to be flashy, and niggas do not believe it to you until you show them something. Every nigga from Missouri, show me.
Thank you.
Well, Renee, you need to deal with black people, not niggas. Wait a minute. Maybe you need to deal with black people and not niggas. Maybe you need to start with that first.
I let you go. You told me to stop talking. So give me the same respect,
okay,
brother.
Well, then, you know that N-word get me every time, right? You know that N-word get me every time, brother.
Well, you know I'm not. I didn't mean that towards you, OG.
I know not you. I know you ain't saying it to me.
Negroes. Okay, it's Black History Month. You're right, OG. Respect. It's Black History Month. So Negroes, the problem with Negroes is Negroes don't believe until they see it, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just something about it as to where, again, that's where you get into the white man's ice is always colder. So I mean,
we confirm that, but we got to be careful. It would be irresponsible to not tell everyone, no matter how you get the information, vet the information. Whether you got it from someone who you think has it, but based on what you've seen, or whether you got it just because you believe the person is telling you the truth or not. 2 reasons why you should vet the information. 1, for accuracy. 2, because God only knows what information you can find in the vetting process. If someone tells you about this ethereal stock market, and you find out how to short the stock market, blow your mind. But you ain't gonna know. They may not tell you that, but you'll find out for sure when you vet whatever it is they're telling you. You will eventually run into learning how to short the market, and that means making money on the way up and on the way down.
But here's the thing: like, yes, Black American men, we are flashy. Okay, adjust for that. Like, even at this idea that I need to show it, okay, let's adjust for that. Then we're going to show it. But Shaitan, this is what I'm talking about, taking a risk, because once you show it, that person who's been shown, they need to take action. Like, I need you to take a step forward, because guess what? Brokerage accounts, online brokerage accounts have been around for 15, 20 years. If you haven't opened one yet, no one can convince you to open one now. If you're not going to put money in the savings account, if you haven't been putting money in your savings account and saving for an emergency fund, no one special is going to be able to do it now, because no one can force you to do that. Like Shaitan, there's so many examples of black men out here who actually have it and are doing well, who aren't wealthy but comfortable. But at the end of the day, Chi-Town, if these people see it and they still don't act on it, like damn, bro.
Nah, I agree with you. My whole thing is that I ain't trying to save everybody. I'm only trying to save those who trying to listen. Like it seems like people trying to save everybody. I'm not an advocate in saving everybody.
I think we could save a lot. I think we could save a lot of people. I don't know. We can't save everyone. We can save the majority. And one of the reasons that motivated me to come up here, Chef, is because I think we got a lot of well-intentioned men who unfortunately been getting a lot of wrong information. A lot of these doom and gloomers, man. Like there's opportunities out here to eat legally, legit way, and do your thing out here, man.
Oh yeah, I feel like we in the best times right now to be able to get to where you need to get to. All the information is
so
out
now
there.
we just gotta get our guys because they depressed. The self-deletion rates are up. We just need to get our guys motivated to actually take that step forward. Because at the end of the day, check out. I hate repeating it, but we cannot force people down a rabbit hole. They have to be willing to go down that path themselves.
The only way you can motivate, one of the only ways you can motivate kids that come from the ghetto, from the hood, whatever, is by seeing the shit. That's it. I'm gonna be an advocate for that because that's what happened to me. Once I seen and figure out there was another way to get what you could get without scamming, selling drugs, or playing sports, I say, oh yeah, I want to go that way. I needed to see though, and once I seen it. You could talk about it all day long, but when I seen it, I say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go that way. That's the way I need to go." Like I'm gonna give you an example. They used to tell us that, like I'm gonna just throw an example out there. They used to say that black kids in the hood they couldn't make it to the NBA, right? One of our greatest motivators that we seen somebody from our hood and seen somebody from our culture make it was Derrick Rose. So now everybody is saying like, damn, D Rose made it. Shit, I know I got a chance I can make it. Now sometimes you just got to see that example. Whatever you're trying to do, whether you're trying to do business, real estate, whatever. Sometimes it's an example that you need to see. Sometimes
But the problem is, Chi-Town, the problem is that right now, the issue is we don't have enough examples. So somebody's going to have to take the risk and break the mold. For example, right?
We got enough examples. I feel like we do.
Actually, there's too many
examples.
examples.
I think there are plenty of examples, but people don't really want to acknowledge it. For example, Chi-Town, have you ever heard of this guy named Kenneth Frazier? You never heard of Kenneth Frazier? This man is a black American man who ran the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world, Merck, right? For years. And I guarantee you, most people ain't never heard of that dude. Other than before he started running for president, most people don't know Ben Carson, despite the fact that he is literally a legendary neurosurgeon. Legendary, but don't nobody know who Ben Carson is.
It's
and so these examples are there, but guess what? Because they're not athletes or rappers, we look at them and go, well, the reason I say the pharmaceutical company scam is because at the end of the day, that's an example of a man climbing the corporate ladder, running an international billion-dollar corporation that a bunch of white people went, yeah, go ahead and run that for us.
Well, hey, I told people the same thing. I don't think I know for a fact. Shit, and I'm losing it right now. Fuck, I was just about to say his name and I forgot it. The richest black man in the richest African American black man in the world.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I forgot his name.
Yeah, see, nobody's thinking of his name. He's not even a household name, bro. You know what I'm saying? Robert F. Smith, that's his name. Robert F. Smith came to me. So Robert F. Smith is not a household name. Mind you, he's been the richest black African American in I don't know for how long. Yet still, like you said, if you went up to, 10 kids and you showed them a picture of, Jay-Z, Kanye, him, and let's say whoever else, famous athlete, LeBron James, they would no one would even know who he was. So I think that's a lot of the thing too, like you guys saying. Shout out to the brothers that were saying this. Listen, the only avenue that black men were shown was illegal activity, sports, and entertainment, right? What we know now is that's the less than the 1%. But the real movers and shakers, and proof being, like you said, Chi-Town, would be the richest black man in the world. Okay, got it off of intelligence, education, and work ethic, right? And expertise. He wasn't famous. He wasn't popular. He couldn't run fast, jump high. He knew how to, you know what I'm saying, master a business and build that shit from the ground. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think what we need to do for sure, like you said, is promote more of those things. Bring back, like we was kids, man. You know, our generations being a firefighter was cool. Being a police officer was cool. Doing, you know, being certain things. Being a doctor and a lawyer was cool. But now, you know, hey, all that's considered slow money because of scammers, because of the dope boys. You know, the you know what I'm saying, jack boys, all this different stuff. So again, man, we got a hard road that to travel. But what I'm saying is we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Having these conversations is proof of, bro, we're not just on that no more. You know what I mean? As we get, you know, you learn better, you do better. And there's a lot of brothers out here promoting, you know, just progression. And that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good. y'all all right?
Your ass had a whole goddamn steak and lobster, did you?
Listening, man. Mr. Fantastic got his hair braided and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing with you niggas.
Hey,
don't get mad at me, nigga, because I'm the one with the most hair up here, nigga. Eat your vegetables, okay? Eat your vegetables, drink water, take your vitamins, nigga.
Hold on, Shot-Town got some hang time on his shit.
Shot-Town's supposed to. Shot-Town's a young man. Y'all old in this moment.
That ain't got nothing to do with hair.
Some of y'all niggas gotta have hats. Just
Yo,
say
why
that.
they don't want skin?
Stop the cap. Put him in the fucking.
They said Scam ain't feeling good. Send him to the bathroom. Harmonic Universe with the $10. Appreciate you. Scam with the $2 says, Taru, turn off your camera. The Repo Man is here. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, is this a live action representation of a black man's mind? Great cast. Some of the coasters need to go back to acting classes. Co-stars. Call Tyler Perry. I definitely ain't calling Tyler Perry. Omar Smith with the $5 says, OG, I was going to surprise you about buying land in Gambia. The brothers got me upset with the lack of knowledge of self. I'm thinking Sina Gambia. Did I read this one? Yeah. Damn, man. This was Mr. Fantastic. Did you make it to your destination or did you just turn around?
No, I would have got something to eat.
You never make it to where you going. That's for damn sure. I never see you with no food, nothing. You just be in the car making that face.
I can't eat on camera, man. I can't be unprofessional, bro.
I ain't done, nigga. And then when I be looking in the back, you be shaking your head, sucking your teeth. You be mad at what they be saying. Then when you get up here, you try to look composed. You know I can see you in the back, right?
It don't matter, man. You see, you ain't supposed to be telling people that. But I could, like I said, I composed myself because like these niggas, oh my god, niggas.
Well, you battle tested. So we know that.
You should see Mr. Fantastic in the back where y'all be talking. He be sick of y'all shit, man.
brother.
Damn, man. Chi-Town, man. I gotta get out of here. We got this show tonight about incels, man. The ladies brought it to my attention that they like, why don't men hold incels accountable? So I'm like, what does that mean?
But how'd you call his name and everything else? What are you trying to What are you trying to say about Chi-Town?
I'll just talk to him. Chi-Town be getting buns, man. You know Chi-Town don't mind going to dinner.
Yeah, what he say? That
ain't where you get that from, son?
Hey, fair exchange ain't no robbery. I ain't doing no tricking, but fair exchange ain't no robbery.
Shit like that.
I guess everybody can come up with their own definition.
Oh man, yo.
Shit, taking the lady out to dinner is trick.
OG ain't shit.
Yo, man. Hey, don't worry about it, Chi-Town. You all right? Who cares? You got it, right?
Who cares? You got it.
I just had 2 dates this week. I ain't tripping on it.
Shit like that.
You in the house for the rest of the week, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm cooling this week. Now I got my son's birthday this weekend.
I gotta let that credit card breathe a little bit. He got that credit. He don't know how to act no goddamn more.
Look, I just know where to take him, man. Spend under $60. I know where to take him.
Listen, man, American Express now. Hey, if you look,
anybody can go fishing on the $60 shot down.
Hey, if you are looking, I know where to take him. Hey, goddamn it! If you're looking to get American Express Platinum, hey, holler at me, man. You know what I'm saying? You sick of going to the airport and buying food? You know what I'm saying? You sick of
I got that joint on deck. I got the gold. I got the gold joint.
Yeah, get upgrade to the platinum, brother. Holler at me, man.
But how you gonna? This is fantastic. How you gonna tell somebody how to get American Express Platinum? Like what?
I'm just I got a QR code. I'm trying to membership.
Hey,
baby.
look.
Trying to get you a membership.
Hey, Ham. When the guy don't have no Mac game, they have to use every goddamn card they can get.
Y'all not gonna take shots at my man Fantastic like
let me pause and let me go ahead and pause myself because OG, I'm only using Dick card. Dick American Express, brother. That's all I'm using. Every pussy you want to be. That's where every pussy you want to be, brother.
All right, yo, I gotta hold on, man. Let me. I've been doing it wrong. So I always let y'all do final thoughts. So people, as soon as they done with their final thought, they just hop off. But nah, y'all gonna wait for me to go through these thank yous. Goddamn it, waste my damn time. Love Doobie, appreciate you, bro. Aaron still up here? Oh yeah. Andre been a member for a couple months. Appreciate. You've been a member for longer than that too. Lauren, appreciate you. Oculus, right? Salute. John the Baptist was in the building, man. August, appreciate you for hitting the panel. Ripside, appreciate you. Marcus was in the building. Mish, John. Well, salute, welcome. Danielle, salute. D-Town, man. You can't give niggas no money, boy. Good God. Be nice. Did the OG let you talk?
Yeah, I think so. He interrupted me.
All right, salute. Baron was popping. Appreciate you. Sydney, salute. Old Marv was in the building all day, man. Scam got kicked off, but he was Yo, Kenny, Gary, Steppenwolf in the building. Who else? Black Man Unfiltered. Hank, salute. Joker Bad. And these two chats, I like these, man. These ones resonated. These were good right here. Let me make sure. Duke, salute. Jerice was in the building. Jerice, you should have hit the panel, man. On your lunch break. OG, appreciate you. Caesar's Pals in the building. Salute. Thank you for the extension. Shout out Will, man. That merch on the way. Robin, appreciate you. Thank you for being a member. Salute Into the Black Dragon. That's probably he ain't come up today. He must be working. Omar, Into the Black Dragon. Omega Green, I ain't see you in a minute, bro. Hope all is well, man. Harmonic Universe, thank you. Shadow Dragon. Canary with the 7 Canadian says, take any other race and put them through what the so-called black race went through, and I bet any money they'd have worse results against the world.
Shit like that.
Oh, Hank, any final thoughts?
Yeah, my final thought is black man, protect yourself at all times. Do what you got to do to get your mental right, man. Whether you got to get on somebody's Zoom meeting or couch, man. Get your mind right. Diabetes and heart disease, some of the most biggest killers amongst black men. Take care of yourself. Get a full physical. Do what you got to do. Also, for a man of a certain age, like OG's old ass, go get a colonoscopy and a prostate check. You got to take care of yourself, man. Colon cancer is a motherfucker. I hate to see anybody go through it because I experienced it with my grandfather. I hate to see the next man do it. Do what you got to do. Take care of yourself. Right on, big brother.
Word. OG, any final thoughts?
Yeah. If you hear an ice cream truck at 12 o'clock in the morning time, and the driver look like Fantastic, run. He ain't selling ice cream.
Niggas gonna run too. We all know what that means. That ice cream truck and the dog. We all know what that means.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, chill. That's his final thought, man. Shit. The roots.
Yeah. Hey guys, I need everybody to be intentional. I need my black men specifically. If you need a starting point, start like this. Every single bill that comes out of your bank account, write it down on the spreadsheet. Put that in black and white and actually see what's coming out of your account every single month, every single week. It's going to be enlightening. And then that right there might automatically jumpstart, okay, I need to start thinking long-term. And then when you start thinking long-term, you realize that some people have financial separation anxiety. Y'all can't let $50 or $100 just sit in the bank account and not spend it. Learn how to take a little bit of money at a time and let it sit there and grow. And then you'll be able to build that self-discipline every single day to move it forward to something bigger. Those are my final thoughts.
Word. Makes sense to me. Cause see,
I would say if you're gonna give someone advice and you have experience in that particular subject matter, make sure you go through the nuances and the things that they might expect as challenges as they try to get to that goal. Because before they get to that goal, they have to survive those several challenges in order to meet that. So give them advice on that too, so they can survive the challenges.
Word. Mr. Fantastic.
Hey man, I know y'all like to reduce this to just complaining about women and all this other stuff, but ultimately, man, like I said, this is progression of black men. There's going to be a lot of uncomfortable things said, a lot of topics and stuff covered, and a lot of stuff that doesn't look familiar because it's the first time we're ever doing it. So take that into consideration, man, and try to help your brother out. We can't be out here complaining about the white man, and the black man is the most dangerous man to you. So we're definitely getting better, but not as best as we can be, and just keep moving forward.
Yeah, word makes sense. Aaron,
I'm going to answer the question that is the premise of the show. What's wrong with the black man's mind? My answer: not a good goddamn thing. Nothing wrong with it at all. The best mind ever was. Now I know, just like the black woman is the most beautiful, because we're the first. If I was a wagering man, I'd say we're going to be the last. But we're here to stay. Ain't nothing wrong with us. We just got to get together and fight in the right fucking direction. It's that simple. But what's wrong is with the world. What's right is in our minds.
Word. Be nice.
My final thought.
Can he lower his camera or something? I mean.
Oh, sorry.
Damn.
Stood up. My bad. It's just like this
short
chair like sits back wrong. But my final thought is, I think with the proliferation of less connected families, the femininity has gone up, and one of the components of that is I guess the ability to give up something easily. And I feel like a lot of people, at least in my generation, just even as simple as gym class in middle school, they just didn't do it. So there is a certain point where people do just not have the work ethic or in whatever mental boost they need to do what they need to do. So I think that needs to be addressed first before anything else.
Word. Chi-Town?
Yeah, the thing I want to, my final thought is something that I preach every day. Even the people that jump in my IG messages, I see every day when they see me. It's PYC, man. Protect your credit. That's the start of everything to me. Credit changed my life. Credit changed my direction of how I'm moving and everything. So I want to tell people, protect their credit, man. Whatever you got to do to get your credit up, that is the cheat code to wealth in the United States. Is credit. So if you can get that together, if you can learn step by step on, you know, what to spend, how to spend it, assets first, liabilities last, let your assets pay for your liabilities. Once you learn that game on how to use the banks and know that the banks is really not your friend, they really is in the business of making money. So you got to beat them to the punch by making money as well. So just get your credit right, man. Learn about assets, get your credit right. Whatever you got to do that, man, I advocate that tremendously. Like that's all I want to see Gen Z do is just focus on that and focus on their goals, and everything else is gonna plan out.
Word, man. Yeah, the question, you know, it can definitely be a triggering one, you know, and even the question itself is slightly assumptive, you know, but I put it that way so we could really assess it, as opposed to people just saying no. There's certainly issues that we have to work out. I think if you tuned in earlier in the show, you know, Love and I were going back and forth. She actually said we are inherently violent, you know, and I think we broke it down. She didn't concede it, which is something I wouldn't expect her to do. But just think about that people see all of us and think that we are innately violent, you know. And in the percentages, even though it's a small number of black men who are committing violent crimes, those 20,000 black men speak for all 21 million of us.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a shame, you know. And so when we have these conversations cordially, even when we get into it, and how all the brothers represent themselves up here matters to our image, 1-to-1. You know, so we got to combat that narrative because it's foolish. Yep. But the point is not to be right, is to be first and to be provocative. You know, so keep doing what you're doing. OG, Hank, Aaron, Be Nice, Chi-Town, Kasim, Tarus, you keep doing what you're doing. And then once you are great at doing what you're doing, do a little bit more. So we can continue to break this down, because it's 90% of us doing the right thing. Even if you living paycheck to paycheck, you're trying your best. Ain't nobody out here being foolish. But unfortunately, that's not touted. And then when the majority of us are silent, we are complicit. You know, so it's very important that we continue to pour into that community, so we can shut down those narratives. You know, so. Yep.
That's the narrative. That's the narrative they definitely want to push. Black Americans.
Shy. You gotta let that marinate, baby boy. You just gonna trample. You just gonna trample my goddamn final thought. Is that what that is?
Because I knew you was gonna say something.
No, he caught all the recipe.
Listen, man, I'll see y'all tonight. The ladies want to know why we not holding incels accountable. So I wonder what that's gonna be about. Be nice. We'll see.
Hey, Ham, you was talking about me? Incels? You talking about me?
Nah, I wasn't talking. I never call nobody an incel. I would never.
Damn it.
Anybody who you know who you remind me of, Be Nice, the nigga off Home Improvement that only show half his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason Be Nice hit me, right?
Just the camera, like the monitor is too big. It's too much money, you know.
Yeah, all right, whatever. Be nice. Scam, any final thoughts?
Final thoughts. What's wrong with the black man's mind? Black